And I would love to use this opportunity and time, as we're waiting for others to come, to introduce ourselves so that we break that ice between us. I think we'll start introducing by, I think from Mama Shamsa. We call her Mama the Mama. So let's start from that side. Then lastly will be the crew, as we're waiting for security for Pride Inn to give us the overview. Welcome, Mama Shamsa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. My name is Mama Shamsa. I'm the district chair in Nyali district. And I'm also the chair of Mombasa Women.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Jabbar Ishaq, Principal Qadi based at Nairobi.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Khamis Saeed Muhammad Mataka, Chairman of the Executive Board of the National Muslim Council of Tanzania and Secretary General of the Foundation of Sheikhs and Islamic Scholars of Tanzania.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tito Kunyuk. I'm a Principal Qadi based at Kisumu Law Courts, Kenya. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Azza Basarudin, and I teach at California State University, Long Beach in United States.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Munira Salim. I work with Community Health and Gajuni Dispensary.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My name is Naima Omar Ali. I'm a women rights defender. I'm a community health, just here in Mombasa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.
My name is Armonaisha Swaleh.
Assalamu alaikum.
I am an Ustada under the umbrella of CIPK. Shukran.
Hey, wanisikia?
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ruby Khalifa. I am Secretary General of the Asian Muslim Action Network. I'm based in Jakarta, Indonesia. Nice to meet all of you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Muhamad Ali Alouma. I've had someone here, there's Muhamad Ali. Oh, I'm proud of you. Yes, I come from Uganda. I'm the head of Social Services Department under Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. At the same time, board member of Uganda Interreligious Council, that is Interreligious Council.
Yeah. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum. Mzuri Isa from Tanzania, particularly Zanzibar, for those who have been there. I work as a director for Tanzania Media Women Association. Thank you.
My name is Toumu. I'm a counselor psychologist in Mombasa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shiro Mogeni. I'm a program manager with International Development Law Organization based in Rome.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Salim Ibrahim Menza, DPC, Nyali Sub-County. Welcome all.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Aizat Shamsuddin. I'm a country director of Komuniti Muslim Universal based in Malaysia. We work on radicalization, especially youth, and countering extremism. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name's Munyihaji Bakari. I'm from Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, Mombasa. I'm the regional youth leader, and I'm also in the Interreligious Council of Coast, as a representative of Muslims. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mwanamku Sudi. I'm a magistrate in the Kenyan judiciary, principal magistrate. I'm attached at Kandara Law Court currently.
Assalamu alaikum. Ali Abubakar Wayu, senior resident Kadhi, Kericho Court, Kenya. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Ani Osman Zonneveld. I'm the founder president of Muslims for Progressive Values, which is based in the United States, and the founder of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. We have guests who have just arrived from Burundi. I would love to give them this opportunity to introduce themselves. I think we'll start from this side. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Manirakoze Edward Omar. I'm the Vice President of the Northern Corridor Imams for Humanitarian Development. Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Valihu Tamoize Musa. I am Imam from Burundi in AICNDH. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je m'appelle Kungwa Issa. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo.
Imam Khalfan,
yeah.
Will you help us in translation of what Sister Issa has just told us?
What? Kiswahili, it's okay. She's speaking Swahili.
You can speak Swahili?
Yeah.
Issa, ongea Kiswahili.
Switch on the mic. Okay.
Wabarakatu. Jina langu Kungwa Issa, natokea DRC, Congo.
Mashallah.
Karibu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Imam Bukuru Eri Khalfan. I'm president and founder of AICNDH and vice chair of IAM. I am also a member of board in the Muslim community of Burundi.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Faiza Hassan and I'm the head of programs for an organization called Global One, which is a women-led non-governmental organization and Islamic as well, and focuses on women empowerment generally. Very glad to be here and looking forward to learning more.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Mwanajuma Suleiman. I'm working under Mombasa Women of Faith. At the same time, I'm also working with the orphanage in the area. So you're also welcome.
Thank you everyone for the good introductions. Kindly. There's one. There's a crew behind there. Omair and the...
Assalamu alaikum. Morning. I'm Talib Abbas Dola, Chief Freetown. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Phyllis Kalume, peace member of Nyali Sub-County.
So, representing Nyali Peace Committee.
We can repeat that, please. It wasn't captured on the mic.
Yes, my name are Karilas Odiambo, Bishop. I'm also DPC Chairman, Nyali Sub-County.
Thank you. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. My name is Omar Paul. I'm a consultant with Muslims for Progressive Values, and I'm based in New York. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, everyone, for the good introductions. Kindly, this is a kind, polite reminder concerning the microphones. Switch it on when you need to speak and off when you're not speaking, and avoid murmuring behind it because it cannot connect to the Zoom who are outside. It will not give us a good impression. We need to concentrate, be silent, and begin our meeting. Thank you for the intro. Let me welcome now Pride in Head of Security to take us through.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to Pride in Paradise. My name is Edward. I'm not the head of security. I'm the rooms division manager. I'm only here to give you a very short safety brief. That's the reason why I'm here this morning. But apart from that, karibuni sana sana hapa kwetu. I pray that you'll have fruitful deliberations while you're here. Yeah. Yes. Like I said, my function is very simple, to give you a safety brief. Safety and security is a key and important brand metrics for Pride in Paradise hotels. And that's the reason why we actually do it before every meeting that happens in this property. So without going further, there are key hazards that we normally face when we are in such congregations: fire, medical emergencies, and other related issues that come along the line. So just in case there's a fire, we have a trained fire marshal team in the hotel. They know exactly what to do. But for the sake of your own safety, it's important that you know where the fire assembly point is from this. The nearest fire assembly point is from here. The nearest fire assembly point from here is on your right, outside this convention center at the helipad. The helipad is just at the center while you're coming here. You must have seen it. In case there is a medical emergency, just in case you have a headache, you have a stomach ailment, these are common things that happen. We have an infirmary within the hotel, and we also have a clinical officer within the hotel. So we can help you. Just get in touch with any of our uniform staff, or even the security, who will point you to the right direction. In case there's a bigger problem that requires medical attention, we have ambulance and evacuation services. We can just offer that service immediately we are requested. Other than that, we can also avail a doctor on call. We also have one. We are affiliated to a number of doctors within Mombasa who can assist us just in case you have that the need. It's important that you know we are living in very dangerous times. If you see something, please say something. Yeah? If you see something that is amiss, please let us know so that we can correct it. Other than that, we're also living in COVID times. I don't have a mask. I'm a bit of distance away from. Remember to mask on, isn't it? Remember to mask on. When you're outside the property, the room, the property that you have, your computers, whatever you have, is safe. So don't be worried that you'll lose anything. This place will always be under lock and key when you're outside. When you're going for your tea breaks, don't be worried about whatever you leave behind. Yeah? It will always be safe. It is also important that we know how well we are doing. I'm sure while you're here, Google has been generous enough to give you a prompt. Yeah? Please, just give us feedback. We also have a QR code on the outside of this door. Scan it and give us feedback. It's important that we know how well we are doing. Sawa sawa. I wish you a very, very good stay with us. Excellent deliberations while you're here. I know a number of you are coming from all over Burundi, Congo, and other places, the US. Please, enjoy your stay while here and let us know how well we are doing. Asante sana and all the best to you all.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Mr. Edward. Very well.
Asante.
Thank you. That has been a brief from the Pride in Paradise, and we appreciate all the prompts that you have actually been able to share, and we say thank you, karibuni sana, and without further ado, I want to welcome Annie to share with us the prayer of light. Then we can go on with the other deliberations of the conference. Annie, karibu sana, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're having some audio problems for those on Zoom, and so we hope to have that clarified and clearly. I'm going to sing you a song. The lyrics is actually written by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the music is something that I composed around the lyrics, but I felt that singing a song that is going to reflect our the spirituality and the loving and compassionate Islam is going to be setting the tone for the conference today. I ask that you please turn off your microphones at your tables. If it's on, it should not, the red light should be off. And please, you can play the music. Thank you. May the light in your heart and in your spirit, your tongue, in your eyes, from this day on be that of love and compassion. Thank you.
A big round of applause to Annie for that good prayer right there. Allah to increase the light in our hearts everywhere. Honored delegates, this is the face behind this microphone. They call me Vincent the trainer. You can call me VTT. I'll be the moderator in part and also the facilitator to ensure that the interludes are exciting and to ensure that you have a great experience during this Alliance of Inclusive Muslims Conference. I'm honored to be part of this great delegation, and I want to be cognizant of the delegates coming from all over the world. My good people from the US of A, welcome, karibuni sana. My good people from Indonesia, welcome to Mombasa. My good people from Rome, welcome to the house. My good people from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, karibuni sana. Great people from Tanzania, karibuni sana. Tunafurahi uwepo wenu. Pia kule Zanzibar, all of us from Zanzibar, welcome to this conference. My good people from Malaysia, the same. Indonesia, we have our brothers and sisters from Burundi, welcome as well. The Congo, karibuni sana, all the delegates who are from Congo. I believe I've captured the scope of all the delegates here, and this is both an in-house meeting and we are having other delegates joining us live on Zoom. So we also want to welcome all of us who are joining us on the virtuals. Welcome, karibuni sana. We are glad that you are able to join us in this great conference we are having. We want to give you a Kenyan touch, and I just want to try something out. In the next 1 minute, then I welcome my crew to give traditional dance so that we can feel the spirit. I want us to try this. You do what you do and say what I say. So we hold our heads and say, awake. Awake. You hold your ears and say, alert. You hold and say, alert. Hold your heart and say, alive. Snap your fingers and say, enthusiastic. Can we try that together? Can we? Using both hands, eh? We use both of our hands. It's only that I'm holding the mic, so it's slightly complicated for me. 1 to go. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. I want to see the enthusiasm. That's the whole thing. I want to see if you're enthusiastic to be part of the AIM conference. So let's go together. 1 to go. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Can we turn it into a jingle? A small jingle like this? Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Awake, alert, alive. Alive, alert, awake. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Because we want this conference for all of us to be alive, to be awake, to be alert, so that all the deliberations can go smoothly. I'm being given the guitar, very well. Oh, the piano, very good. Can we try? Relax, relax. Don't hold anything, don't hold anything. 1 to go. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. Awake, alert, alive. Alive, alert, awake. I'm awake, alert, alive, enthusiastic. My friends from Malaysia wanafanya vitu zao. Anyway, we agree. The hand coordination was not as good, but I can be able to see that we are all enthusiastic, we are all alert, and I think those will be tenets that will be very necessary during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure right now to welcome our crew for a 3-minute vigorous welcome dance for you to see the Mijikenda spirit. Mijikenda is one of the tribes here at the coast, so they're going to do a presentation just to welcome us to this particular conference. Then afterwards, we'll be able to have our opening address from the president of AMWAN. Karibuni sana. Makofi. Round of applause. Asante. Big up to Manyata Youth Entertainment Group, giving us a touch of a Mijikenda dance. For those of us who are not from Kenya, Mijikenda is one of the sub-tribes here at the Kenyan coast. Mijikenda means 9 tribes. So they have given us a performance. Yes? It's a key tribe. Actually, it's the key tribe here at the Kenyan coast, exactly, comprising of the 9 tribes. Magoma Inabamba. Can you try and say that? For our visitors, Magoma Inabamba. Magoma Inabamba. We want to see if this side is more enthusiastic than this. So you go, Magoma Inabamba. Magoma Inabamba. These guys are good. Wow, I love this. I love this. I love this. Yes. Magoma Ina Bamba. So very much thank you to the Manyata Youth Entertainment Group. And you've noted they've shared how the ladies respond and also how the men respond. So ladies, can we try this? When I say Ache, you say Ache Oya. Ladies, Ache. Ache. The men, Alume wo. Men, you say wo. Let's try. My men, msiniangushe. Don't let me down. Alume wo. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, the men in the house. You brought that really very, very well. So that was just an introduction so that we can get comfortable, we can get easy, so that we can be able to start this conference on a very excited note. Right now, I want to welcome the first speaker to give us the opening address, and she's none other than Ulfat Masibo, who is the president of Amon. I'll give a brief bio of Ulfat. Ulfat Hussein Masibo is a Kenyan citizen, born from an Arab Muslim mother and a Christian father of African origin. She holds an LLB degree from the Moi University and currently pursuing a second degree in Bachelor of Arts, Political Science and Public Administration at the UON University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus. Ulfat has vast experience in corporate law and worked at the Supreme Council of Kenya, Muslim. That is SUPKEM from early 2017 as an Assistant Program Officer and Coast Regional Secretary for the Coast Region on Peace and Security Programs. She's also the founder of African Muslim Women Action Network based in Mombasa, which advocates for gender equality and women empowerment since the year 2019. Her challenges while accessing justice, this court gave the drive for being the voice of Muslim women in society. Hence, Amwan was born. In addition, she's also a president of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims, AIM, the umbrella under which we are here today, which was founded in Tunisia in 2017 and registered in Geneva, whose main objective is human rights and dignity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in April 25th, 2017, at Ian Sheikh Nurjati in Cirebon, Indonesia, Ulfat represented SUPKEM in the capacity of a speaker on the topic of strengthening community resilience amongst women in Kenya to curb ISIS. Occasionally, she writes at www.muslimwomentoday.org, where she seeks to amplify fellow women who might be in vulnerable situations. Ulfat is also the county coordinator for Coast People Forum, CPF, an organization seeking to educate the girl child at the Coast region of Kenya. One thing that was not captured in this biodata is she's also a trust builder with the Initiatives of Change International. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ulfat Hussein Masibo. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Karibu, karibu sana. Welcome. Talk to us.
Thank you so much, Vincent Ochembo. Yes, we are trust builders together with Vincent at Initiative of Change. And before I proceed with my speech, I would love to acknowledge the presence of our guest, Ms. Surea. Kindly give an introduction so that we can proceed together. Welcome. Welcome, Salam.
From Kenya, Mombasa. I work with Ulfat and I also run another organization. Sorry, apologies for that. I thought everybody was a Kenyan and I still don't. Okay. Apologies for that. I mentioned my name is Surea Roble from Kenya. I work with Ulfat in many other programs and also another organization called AWAPSA, Advocacy for Women, Peace and Security. I'm happy to be here. I'm very much interested in what is happening around issues of women's rights in the Muslim context. Likes visitors, and I'm glad. I hope you'll enjoy the 3 days that you'll be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll proceed. I'd love to give apologies. We had in our presence, we are supposed to have His Eminence Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, who fell ill and cancelled his travel, but we have a representative here from his office who is going to give his speech on his behalf. I will honor his office, Her Excellency the Grand Mufti of Uganda, the religious leaders present here from across the globe, civil society leaders, women leaders, the leaders of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims, all distinguished guests and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is with profound praise and gratitude that I get this opportunity to officially welcome you all to this amazing and impactful conference that we have organized today. But before we progress any further, allow me to take this opportunity to offer you my sincerest gratitude and appreciation to not only everyone ensure that this event came to manifest and realize its great excellence and elegance as we experience, but also to send my sincere gratitude to every one of you who truly have acknowledged our organization at heart by showing up, by your actions and your presence today. I am inspired, encouraged, and honored by every one of you. History indeed will be favorable to us all. Just to remind us all that our solid objective of the organization aim is to foster respect for freedom of religion and of belief and women's rights in Muslim communities by mobilizing an informed, coordinated international network of thought influencers able to provide effective counter-narratives to fundamentalist rejections of human rights. As a reminder, we have for a fact been able to bring and strive to achieve on all or below specific outcomes, which drive our mission and vision as an organization. The first one, to create of a sustainable global international network of advocates of freedom of religion and belief and women's rights in Muslim context. To coordinate of the efforts of network members to advocate for FRB and women's rights, using Islamic terms and Muslim terms and concepts. To develop effective faith narratives able to transform patriarchal and intolerant gender stereotypes into inclusive interpretations of Islam. In the spirit of ensuring that we get to fulfill and achieve our set goals, targets, and outcome, I would like to encourage each one of us to always have in mind that our resilience will shape our destinies and our consistency will build legacies. Some of the major milestones we have been able to achieve as member organization and realize from my point of service are as follows. Reforming the Kadhi's court in Kenya, making justice a reality for our women and girls, making justice accessible. We have in our board members, Dr. Manakitina, who has been able to assist women. Bakari is not here today, but she sends her greetings. She has been able to assist women who came after our trainings, which we have done in County of Coast Region. They have come up with their different issues and been able to get justice at the Kadhi's court. We also advocated for gender equality at the Kadhi's court to have a woman Kadhi in Kenya. This has struck a lot of heated debates across the mainstream and personal threats to myself from religious leaders, family, members of the community that claim that I am misguiding women out of the religious foundation. However, we are still determined to ensure that we work on ensuring gender equality is realized not only in community levels, but also in all levels institutionally as well. We now have subsequent chapters in the coastal region, Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, where our members offer support and help to vulnerable women on how to access justice at the Kadhi's court. We even have a Kadhi who's volunteering with us based in Kwale. He's offering services free of charge advice to our clients, whoever goes to the judiciary. We have also created and built trust between the court users and majorly our women and the judiciary under the leadership of Chief Kadhi Ahmed Mahudar, who has been so resourceful in this project. We need significant strategic partnerships like this, which will equip us to ensure our mission and goals are achieved in the grassroots levels in order to realize significant impact as well. We have developed documentary of all AIM members. It is still undergoing, and we'll release it very soon. It is about sexually gender-based violence in our communities, which will be shared with you. We believe this documentary will not only educate the community, but also create sense of transformation, which will create lasting change and development to help, support, and empower the marginalized ones. We have cemented bilateral ties with our neighbors from East Africa, especially the United Republic of Tanzania and Zanzibar. We believe these ties will spread our wings, ensuring that the whole East Africa region and all Africa at large will be able to speak the same language, gender equality, and bring an end to injustices, sins, and scenarios that have been affected by our women and the unity of Islam in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to invite our founder and our MP and our partner to AM1, Miss Annie Zonneveld, from the Los Angeles, United States of America in Los Angeles. She's been our partner for almost 3 years, and she's also the founder of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims and our treasurer. Welcome, Miss Annie Zonneveld.
Good morning, everyone. Peace, greetings. Thank you, Ulfat. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay. I see some sleepy people here, too. Imam Khalfan. Okay, we opened this conference today with a song, the words from Prophet Muhammad, favorite prayer, like I said, with music. I composed for it. It is set to the tone for the conference, to bring us to the peace in our hearts in order to make our work, the thinking, and the friendship building genuine and meaningful. Without that niyat, or the intention and peace in our hearts, this will be just another conference, mostly talk and no action. If you are in this room today, it is because you have intention or the niyat of bettering our society. For that, I thank you for being here and for caring. I was raised by a father who has ingrained in me, and I still hear his voice in my head saying, Ani, whatever you do in life, whatever you do in life, make it count and for the betterment of society. I truly believe that I am standing here in front of you because you too share the same vision, the same niyat, the same purpose in life. I am standing here in front of muftis, religious leaders, community leaders, scholars of Islam, professors, male and female human rights advocates doing phenomenal works in your communities, in the villages, changing and opening up people's hearts and minds in the spirit of compassionate and loving Islam, benefiting all of humanity. The revelation of Islam 1400 years ago was for the purpose of unslaving the enslaved, unshackling women from patriarchy, liberating people from an extremely oppressive structure that benefited only the rich and the powerful. 1400 years later, we are still not living up to the ideals of the Quran. Muslim societies are still oppressed, and this 21st century, the systems of oppression, patriarchy, are just as discriminating as well, and more sophisticated. 1400 years later, many Muslims, especially women, are burdened by tyranny in the name of religion, curtailing our God-given right to think, to express freely and responsibly, to self-determination, and to happiness. Take, for example, child marriage, which is still a problem in some provinces in Kenya. Why is that even an issue in our communities? When the Quran is clear, marriage is a contract between two consenting adults of sound mind. Not only does a child not have the mental capacity to negotiate her nikah contract, but doesn't have the legal status to consent to one either. And let's not even talk about the biological development aspect. But for a child to get married in the Islamic way, an imam has to be the one conducting that nikah. So we must ask ourselves, who are these morally corrupt imams? There are several other issues in our vast Muslim societies, including in the West. Not just child forced marriages, and especially if you're a gay child, but the right to education, against female genital mutilation and cutting, the right to work outside the home, to earn a living, to manage her own finances, are just some examples. These are rights given to women 1400 years ago. These are human rights issues addressed in the Quran. And it is not some, as some has labeled, a Western agenda designed to destroy Sharia law. If anyone uses this as an excuse, an argument in defense or against the work of women's rights, they do not know the Quran, or two, they are manipulators, a corrupter of the truth. In all these cases, where is the child and woman's rights to her freedom of religion and belief from this tyranny in the name of Islam? The Islam I was born and raised in is very different than the Islam I see today. And I'm not that young. I'm a bit old, so I mean, don't make this face fool you. The Islam of today has changed the way many Muslims think about science, gender issues. It has even changed the heart of Islam from kindness and compassionate to judgmental, arrogance, and even superiority complex over others deemed less religious or of other faiths or non-faiths. And let's not even mention atheists, for example. The Quran was revealed to lift up our people's misery, but instead most of the religious authorities have interpreted it into some small box that we all, in all our diversity of cultures and traditions, fit into it. According to them, everything is haram, but the human suffering and abuses of basic human rights is quite halal. At the policy level and at the Human Rights Council, where I work a lot in that space, we see Muslim majority countries flagrantly disregard human rights. They even justify it in the name of Sharia law. For years they got away with it, but not anymore. There are Muslim organizations challenging Sharia law loophole. Muslims for Progressive Values, the organization I founded and run, is one of them. But collectively, as an umbrella organization, an umbrella human rights Muslim organization, Alliance of Inclusive Muslims have a much better, powerful position. It is members made up of religious community leaders, women's rights organizations, scholars of Islam, religious authorities, secular Muslims, our diverse backgrounds and madhabs. We are all united in one voice against these human rights abuses in the name of Islam. We are united for freedom of expression, for freedom of belief, religion and belief, and for human rights for all. I know many of you in this room, and you are here because your conviction in the betterment of society is undeniable. I want to go back into a little bit about the history of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims and the reason that I decided to create AIM. I've been working with Muslims for Progressive Values for a long time, for more than 15 years, and in all these years, so many people from Muslim societies have contacted me to join Muslims for Progressive Values. But I didn't want them to do that. I decided, like, let's create an umbrella organization that we are all have equal footing, one vote per organization, and we collectively work as in one voice. So, as a collective Muslim for human rights, we can no longer be sidelined as fringe, right? A lot of people say, oh, you are too progressive, you are into human rights, and so you are fringe. You're not really Muslim enough. And as a collective, our synergy and voices are amplified through this network. So it is important that our work, our network, gets built on the good works of all our member organizations. So in the next few days, together we will strategize, create a path and activities which we will implement for the next 3 years, charting a plan of action for freedom of religion and belief for women's rights in Muslim societies. It will take all of us. With the right intent, we will be emboldened by our hearts, empowered by our intellect, to effect change in our society so that people can live a happy, productive, and purposeful life. Thank you again for being here. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Thank you to my sister Ulfat Masibo, the founder of African Muslim Women Action Network, has been the partner in this endeavor here in Mombasa. And the rest of her team, Omer, Paul, Cleanses Images, Shamkino Communications, the interpreters in the back, the hotel staff here for helping us make this conference happen, and for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands for funding this conference to enable us to meet, to plan for the betterment of society. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace, greetings to you.
Appreciation. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Ani, for that, those remarks in that regard. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. And without further ado, I want to welcome one of our keynote speakers from the Pearl of Africa, Uganda, one and only Mr. Muhamad Ali Alouma. He's coming in to share on the theme of aligning the Qadhi courts in Uganda with women's rights, affirming standards and norms. Mr. Muhamad Ali Alouma is a final year student of Masters of Laws specializing in international human rights from Islamic University in Uganda. He has completed a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from Law Development Center, Uganda. He also holds a bachelor's degree in laws from Islamic University of Uganda. Honored delegates, he is currently the Secretary for Social Services, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. He is at the same time a board member, Peace, Justice, Governance Committee, Interreligious Council of Uganda. He is a dynamic, result-driven, and qualified in legal profession with 7 years distinguished performance in administration and legal. His broad-based background encompasses an exceptional work ethics and commitment to organizational objective dynamic work environment. He is a proactive professional and a team player with ability to adapt to different work and multicultural settings. He possesses strong presentation, interpersonal, and technical skills. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of what happened in Uganda the other day. So in solidarity, we continue praying for the Pearl of Africa so that we may have stability and calmness. Join me in welcoming Mr. Muhamad Ali Alouma. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Allow me to remove my mask. You know, legally it's a bit, with our country, Uganda, the mask is very, you know, you have to put on it. And if you want to remove, you first have to ask for permission. That's why I've asked for one. Our moderator, first of all, allow me to thank you. Today you've taught me how to sing. Yes, and I can now try. My colleague, my neighbor there was trying to pest me, please, can you? And yes, so it's really very good. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salam ala ashrafil mursaleen salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Amma ba'd. Allow me, first of all, to thank the Almighty Allah who has given us this great opportunity today. I'm in Mombasa again for the second time. I came here some years back, I think 2017, and this is my second time. I love Mombasa. You are good people. Yes. Apologies from His Eminence, the Grand Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, who was supposed to be with us. In fact, by midday, yesterday, but 1, he had gone to his village, but he traveled all the way from, because it's like 300 kilometers away from Kampala. When he was coming back, he got some complications, health complications. So he reached Kampala and had to go for treatment. So that necessitated him from postponing this journey. However, he is with us, and he's monitoring whatever is happening, and I'm briefing him on whatever is taking place here. Therefore, allow me to read his communication verbatim. Charting a plan of action towards realizing freedom of religion or belief and women's rights in Muslim society. His Eminence, the Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, he started by recognizing the religious leaders present from different parts of the world, the civil society leaders who are with us here, Sister Annie Zonneveld. The name is a bit complicated, but I've tried my level best. I had a sleepless night to try to recover the name, and founder and president of Muslim for Progressive Values, and also the founder of Alliance of Inclusive Muslims. The president of Africa Muslim Women Action Network, AMWAN, Ms. Ulfat Hussein Masibo. Thank you for coming to Uganda. We loved your being in Uganda, and we enjoyed with our colleague there. Thank you so much. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I come with greetings from the Muslims of Uganda. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You are aware of what has happened in Uganda. Unfortunately, we have lost many lives, but we pray to Allah to give our people good health and good life. The government is working on it, so let's not have much fear. Uganda is a peaceful country. You are all most welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, as rightly stated by our moderator. The topic that was given to His Eminence the Mufti of Uganda was aligning the Kadhi courts in Uganda. However, he preferred to make it general, being this is a conference. It's an international conference, so he made it to be aligning the Kadhi courts with women's rights, affirmative standards, and norms. Women are entitled to enjoy the same human rights and fundamental freedoms as other individuals. International human rights treaties require state parties to take proactive steps to ensure that women's human rights are respected by law and to eliminate discrimination, inequality, and practices that negatively affect women's rights. Under international human rights law, women may also be entitled to specific additional rights, such as those concerning reproductive health care. The United Nations Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women is the most comprehensive treaty on the rights of women. It condemns any form of discrimination against women and reaffirms the importance of guaranteeing equal political, economic, social, cultural, and civil rights to women and men. In the Americas, the International American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, known as the Convention of Belém do Pará, recognizes the rights of women to be free from violence in both the public and private spheres. The Istanbul Convention recognizes that sexual harassment, rape, forced marriages, honor crimes, genital mutilation, and other forms of violence constitute serious human rights violations and a major obstacle to the achievement of equality between women and men. The women's rights in Islam. The Noble Quran and the Sunna of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam indicate equality and parity between men and women, although their functions in marriage, family, and society are not identical. The Quran emphasizes that God, in His perfect wisdom, has created all species in pairs, and so men and women have been created of the same species, as it is stated that He created you from a single being, then of the same kind made it its mate. That is Surah Az-Zumar 39:6. Allah Almighty also said that, O mankind, fear Allah who created you from a single person, that is Adam, and from him, Adam, Allah created his wife Hawa, And then from both of them, he created many men and women spread all over the world. And fear Allah, through whom you make claims of your mutual rights, and do not cut off the relationships with your blood relatives. Indeed, Allah is watching over you. That is Surah An-Nisa. According to Islamic view, men and women complement each other and are a means of mutual fulfillment. Family life is not based on formal hierarchy of rights and responsibilities, but the basis for husband-wife relationship in Islam are sakina, that is peace, restfulness, honor, mawadda, affection, rahma, forgiveness, grace, mercy, compassion, and ruf, that is gentleness. In his last sermon, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "O people, it is true that you have certain rights with regard to your women, but they also have rights over you. Remember that you have taken them as your wives, only under Allah's trust and with His permission. If they abide by your right, then to them belongs the right to be fed and clothed in kindness. Do treat your women well and be kind to them, for they are your partners and committed helpers." Women as citizens of Islamic governance. Respect towards all human beings, regardless of their gender and social status, is the primary role in Islam. As citizens of Islamic governance, men and women are afforded with equal protection and security. The right to vote, the right to nomination for political office, the right of consultation in the affairs of the government, the right to express an opinion on political matters, the citizens' rights not to obey a deviant ruler, and lastly, the right to health, welfare, occupation, and education. Women are valued and honored in Islam. They are to be protected in society. A thing to be protected infers great value. Allah says men are the protectors of women. Whether it's husband, father, brother in family, or faith, everyone plays his role. Fathers are to care for their daughters, husbands, their wives, and Muslim men are to protect and care for their sisters in Islam. Anyone who mistreats their women has committed a sin. This is because women are precious and highly valued and respected in Islam. Allah says in the Quran, men are the protectors and maintainers of women, because Allah has made one of them to excel the other, and because they spend to support them from their means. This is An-Nisa 4:34. Women should be treated the best. Allah and His Messenger, peace be upon him, gave importance of taking good care of women. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The best of you are those who are best in treatment to their women." And certainly Muhammad, our Prophet, peace be upon him, was the best to his women. Wives to be loved, respected, and cared for. In marriage, Allah gave a higher authority to the husband over his wife. However, this does not give a man leverage whatsoever to do injustice. He is to fear Allah in dealing with his wife. A husband is to love her, respect her, honor her, take care of her needs financially, physically, and emotionally. A husband and wife should work together. Allah created both male and female so that they may live in harmony and tranquility with one another. The husband has a greater responsibility as man to be a leader and provider. He also has to love, care for, and provide not just for all his wife's needs, but also the household needs as well. A woman too provides comfort, support, warmth, and love to her husband. These differences in responsibilities encourage cooperation rather than create competition, as we see in our present time and age, by each fulfilling his or her mutual responsibilities. Strong families are created, and hence we end up with strong societies. Mothers have higher status and are the backbone of society. Why? Because the success of society is the result of mothers. Mothers have a major influence on their children and play a great role in their child's upbringing through her love, affection, and knowledge. A man asked the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is most deserved of my good company? The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked, then who? The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked again, then who? The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked again, then who? The Prophet said, your father. That, it is Al-Bukhari 5626. That's why Islam has placed such great value, status, and honor in our women. Access to knowledge and education. Both men and women have equal rights to seek knowledge. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, seeking knowledge is an obligation upon every Muslim. Women in Islam are not discouraged nor deprived from education, but rather encouraged to seek it. During the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, great female Muslim scholars existed, and from the most eminent among them was Aisha. May Allah be blessed with her. The wife of the Prophet, peace be upon him, whose knowledge surpassed many of the male companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Rights to property, wealth, and inheritance. Women in Islam are given their rights to equal pay for equal work, rights to their own income, property, real estate, to buy, sell, rent her properties, and right to inherit. For men is a share of what they have earned, and for women is a share of what they have earned. That is Quran chapter 4 verse 32. A woman's property and income is exclusively her own, and her husband has no right over it, and she is not obliged to pay any house expenses unless she chooses to out of goodwill, and she will be rewarded for it by Allah. In contrast, women in the West are still fighting for equal pay, and only recently was the matter of inheritance a win for Western women. Whereas in Islam, a woman always had her right to inheritance, women were given their rights in Islam more than 1400 years ago. Right to choose potential spouse. Unlike what we hear and see in many cultures, Islam gives women their rights to agree to whoever she wants to marry and not be forced into marriage against her will. Such cultural practices not only have nothing to do with Islam, but is completely prohibited in Islam and deems the marriage contract invalid until the sister consents to it. In addition, women in Islam are to keep their original family name once married rather than take her husband's last name. The Qadhi courts and women. The appointment of women to judicial posts in Sharia courts or Sharia department courts in Muslim states. The division amongst religious scholars on the appointment of women to judicial positions influenced the positions adopted by Muslim states on the matter below. I will review the Palestinian Authority's position along with positions from different states which allowed female judicial appointment in Sharia courts. The Palestinian Authority allowed women to be appointed as judges in the Sharia courts in 2009. 2 qadis were appointed, one in Ramallah and one in Hebron. And thus the Palestinian Authority adopted without reservation the position permitting the appointment of women to judicial positions. Indonesia, thank God we have someone from Indonesia here. He will give us, or she will give us what is happening there. However, according to the information here, at the end of the 1950s, the authorities decided to appoint women to position in the judicial system, drawn from their interpretation of the Shafi school rulings. Although Islamic groups claimed that the appointment of women to Qadi was against Islamic Sharia, the Shafi school is the most prevalent in Indonesia. And according to it, the appointment of women is allowable in cases that demand it. Accordingly, the Ministry of Religious Affairs determined that the appointment of a woman Qadi did not constitute a threat to any vital interest whatsoever. Moreover, due to the lack of qualified Qadis that meet the requirements of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, it is permissible to appoint women to the position. Malaysia, we also have someone from Malaysia, I'm very sure. In 2003, the Malaysian government decided to appoint female Qadi to the Sharia's courts, although women had been appointed as judges in civil courts since the 1960s. The Malaysian judicial system consists of civil courts and Sharia courts. Afterward, a controversy arose regarding the authority of female Qadis on certain issues, even though in 2006, the National Fatwa Council of Malaysia ruled that qualified women could serve as religious judges. In the end, it was decided that the authority of female Qadis would be identical to that of male Qadis. Pakistan. Pakistan subscribes to the Hanafi school of Islam in a strict manner, and in spite of this, in the end of 2013, it was decided to appoint the first women to the position of Qadi to the state's High Sharia Court. Sudan. The legal system in Sudan includes civil courts and religious Sharia courts. The state's laws in the realm of marriage were based on Sharia, in Islamic Sharia. And already in 1970, the chief Qadi of the Sharia courts had appointed a woman to the position of Qadi. In 1987, 4 women held judicial positions in Sudan. Egypt. After the Free Officers' Revolt in 1955, Gamal Abdi al-Nasir decided to abolish the institution of the Sharia courts, which had functioned since the Ottoman era. From the same year, cases in the realm of personal status were discussed in civil courts or in family courts, and citizens of all religions were judged within them. In the year 2000, President Hosni Mubarak ordered the appointment of female judge to a court which had no dealings with civil or criminal cases. In 2007, he appointed 31 female judges to family courts. These appointments of women judges are equivalent to the appointment of female Qadis in Sharia courts, because in both courts they adjudicate matters of personal status whose laws are drawn from Islamic Sharia. As in the rest of the Muslim world, there is also controversy regarding the appointment of female judges in Egypt, For example, as early as 1952, the Council of Al-Azhar University, the most prestigious learning institution for Sharia law, issued a fatwa that it was forbidden to appoint women to judicial positions, and the matter was not open for discussion. Conclusion. In conclusion, Islam honors women. They are regarded as precious and valuable and never to be disgraced, dishonored, or disrespected. The mistreatment of women in some Islamic countries or within Muslim families is because of ignorance and due to cultural factors which they wrongly follow. But in no way, shape, or form does it have to do with the teachings of Islam. Many women around the world willingly embrace Islam, and no doubt if Islam was oppressive towards women, they would have never entered it. Men and women both have their status and value before Allah in Islam. Both have their responsibilities first to Allah, then to one another, and both are highly rewarded for everything they do. Women are especially emphasized not because they are weak in the sense that they can't do what a man does, or they are less intelligent, but by nature, their nature is different, not as firm as a man in many ways. This is how Allah created us, and it's perfect. Secondly, the appointment of women to the role of Qadi is not a routine appointment in the Sharia courts without any connection to the identity of the women chosen for the position. The appointment conveys that the Sharia and Islamic law are progressive and enlightened legal system that can properly deal with the varied circumstances in order to realize public good. As I end, allow me to thank the organizers, the team from Alliance of Inclusive Muslims, and the President of Africa Muslim Women Action Network, and you and your team. I thank all the participants and wish you a fruitful deliberation. I therefore declare the conference officially opened. I thank you.
Let's appreciate it, let's appreciate it, let's appreciate it. Thank you very much. We appreciate your stepping in for the Grand Mufti, and we are excited to have your representation right here. One thing I captured very, very clearly is the fact that the best of you are those who are best in treating women. I think for me that really drove it home. The best of you are the best in regard to all matters treating women. I want to welcome the next speaker with a lot of humility, Toumu Ali, kindly to take us through personal testimonial detailing challenges with the Qadi courts in Kenya and violations of women, Muslim women's right to divorce, child custody, and also inheritance. Advised you have around 10 minutes, so let's be stickler to the time allocated. Ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for Toumu Ali. Let's clap for her. Karibu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm advised we're supposed to speak pure English, eh? Or can I mix with Swahili? You comfortable? Yes. Okay, sawa sawa. As I've been introduced, I will talk generally about marriage and divorce, followed by a short story that you've been explained. Eh? So it's connected to marriage and divorce. I'll be a little bit short with it. I come from Mombasa, here. Most of us youth, when we're going to get married, most consideration or most thought is on the, it's been checked on the ladies. Eh?
whether you are virgin, whether you are what, whether all these things that you're being compressed with. But the male are not like being asked a lot of stuff. Asking a lot of issues as a woman, you'll be told, kidini haifai, mwanamke afa utulie, mwanamke afa. Tunaelewa, we understand, as in a woman is supposed to be straightforward. A man can just come in, want to marry and something like that. So, and when it comes to divorce, the same thing. A woman is not considered so much. You've been divorced, you just stay, the man doesn't want you anymore, and all these things. At the end of the day, a woman is being violated. So I'll go to a short story. My personal experience. I was married, and the marriage went on well. Few years later, issues started coming in with families, mostly from the spouse family, because literally the man had changed religion from Christian to Muslim. So issues came in, and when it came to issues of separation, acceptance was there on my side, because you cannot push things so hard. But now going to the Qadhi, wanting to know about separation and all that, trust you in me, most of us don't know the process. I personally didn't know the process. I came to know later, after Ulfat started inviting me for these meetings. That's when I started realizing that there's a process that is supposed to be followed. But most of the youths, right now I'm 33 years, so I'm still on the youth side. Yeah, I'm not a kid, I'm a youth, I'm in between, so I'll say like, not 50 anymore. Okay, yeah, so most of us at the ground, we don't understand. So you just get into marriage. We don't go for marriage counseling. We don't understand the process. Why are we getting married? The reasons and everything, we're not educated. You get into marriage. Then when it comes to divorce and all these issues, you're just being left. You don't get you're supposed to be checked on during the Ida period for the 3 months. Am I right? Most of the men will just go away. Specifically, I'll say that, like me, we were living in a rented house. It's not a house of the family. That you'll say, I will stay there for 3 months and they'll take care of me. The man particularly packed away, and I was left for 3 months alone. Just because I knew the education that I was supposed to stay for Ida period, I had to stay for 3 months, not being taken care of with anyone. Who was paying the rent? Who was buying the food? And I was left with one kid. No one. Stayed for 3 months, left the house, moved out. 6 months later, asking the guy to give me back my divorce. He said, I've divorced you, yes. I will bring the letter when I feel like written now. Literally, if I go to any marriage institution or any maybe serikali, who am I to him? I'm still married, true or false? But can I move on? Literally, we are not together. So many of us suffer. 1 year later, like the guy is now married, married with kids now, continuing with life. Can I have my divorce written because I need to process the divorce? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you anything. Life moved on. The guy married another wife, second wife, right now has 2 wives. I'm still not married, till now. 3 months ago, I decided to go to the Qadhi's court here in Mombasa. I went to ask about the process of filing a divorce. What I was told is, come with him. so that you sign. Someone who doesn't want to give you freedom, will he walk with you to the Qadhi's court to sign? Just say the truth. Yes, thank you. So I came back, I called. He said I will come. He never came, he never appeared. I've been going to the Qadhi's court waiting outside the gate for him to appear so that we sign the marriage code, but nothing is happening. And I'm not getting any help. Right now I have a fiancé, I want to get married, but I have worries. If this guy has not signed a marriage certificate, he might stand up and claim that I'm his wife. Where is the proof? Apart from my walis. This is just me, but there are thousands of us. At the end of the day, we'll be told we are married thrice because you don't have a certification to show that you are divorced. Most of our brothers will just talk, nishakuacha, wewe si mke wangu tena, sikutaki, na kama hutaki kutoka kwenye nyumba hii mimi nitatoka. As in saying that, for them, they are done with you, they've divorced you. They will not do anything. According to Islam, umeachika, sindio? You've been left. Because this person has said with passion and has been repeating, it's not like he's saying it under pressure or under stress. And this person has moved on to marry another woman. This is obvious that this marriage is done. Eh? But when you people were signing the certificate as the agreement that was said before, why won't you sit down and sign again to finish up this thing? But we don't have the ilm. No one wants to tell us the ilm. I follow maybe a Qadhi, a male, or maybe a Muslim leader, a male. They will think that maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I forced the marriage. Maybe I want to sign in the divorce. It's not that. Like right now I have, since 2007, how many years are there now right now? I've not been able to get a divorce. 2007. No, 2017, yeah. 4 years right now, 27. It's inaingia miaka mitano sasa, si ndio? Yeah. Sina divorce. And the guy says, I will appear when I feel like. I wasn't taken care of for the 3 months. That means, kwa Mwenyezi Mungu bado nadai. Mtu mimi sijamaliziwa mahari yangu, kwa Mwenyezi Mungu nafanya nini? Mtu mimi nina mtoto namlea, mmoja asema nimwachie Mungu. Nilimtamkia, by the way. I told him, nimekuachia Mungu, akanambia niachie. Na nikamwachia. Yasema ataka nikupe mahari yako uende kale na mume anayetaka kukuoa. Okay, I'm saying this because this is the little I've passed through. I won't go deep. Because of the time. But there are those who have a lot and a lot ambao wanapitia. We the Muslim leaders, we the Qadhis, we all of us, what are we doing about it? I'm just one who decided to stand up and talk. How many are there who are quiet? Some of us are our kids. Some of us are our cousins. Some of us are our sisters, but we are keeping quiet with it. Kesho tutamuelekea nani wakati wa hukumu? I decided to stand up and try help the rest of the youth. But no one is capable of standing up and talk. Myself, I had to get that courage. Because as I said, I want to get into another marriage. How will this other man take me? How will this other family take me? But still, I need my right. I need to have that divorce. So that I will stand up and say that I was left. And I've moved on with another man, so that the other husband to come will have a right to say, this is my wife. Community needs help. Because men marry more than one wife, it's allowed. But huyu wa nyuma umemwacha vipi? Je, wamwangalia kiusawa ama umemuacha because mbasi. That's why we end up committing suicide. Because you're left with kids, you don't have a job, you've not been checked, you're not been checked with anything. Your family looks at you like when a woman is being divorced, she doesn't have a right anymore in the community. It's like you've done something big because you can't just be left. And getting into another family, you're asked, you want to marry a woman who's been divorced. Do you know why she was left? Do you know what problem she has? I think I won't go much. I won't say much. I think the little I've said is touchy. For those who will want to ask more questions maybe later, we'll see on how we are going to help each other. But I will leave you with one thing for you to know. We, the Muslim youth, need help. Mostly the women. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Toumu Asante, Toumu Ali right there with the personal testimony that is actually very moving and of course giving us a point to ponder on in regard to all matters inclusion, but most importantly forging a way forward. Honored delegates, moving on, we'll have a few minutes, 10 minutes to be precise, of interaction in regard to what we've shared in this first morning session. Then we will be breaking for our 10:30 tea, and then, of course, come back to the second session of our mid-morning. Right about now, I will allow interactions, very specific interactions, then we will be able to close our morning session with another set of dance from our crew right here after the interactions.
Thank you so much for the great speeches, testimonials. I can see excited faces behind the masks. Honorable Madam Ku was so excited to hear that women now are coming out and speaking about their rights. They are aware. So this is an interactive session that we need to engage in. What are your thoughts? What do you think about this? The women's rights, the freedom of belief, everything that has been mentioned today. What is your thought? Do you think women need more? Are we good? Are we comfortable? And if we need more, what is it that we need as women and men too? The floor is open, please. Yes, Ms. Mzuri.
Thank you so much, and yeah, quickly, my congratulations to all of you speakers. And I have two quick concerns I want to share. First, in regard to Toumu's testimonials, I think I've actually chatted with my neighbor here, if they share the same experience in Uganda, and I'm from Tanzania, particularly Zanzibar, very traditional. But our divorce issues takes like 3 weeks, you get your certificate. So I would really like to encourage my fellows in Mombasa and Kenya in general to speed up this process. I was really uncomfortable, very disheartened. And it was like that before, sincerely. But now that the system is very clear. The court writes to you, they call you through our public media.
Yes.
That somebody, Haji, Omar and what is called, and the card is called until at this date. And if you don't show up, it means you have surrendered yourself. So they write the certificate right away. Yeah. And I would like to share another, I have actually a question now to my neighbor. Yes. Unfortunately, this time round, I'm going to speak loud. About the countries that he shared, which have women kadhi, because this is a very now current and warming topic about women being kadhis. So I would like to actually to discuss more about this one, because even in Zanzibar, this is one of the issues we are really grappling with. And we have changed our Kadhis Act in 2017, and now we are reviewing it, requesting Mr. President to go through that again. But we really need to build up our case about women Kadhi. So I haven't heard about the Uganda case, if they have women Kadhi as well. But other countries I've heard is Tunisia, they have also women Kadhi. So maybe more countries, if we can get more testimonials and more examples of countries which have women Kadhi, I think it's better for the sake of this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mzuri. Yes, Alouma.
Before I go to my question, sister, sorry for what happened. You know, this is what we have been presenting. We say that it's all about lack of knowledge. We are lacking Islamic knowledge. I felt for you, and I'm wondering what is happening with the Kadhi court system in Kenya. For us, ours, I might say that it's not so quick, 3 weeks as you've said, but it's a matter of process. As we all know, divorce in Islam, yes, Allah loves so much marriage, but he hates divorce. So what happens with us, it's a process. One, there's an iddah, which everyone knows and whatever. Then such complaints, whenever it comes to the Directorate of Sharia, what happens is that there are forms that we have. You as a complainant, you fill with all your issues or information. After giving the information, then they write letter to that person, inviting him to come and attend. So if he is called for the first time, he did not reply, they will write again. If he does not reply, they will write again the third time. If he fails, the process of the divorce continues. Because if he has not cooperated, why should you leave her, stay for 10 years? She's a human being. She has all the feelings. She's very young, as you've seen her. Indeed, it's very, very terrible and very bad. Please, I've had here people from SUPKEM. You are here. Kindly intervene in this matter, because it is really doing harm to our sisters than good.
Thank you so much.
About my, I will come later.
About your question?
She asked me a question.
Oh yes, please address it.
Yes. She wanted to know about the Ugandan the case in Uganda of the same. Currently, you know, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, we have 2 issues or 3. The constitution of Uganda Muslim Supreme Council is exactly having the 3 arms of government, the way it is with the systems of government. We have the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. Now, the judiciary is the Directorate of Sharia that handles, and the Constitution of Uganda provides for Article 129 1D that that Muslims will have the Kadhi courts, specifically to handle issues of marriage, divorce, inheritance, and guardianship. Now, our laws has not yet operationalized the Parliament of Uganda has not yet operationalized the Kadhi courts. In fact, last week we had a serious meeting with the Parliament because they are working on the succession bill, which was not favoring us, and we said no. If we have our own laws, then we requested for the operationalization of the Kadhi courts. However, with our system under the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council's constitution, as I told you, there is a Directorate of Sharia that handles issues, and we have structures from mosque level, whereby the committee, which is headed by Imam, we have there a women representative. If there are any issues, that woman must attend that meeting. And she also, if it's a case or what at that level, then from there we go to county level, which is headed by the county sheikh. Then there's still, in the executive, there are women there who always sit and listens to some of these matters. It goes to district level. From district, then you come to regional level, which is whatever headed by the regional council. Still, women's representatives are there. Then finally to the national. If it is marriage issues, divorce issues, it goes to the Sharia department, the Directorate of Sharia, and it is handled from there. Now, we had also the same challenge that our constitution did not provide for many women in the system. But the current Mufti, when he came, he decided to include, he passed laws that women should be put in such systems. Now, we as the, I can term like president and his ministers, we are 14 in number. And right now, there's one woman sitting in, that is the other part of the executive. So that is the system that we have. Now, with this amendment, I'm sure we might not fail to have women Qadis to represent, because this handles specifically issues that are very critical, and it's with women. I don't understand you better, but you understand yourself more better than me. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Muhamad Alouma. I'll take it from Jabbar, Abdul Jabbar, then shortly from Naima, then briefly from, it's not? Then, Wayu. Let's start with Abdul Jabbar.
Assalamu alaikum. Only two issues quickly. First, on the appointment of women Qadis within the larger Islamic law. Something that I really wanted to bring it out is that Islamic law, the corpus of Islamic law, is largely juristic law, apart from the sources which are divine, Islamic, which is Holy Quran and Hadith. Largely, ours is juristic law. It's all about interpretation of laws. So first of all, we need to understand that aspect. So whenever we have different schools of legal thought, it's all about emanating from the interpretation of the law, but it is never defined. So the problem, many problems that we are having is some of us, we tend to ascribe the holiness or to the authority, the person who is saying, the author of sayings than the authority itself. Okay? And also the other thing that also we need to take into account is that within the Islamic legal system, within our system, Kenya now here, when you talk about judicial power, it is derived from who? From people, isn't it? And it invests to us from the people. So a lot of questions need to be asked, even from that angle. When we have a women Qadis exercising what we call all sort of manners, the one that we are doing it in court, the question is, are we as men exercising those power by virtue of our masculinity? The answer is no, isn't it? We derive it from our entire people, okay? Something that needs to come also clearly. And also on the same point is that the issue of these women, we also need to look at the angle of submission and appellant aspect. It is not automatic for you as a Muslim to appear before me as a Qadi in a court to have your matter, okay? You have a right to choose even other forums. And nevertheless, notwithstanding the forum, still applicable law will be Islamic law. So will happen to appear before my sister Mwanamku here on a divorce matter. So will we say that divorce is never valid because it was adjudicated upon by a woman? Okay, same, when you appear before me and I give a judgment on a divorce, what becomes of appeal where the judge in the higher court is a woman? Okay, it will still go. So we need to look at in holistic approach, okay? Not an aspect of us attaching authority to an author and not to the sources of the law. And lastly, on this issue of Toumu, I'm really sorry. We're representing youth, and I'm also youth, and I sit in that court. And I feel for you, okay? And I think the experience is different in Nairobi. And the issue is this one. The issue that you're facing us as a Muslim here is one thing. I don't know if you had asked the court to grant you all those prayers. In matters of, for example, Idat, you wanted Idat to be paid, matters of maintenance. You see, the court, right law, the court must be moved. The process that we are using here in Kenya is similar to our sister court. The procedure is one and the same. But the problem that we are facing is that, you see the history of the court. Many years, there was a thin line between a judicial officer, Qadi being a religious leader, and being a judicial officer. But a lot of things are changing now, And I can tell you out of whatever that you are told that you need to have that man, that is a wrong. It is never even provided for by even our procedures in Kenya. You have a right to appear before the court and make your application. The other part will be served. If they'll come, well and okay. If they'll not come, well and okay. The matter will proceed ex parte. That is a procedure within our common law heritage. Because yes, substantively we apply Islamic law, but procedurally we apply procedurally we apply the laws of the other courts. The other thing as well is that we have a lot of issues with Qadhi's court, and I can say, yes, I've been seated there for 8 years, and I can tell a lot of issues there. And at times, some of us were very young. We can make a lot of noise, but your noise, it won't even go beyond the ceiling. Yes. But a right forum will talk about it. But I'm telling you, try Nairobi. Even if it's today, you want to file your case online, try Nairobi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Toumu, you have a solution. You'll try Nairobi. Let's have Naima shortly.
Okay,
we're going to another session and a group photo and tea break.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to advise Toumu. Many women now should be empowered about this. Even if you go to Qadhi's court, just explain to them. I think your ex-husband knows your weakness. That is the thing, that's the problem. The weakness that if akikwambia yani he won't come and you won't do anything.
Thank you.
There's another, no, apart from Qadhi, there's another one, ex-Qadhi, his name is Sheikh Ahmed Qasim. He's doing good. He usually, the way he takes the case in a good way, an Emmanuel way. He's in back of India, just around there.
Okay, if I may explain something,
Let me talk, then maybe you will get a chance to talk. Not only taking about divorce, even the ex-husband will take care of the kid. He is supposed to take care of the kid too.
Okay.
Thank you.
What Naima is trying to tell you, I think she can tell you later. She's trying to advise you where to get your rights and how she thinks you can access
because
them.
even I deal with this.
Thank you.
You will get your right, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Yes, let me finish with this side shortly. It's Ali. Very short, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, as a Qadhi, I'm sorry for you, sister. And what I can tell you, what Abdul Jabbar said, please, it's just a problem within us, the Qadhis. We, the young ones, we don't tolerate nonsense. We are not imams, we are not sheikhs, I can tell you for free. And I'm so sorry, we are judicial officer. Second, try other courts, not lazima ya Mombasa. Kuja kwa jurisdiction. Kuja kwangu. Mimi ningekupa hiyo talaka kitambo sana.
Thank you, Ali.
Kitambo. And last, you sisters, the problem in Mombasa. You see, like Abjabar and Kunyuk, they're my senior by 4 years. And these guys have built this court alone. But the senior Qadhis are making this court not to grow and will not tolerate that. The last thing I can tell you is, have a Qadhis bench, women Qadhis bench. Start forming it. Don't wait for us to do it for you. Start mobilizing for Qadhis bench within the Qadhi. We insist you bring it inside, and then we will push it for you. You don't need to this. Thank
you. Shortly, Mama Shamsa. Very briefly.
Thank you very much. The problem is divorce cases are being handled by the Qadhi alone. Qadhi's court alone. I think we should localize and domesticate the divorce cases. That the divorce cases can happen even in ward level, where the bride and bridegroom come from. We can have judicial officers, maybe in each sub-county. Let's not make the divorce cases Islamically too much, so that it takes a lot of time. Our girls are suffering. Toumu is just one example. I have over 5,000 examples of girls crying out for freedom.
Thank you.
Girls are going to Arabia because they cannot manage the children here. They leave the children with the grandparents, where extremism comes in, because those children don't have a father, don't have a mother to take care of them. Please, the Qadhis who are here, I think it's time we get a women bench in the Qadhis court for us to fight for our girls right in the Kadhi's court. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Shamsa.
Maybe just to make the last comment, and before we move on to the next idea, I want to give a response to that, in terms of the 5,000 cases. I think we have a problem of apathy within the Muslim community. Sisi ni wale mimi namwachia Mungu. Mi basi kama haniati basi mimbasi. Basi, you know, we need to move beyond that. We've been told here that the divorce can actually happen within record time. But most of us tuangojea, and I don't want to preempt my presentation, but tuangojea family zetu zituenue watupeleke kotini tukijazana hivi for one divorce case. I was an advocate, and I can tell you our biggest problem, and I was working with Sureya there at FIDA, our biggest problem is actually apathy. Lazima tujipatie agency to take over matters. Push yourselves to the Kadhi's court. Hawa hata kesi 10,000 they can do. All right? They are ready and willing to do them. Sisi wenyewe ndo hatuzipeleki. So let's not just blame the Kadhiship. We also have a duty to actually take those cases there. Okay. So we need to move on. We need to give ourselves agency. Mama we kazi yako sasa ni kuwainua ambaye twenda kwa Kadhi kesho.
Okay.
If you want assistance in terms of drafting of pleadings, yes, I'm in the bench, but I have so many colleagues who are willing to help. FIDA is there and so many other organizations.
Thank you.
We need to move forward.
So let's pick it up from that level. Let me, can I take one brief from Burundi? Briefly, kidogo, shortly, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam.
Samahani kidogo, mimi nitazungumza kwa Kiswahili. Wenzetu pale itabidi watumie translation kidogo. Nadhani kwa wengi pale mtanielewa kwa Kiswahili, na nilikuwa nichangie kidogo kuhusu hili limezungumzwa. Talaka. Kweli kwa ule dada amezungumza inasikitisha sana na inatokea. Lakini mimi sitaenda kuzungumzia kuhusu talaka. Nakuja kuzungumzia kuhusu chanzo. Inatokea kwa nani? Kwa sababu kule kwetu Burundi huwa tunaona talaka zinaita matata wakati mwanamke ni maskini, hana ngazi ya juu, ima hana uchumi. Wale ambao wana ngazi za juu serikalini, wale ambao ni waziri, hata wakiachana hautajua. Wale ambao ukikuta mwanamke mfanya biashara mkubwa akiachika, si yeye anajihudumia, haitaleta matatizo kwenye koti. Sasa ni ile Uislamu uko sawa. Uislamu uko sawa na unasalimika na maovu yote. Lakini Waislamu sisi ndio tunatia mila zetu. Ndio tunatia sijui ile ugaidi wa kibinadamu. Mfano Uislamu uko wazi kuhusu uchumi. Mwanamke awe na uchumi wake, mwanaume ingine kwake. Si ndio hivyo? Lakini sasa mnafanya ndoa mnachanganya kila kitu. Hamjui cha mwanamke, cha mwanaume. Hapo sasa kuachana itakuwa ni shirika umefanya. Sasa ndo ule dada wanamfukuza kama nini? Kama mtumishi wa ndani. Ataenda kwenye koti ili wamtazamia ataishi kivipi. Lakini wewe ungekuwa mfanya biashara mkubwa, ima umesoma, una degree, una kazi, uko na PhD, angekufukuza hivyo? Kwanza mngejadiliana, bana, kunifukuza hapa kwanza nini? Basi mimi naenda, unachukua hata paradise hapa unaishi. Unaishi dala ngapi unalipa? Ye mwenyewe atahangaika. Sasa ni nini? Tutazame ile haki ya mwanamke kidini. Anapaswa kusoma, haki yake hiyo. Anapaswa kuwa na mali, haki yake hiyo. Si ndio hivyo? Sinaeleweka jameni? Ile yote kuwa anaweza kufanya biashara kama Khadija, mke wa Mtume, si ndio hivyo? Kama ile anaweza kuwa ni mtu anatoa fatwa kama Aisha radhiyallahu anha. Watu wanakuja kuuliza maswali, si watakuachia chochote kile? Unawaelimisha wanakulipa. Sasa tatizo ni nini? Haki za binadamu zimevunjika kabla ya ndoa. Unakuja kuolewa kama kijakazi. Si ndio hivyo? Sasa akikufukuza si ndio anakuhudumia? Si watoto wake hata akisema watoto sichukue ya watoto njoo twende. Baba yenu mpovu, si twaenda. Tunaendelea na maisha. Mimi huwa nahimiza kama imam katika kampeni Imams for She, wanawake wapate miliki zao. Kwa kuolewa ni kimapenzi, sio kwenda ili nihudumiwe. kwenye huduma sawa kwa tunaishi pamoja, lakini mimi mwenyewe hata ile mahali tumeshabadilisha, mahali imeshakuwa ndo ya kufanya party. Mtu anampa mahali huwa ndo anafanya sherehe zote za marriage. Kwanza ile ndo mtaji wa kwanza akupa 3 basi fanya biashara katika nani utakuja kuachana wewe umeshafaidika.
Okay,
asante. Ndio hiyo kwa mchango wangu. Yes. Yani nini kiufupi kunyanyasa mwanamke kwenye ndoa, ima hiyo kataraka inakuja kuleta matatu wakati sheria zake zote zimevunjwa mapema. Ndio hiyo. Alafu koti hiyo ni mambo mengine, wanawake wakisoma sheria ya dini, hii sheria international itakuwa sawa, lakini kwanza tupate zile haki zao zizingatiwe mapema. Asalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Samahani kwa kutumia muda mrefu.
Asante, na tumefurahia Kiswahili chako. Kumbe Burundi Kiswahili kinatukuzwa vile vile. For those of us who are not understanding Swahili, we are just saying it's a great pleasure to note that our brothers and sisters in Burundi can be very eloquent in Swahili. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to break for tea. Tea break will take exactly 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We've derailed a little bit. And because of this, I want to allow the manyata mfanye kitu, you know. Tuanze kuchangamka. Tuna dakika 2. Then we will leave here together for the group photo session. So our crew, kindly get ready. Our crew for the photo session of the AIM conference, get ready right about now for 2 minutes, just to allow us to go and take that tea nicely. Our Manyata crew in the house one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Twende nalo, magoma ya tambe. Our feet as we enjoy the music. Let's rise on our feet as we enjoy. Aha. La 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 la.
Bye bye mama, bye bye, minora mia sumai, chipuzu leza, niendeleze maendeleo. Bye bye, bye bye. Unena, uya dede,
tumaliza. Dakika moja.
Fungua mlango mikatana na jana maribu. Wema yo fungua mlango mikatana na jana maribu. Kwela. Nisame mino sina uira tuna. Nisame.
Tunamaliza. We are wrapping it up.
Nisame mino sina uira tuna.
Samee basi tumalize. Amesamehewa sasa. Tunaona tabasamu. Katana usirudie tena. yao iko wapi? Congratulations, appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. I know we've stretched it a little bit, but it was for a good cause. On that skit, dramatized dance from the Manyata crew. Right about now, without further ado, we want to usher us for the photo session. Kindly, our videography and photo crew. Where are we taking the group photos? Outside? Okay, we have the banner. We have the banner, so honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Let's approach the banner so that we can take a group photo session. Then we will do our tea break on the right-hand side of the venue. Let's rise on our feet. Tafadhali. Kwa heshima na taadhima tusimame. Tujongee pale kwenye ile banner ambapo tutaweza kupata hiyo photo session yetu kwa siku ya leo. Once again, Manyata crew, big up, good job.
Dancers are also part of the photo.
Dancers, we are part of that photo session, so let's be part of it. Let's be part of the photo session. Honored guests, let's approach the banner. Sindio hile pale. So we are doing it from the outside.
Yes, and that has to be.
Very well. His mic is working right. I can be able to get that clearly. Then Imam. Good. Imam Khalfan, Bukuri, Karibu Pia. Let's give a round of applause to our Imam from Burundi. Welcome to the panelist table. Our Imam. I want us to also bring on board Dr. Azza. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Azza as well, as one of our panelists right here. Welcome to this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, all honored guests, in this session we are delving in all matters advocacy and activism in the field. So we will be having 15 minutes each for the presentation. Let's be precise to that particular time. So once each of us has done our 15 minutes, then we shall have the interactive discussion and question segment. I don't know which particular order you like to start, so you as a panelist will advise.
No, okay. The moderator is moderating first, he's speaking first.
Very well. Let us welcome the moderator to speak first. He's joining us online. He's already set. Dr. Addis, over to you.
Adis, sorry to interrupt you. Adis, hang on a second, because the audio on the side of the room, of the world, is very quiet and we can barely hear you. Can you, hang on a second. Can we figure this one out, guys? Okay, say something now, Adis. Sorry for the technical. Say something now, Adis. Audience, can you please use your headsets? You will hear much better. What channel is the English channel? What channel is the English channel? Interpreters? Translators? Sorry? Channel 1. Channel 1? 0, huh? 0. Channel 0. Give us a minute, Adis, please. Does everyone have headphones? Yes? Okay. All right. Adis, if you can, please start again. Thank you. Adis, sorry, Adis, one second, please. Again, I think the audience is saying you can't hear them, right? You cannot, correct? Okay. I am sorry. 1 second, Adis. Okay, can you say a few words now? Let's test this, Adis. Start again. We can barely hear you. So what I'm thinking of doing that maybe, huh? No. What I'm thinking of doing is actually maybe we shall start proceeding with the panels in the room first, just so that it can move along, and then, huh? 1 second. Say something, Adis. Yes or no? It's still not working here. Okay, so Adis, I am sorry. So I am going to start with the room first. I know it's a bit late for you, but hopefully we'll get it sorted out after the first panelist in the room speaks. And then we'll go back to you, okay? And then we'll do it this way. So, first speaker, I would like to invite Aizat to do his presentation first. And Aizat is a longtime friend of mine and a partner, Komuniti Muslim Universal from Malaysia. Your turn, Aizat. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. I hope you are doing good, ready to discuss about important issue. Can I have my slides on the screen? So today I'll be talking about youth-based advocacy in promoting religious freedom and gender equality. Yep, next. Can we go to the outline first? This is my outline of my presentation. I'll talk a little bit about. I think I'll talk first about Malaysian context, and then about my organization, and then the role of youth and advocacy. Some advocacy recommendations that we can exchange between us. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. Of course, I'm born and raised in Malaysia, and I think this is my first time in Kenya. Thank you very much for having me. So far, I'm enjoying myself, although the temperature here is quite similar. Like in Malaysia, it's tropical. It's more than 30 degrees, and I got some, Yeah, it's hot, but I can deal with it. Yes, I like the food, so on and so forth. So I believe that this is also, apart from exchanging knowledge and experience, we also, part of a cross-cultural experience too. Can we go to the next slide? Yes, this one. So I believe that some of you might not be familiar with Malaysia, so I think that it's better for me to give a little bit of context about Malaysia. So if you know, Malaysia is in Asia, Southeast Asia. Our neighboring countries are Indonesia, Thailand, and Brunei. I think people know Thailand more than Malaysia. I don't know why. But yes, we have 33 million population. We have also, like in any other countries, we have our demographics of ethnicity are diverse. We have 60% Malay, 22% Chinese, 7% Indian, and 10% native, and 1% others. So in Malaysia, it's interesting because when British left us, they left us with this provision in the constitution where Malays are defined as people who are professing the religion of Islam and speak Malay. So we are mandated by the constitution to be Muslim for the Malays, not for other races or ethnicities. And then religion, of course, 61% are Sunni Muslims. And in Sunni Muslims, there are a lot of other denominations too. They are Ashaira, they are Salafis, they are other minority Sunni groups. We have Buddhist, Christians, Hindu, and other religions. So I think during our conversation before, I think in Malaysia it's unique because we have two, when we're talking about legal system, we have dual legal system. One is civil law, and also one is Sharia law. So Sharia law in Kenya might be part of the minor law, but then in Malaysia it's a main law for only governing Muslim society. That I will speak later in my presentation. We are ruled by parliamentary democracy. We have monarchy, but they are not absolute monarchy. They are bound by the constitution. Administrative system. In our constitution, the position of Islam is the official federation of the official religion of the federation. This is always the debate in Malaysia, whether we are Muslim country or we are secular country. Never-ending discussion, debate. And then we have freedom of religion and belief guaranteed in Article 11. I believe in any country has this provision. And lastly, in Article 8, we have gender equality is guaranteed under the Constitution. But of course, these are all fundamental principles, but then there are a lot of legal limitations basically coming under these provisions. Next. All right, so I want to speak a little bit about bureaucratization of religion or Islam in Malaysia, because this is very important. Because in our discussion before, we talk about how Kenya has established Sharia law and Sharia Qadi court. But let's understand a little bit how Malaysia is doing it in the past. So in Malaysia, from the bureaucratization of Islam started massively, intensively from 1980s till 1990s. So before that, Islamic law or Sharia law only it's a personal law. It's not enforced by any authority. It's a traditional practice. Only in the community, at the community level. But in 1980s, after the Iranian Revolution, it gives a signal to the Muslim countries that Islamic government is a way to go. It's an alternative to secular system, secular Western system values. So this influence came to Malaysia and then impacted the domestic politics. So a lot of political parties, we have Islamist parties and we have Malay rights parties, the majority parties. So they fight between each other. They said that we are more Islam, you are more Islam. So the opposition at the time is very strong in upholding Islamic value, saying that they are Islamic, they're promoting Islam. And then the government said, we need to do something about this. So that's why they introduced these offices, departments, units in the country. For example, we have Department of Islamic Affairs that takes care of Muslim welfare. We have Zakat Department, so on and so forth. So to the extent that it does not only cover family matters anymore, it covers Muslim finances, criminal matters. So I'll speak more later about criminal matters, where in Malaysia we have religious authority who has the power to detain, arrest you if you do moral crimes. So for example, if you sit with a woman, unmarried woman in a room, so the authority can come to you and then arrest you for that crime. So that's one of the crimes. And also, so this is the impact, this is the bureaucratization process that I think we should think about in Muslim countries, where what is the limit of, to bureaucratize religion, right? In 2000s until 2010s there, you can see the bureaucratization of religion never stops. Over the time, it further strengthened the bureaucratization of Islam, giving more power, more budget to these departments. And the issue that raised is that there are a lot of abuse of law, abuse of power to clamp down on progressive thinkers, persecution of minorities. So since I talk about that now, my organization is conducting a research, collecting laws and fatwas that impact freedom of religion and belief in Malaysia, if you can see on the screen. So we study 5 types of offenses in our Sharia law and fatwa. Number 1 is anti-blasphemy. There are about more than 100 provisions and fatwas on anti-blasphemy. Number 2, there are more than, don't be shocked, but there are more than 350 legal provisions and fatwas on persecutions of religious minorities. So Ahmadiyya, Shia, and other Muslim minorities are not allowed, haram to be practiced in Malaysia. If they found you to practice one of these beliefs, you can be imprisoned or detained. So it's a state. State interprets everything, the religion. Number 3, there are more than 150 legal provisions and fatwas about persecution of sexual minorities. Transgender, LGBT people can be persecuted under Sharia law. And lastly, there are more than 150 legal provisions and fatwas on persecution of critical thinking and culture. So there's one women organization called Sisters in Islam who are fighting for women's justice in Malaysia. Because of their different interpretation from the state interpretation, the Fatwa Council issued a fatwa saying that this organization is a deviant organization. So it's an illegal organization. So you see, when you bureaucratize religion, you have this risk of state owning the religion and interpret it according to their political interests. And also, I told you just now, criminal jurisdiction of Sharia authority, they can arrest, raid, and detain you. Lastly, criminal jurisdiction of Sharia court, you can impose imprisonment up to 3 years, fine up to 5,000 years, whipping as well, up to 6 strokes of moral crimes, like if you insult religion, if you think differently, you can be punished. Yes, so, and there's a movement now that they want to pass a bill to increase all this punishment, to have harsher law, to follow, other countries, Saudi Arabia, although Saudi Arabia is changing sociopolitically. But yes, so let's see the impacts from bureaucratization of religion. Of course, you see the effectiveness in this Islamic bureaucracy, right? If you've mentioned about this qadi, like a delay of cases and whatever, in Malaysia, the handling of the cases of family law are very effective because you have very good bureaucracy. But then the values that they are bringing, we have Sharia, like someone mentioned, yes, we have female judges appointed, but then the values that they be bringing, they reinforcing what the patriarchal interpretation in the law. So far, there's no change. Like there's no challenge from the female qadi themselves to challenge the patriarchal law. For example, on female circumcision or like mutilation, or also divorce, whatever. So it's very hard to do that, and we haven't seen an impact. But yes, the impacts here that I just want to mention some of the impacts here. Of course, when you have one religion in the state, you will use that religion and to oppress others, especially minorities. And other impacts that I want to emphasize are number 7 and number 8, the rise of sectarianism, and also the rise of fundamentalism, and also extremism. So now you have groups who are dissatisfied with the government, although the government is doing good for the Muslim society, but then they don't think that it's Islamic enough. They want to push for harsher punishment and hegemony of the Malay Muslim society, pro-Muslim society policies. Okay, next. Yes, so this is my organization. Like Ani said, I was part of Salafist movement. So I experienced it. I know what is it in the Salafist movement. To be specific, I was Salafi Madkhali. So it's very rigid kind of interpretation of Islamic statehood, fiqh, jurisprudence, so on and so forth. So we have other bunch of young people who experience the same. One of them is part of Muslim Brotherhood, but then they changed, and then now they're part of the human rights organization because we were looking for narrative. We were looking to contribute for our religion, and also opportunity to do something. But then what comes to us is this, extremist or like radical narratives, not the pro-human rights and so on. But because of our personal experience in the movement, we think that it's hard for us to stay, and we think that there must be some other ways to do good for religion. So these are the areas that we work on: freedom of religion and belief, women's rights, and sexual orientation. Next. So this is our programming. We do dialogues with young people, interfaith, intra-faith, and intercultural dialogues. We don't do intercultural or like interfaith dialogue to say like, oh, my religion is peace, your religion is peace. So we move on from that narrative. Our dialogues talk about discrimination faced by minority groups, and strategize later what to do about it. For example, we speak with the communities, with the family of Ahmadiyya and also Ahmadiyya community, Ahmadiyya Muslims, and they face this legal battle in challenging the authority. So we give them support, and we try to understand and spread the message to the people. And a lot of young people, they don't care about division or like sectarianism, whether you are this or that, kind of Muslim, but they believe in, peace and humanity. Roundtable discussion. We did this roundtable discussion. Like I said, one of the legacy of British is they left us with penal code law, criminal law. So marital rape is not recognized as crime in Malaysia. So we tried to discuss with scholars in this roundtable discussion to say something, to have a position on marital rape. So we also invited conservative Muslims to come, and then we had an argument saying that, oh no, marital rape is a bad term, it's a Western term. So okay, that's fine, let's negotiate. And then they said, and then we agreed at the end of the day, we used the term sexual violence in marriage, which is good enough because it's very hard to impose, you know, it's not worth it to argue on this usage of terminology, whatever. So as long as we are on the same page. Next, and then we do capacity training with young people as well. Next slide. Yeah, this is capacity building. I will tell you more about this later. There's another slide for this. Next. Webinars, I think because of COVID, we changed our strategy to do everything online. So webinars are very helpful. So we had a conversation on race and religion with young people, with experts, series of discussion. And the discussion is, we post this content online so that other people who didn't watch the webinars can follow. Okay, I know I'm taking a lot of time, but pardon me. Yes, and then this is our new project, Initiative to Promote Tolerance and Prevent Violence. Next, so we do this kind of, the same programs under the previous one, but we focus more on research and development. I'll tell you why. Okay, this slide. So this is our position, this is our framework. How do we read radicalization process? Because terrorists is not born terrorists. There is a process or steps towards becoming terrorists. So it starts with fundamentalism, which you have the belief of supremacism in your in yourself, you know, righteousness, hate toward others, but then you don't do anything about it. It's just in you. But then it's more dangerous when it comes to the next stage, which is extremism, where you translate your hate into action. You discriminate people because of his or her belief, or because the way he or she dresses, right? So this is how we define it. And lastly, terrorism, when you translate the hate into a violent action. Yes, I don't have time to discuss a lot about this. This is a long conversation. Maybe we can go next. Before that. Yes, so we define our programming is under preventive part. So when we're talking about prevention of violent extremism, the government would take the reactive part. The police, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Security, they will do surveillance. They will use security, military to combat counter terrorism. But the role of civil society, especially how do we look at it, is our programmings, webinars, and all that are preventive measures to prevent violent extremism. So that's why we have inclusive education, peaceful conflict resolution, and all that. Next. So now the role of youth. So of course, why the role of youth is important, the population is big, I think not just in Malaysia, but also in any other country. In Malaysia, especially as after 2018 general election, that's our first time we changed government in our history. So we got our independence in 1957. So after we never changed government in 60 years until 2018. So more democratic government took over, and then you see these young people setting up their own organizations, their movements, women's rights, civil and political rights. They're very vibrant organization. the thing is, young people, not only young people, but also older generation, they're more open towards more ideas because of the role of social media nowadays, right? Because you can see free flow of information on social media. Although you have oppressive government, in Malaysia you cannot speak about religion like freely. You have to conform, or you have to be bound by certain rules. But then social media doesn't have that boundaries or restrictions. So that's why information is a lot in there. Second is socio-economic issue. So young people are more, they're voicing out because, in Malaysia especially, because they go to universities. They got their master's degree even, bachelor degree. But then when they go out, they cannot get employment, right? So it's a scam somehow, right? It's a problem. So poverty, corruption, these are the issues that are very close to young people. And why young people as well? Because young people is impacted by extremism. So yeah, you can see young people joining Al-Shabaab, joining ISIS, whatever. That's another level, the extreme level. But on the other hand, you have young people who are being the victims of extremism. Yeah, I'll tell you more about it later. But at the end of the day, young people should determine the cause of your country, of the country, to have more inclusive and democratic system. Next. This is the last part of my presentation. Maybe some advocacy recommendations. Next. I suggest that we should focus on youth focus. We should have youth focus programs, more of youth focus program, to empower younger generation with knowledge and skills to support religious freedom and gender equality, to provide safe space for critical discourse. Next. I just want to share with you one of our biggest projects this year. It's called Peace Lab for Youth. So Peace Lab for Youth, it's a 1-month initiative. We start with a workshop series and concludes with a summit to empower young people of peace and tolerance to build social resilience against violent and non-violent extremism. We have 40 youth, we have 20 presenters from many stakeholders, and we base our program on UN Security Council that encourage or that recognizes the role of youth in the promotion of peace, human rights, and non-violence. Next. This is a workshop series that we had done with young people. Next. Also this with religious leaders. We invited them to share their experience with young people, and then also young people to hear what young people have to say. Next. So these are the main elements in Peace Lab for Youth. Because people, NGO or like organizations usually, or government programs maybe, always focus on knowledge building. Yeah, we focus on knowledge building, like understanding freedom of religion and belief, gender issues, so on and so forth. We brought in the Marrakesh Declaration, saying that Muslim scholars against hate speech, and Beirut Declaration, these frameworks to expose them to these frameworks, international framework. But it's not enough, because young people, remember that young people have other issues to deal with, like employment. They cannot spend their time only like attending your workshop. They must have something after that, to get something after that. So we, in number 2 there, we also emphasize on marketable skills. So we ask them, we teach them how to design projects, implement projects. We teach them how to monitor social media, graphic design. So there's one application called Canva. So we teach them how to use Canva. It's a free application. Yes. So you don't have to, our message is to young people is that if you want to advocate for peace, you don't need to have a lot of money. a lot of things, capital. You can start small and then you can go big. And of course, network building, and also, most importantly, self-empowerment. Because, like I said, in Malaysian context, people are not dare to speak because of the law restrictions, but we give them safe space to give their ideas so that they are more confident about themselves. Next. So this is one of the counter-narrative project after the Peace Lab for Youth. So some of them we give them the freedom to do whatever they want, any project. So one of them did something on patriarchy, religion, and relationship. Next. And then some of them do something on refugees. So we cannot limit what they want to do. We just give them what they want to do, as long as it's promote peace and prevent violence. Next. A group is doing something on radicalization, especially among women. Next. Someone is doing a project on, I'm not sure what this is, but yeah, this is a school kid. He made a webinar, like a discussion with his friends. Next. This is a project on LGBT issue. So one of the participants is he likes this kind of issue, so he's doing it. Next. And also, it's not just about human rights, but also technology. So some of the youth, they have this project where they want to filter algorithms on social media, because we get these messages or news on social media, on Facebook, although we don't follow this person, right? Because algorithm, because it follows our, search history, so on and so forth. So they are doing something different, meaning that they want to overcome this to avoid misinformation or radical narrative. Next. So another recommendation is the use of social media. So I think social media is speed, because of the speed, accessibility, interaction. Yes, and of course now counter narratives, because you have these extreme groups, especially I think not only in Malaysia, they use social media very good. They produce good videos. This is how they attract young people to join their group, to recruit people. So progressive Muslims, inclusive Muslims should do the same. Use social media to spread your messages. Next. So these are the apps, social media platforms are famous in Malaysia. Next. So this is the poster that we have. I think Ani knows this. So this is on marital rape. So it's on marital rape. So what we do is comic kind of content. So we say that she wants to wait, next. So this is, I think I Google a little bit. This is social media in Kenya. The most famous one is WhatsApp, Facebook, So these are the things that you have to utilize because it's free. Next. I don't have time to go to this. Next. Yes, last, Ani. Yeah? So the importance of data. So although we are in women's rights or social science or political science, we have to go back to research and data because it will support our advocacy programs. Next. So we did this data on moral vigilantism in Malaysia. Some extremist group doing moral policing, arresting people on the street for dating, for moral crimes. This is not under the state government. This is outside of the legal realm. Next. And then from the research, from the data, we found out that the motivation of these groups is based on religion. Number one is Amar Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar. I think you guys are familiar with this. And also jihad. So they use this justification to operate, to oppress minorities. So Because of this research, we convince policymakers and religious leaders that this is dangerous and we need to do something about it. So that's why number 3, we emphasize on the role of Islamic scholarship in revisiting the concepts and promote positive family values instead. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Aizat, for the excellent presentation. We are going to change things up a little bit. We're going to have Professor Adis Dudiraja do his presentation virtual, and he needs screen sharing capability. And I am actually going to moderate the discussion after all the speakers. All right, thank you. You're the host, you can do screen sharing, Adis. You should have had screen sharing. We see it. We see your screen. Please proceed.
Could be resolved. I've obviously
Ufafanuzi tofauti tofauti ambao unapata kujitokeza, na ufafanuzi tofauti ambao upo katika tamaduni na mila za Kiislamu huenda pengine usitoe ule uhalisia na maelekezo ambayo yanaweza kuwa wazi wazi, na angalia ule kuweza kutambua ufafanuzi ambao upo na ufafanuzi ambao unapata kujitokeza na ile mtazamo ambao upo na yale ambayo yanapata kuangaliwa, ili pengine wakati unapokuwa na ufafanuzi unapotoka katika Qur'ani au pengine hali kwa kutegemea jinsia unaweza kutusaidia kujenga ile hali itakayosawazisha jamii zote kwa pamoja. Kwa hivyo inapokuja katika mtazamo wa masuala ya usalama na masuala ya kijamii, utaona kuna mtazamo ambayo imekuwepo kwamba imekuwa katika ufafanuzi mpana zaidi, na pengine huenda isiyo waziwazi katika ile hali ya utambuzi. Na kwa hiyo utapata wale wafafanuzi wanaweza wanatoa mawazo tofauti na ile ndio mawazo tofauti ambapo inakuwa katika hali ya wazi na hali ya ukaribu. Kwa hivyo haya yote pamekuwa hali usomaji mwingi katika masuala yanayowasilishwa na yanayowasilisha katika hali tofauti, ili kuweza kuleta ile picha na ule ufafanuzi ambao unaweza kubalika. Kwa hivyo kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo yanaweza kuangaliwa, yanaweza kulinganishwa, ambayo yanaweza kusaidia kuleta ule umoja na ule ufafanuzi zaidi kwa watu wengine, hasa kwa kuweza kuleta na kulinganisha katika masuala kwa mtazamo wa Qur'ani, hasa kwa kuangalia jinsi ya ule hali ya wanawake katika ujumla. Inapokuja katika ufafanuzi halisia wa kweli, mojawapo ya mambo ambayo yanakuja ipata katika kazi yangu ya kwanza kwamba kuna ufafanuzi huu unafaa kuwa na ule ukweli na jinsi ambavyo unapata kuwasilishwa na kulingana kutegemea na mafunzo ya Qur'an, na natumai kwamba hilo linaweza kuwa katika uwasilisho uzuri sana. Kwa hivyo ningependa sana kuweza kuangalia na ule mwendeleo ambao ungekuwa na jinsi ya kuweza kuleta ule ulingano na baadhi ya masuala ambayo nikutana nayo katika masomo. Kwa hivyo kwa hoja yangu ya kimsingi ni kwamba tunapojaribu kuangalia panapotokea katika hali, hakuna tamaduni yote ambayo inaweza kuja ikapinga ule mwingiliano wa jamii wa Qur'an, lakini inaweza kuleta ule utofauti na kuleta ule ufafanuzi zaidi. Na utagundua ya kwamba tunapoangalia ule ufafanuzi ambao maelezo kati ya maana yake na maendelezo, utakumbuka kuna baadhi ya mambo yanaweza kutofautiana. Na haya mambo ambayo yanatofautiana ndio yanayokuwa aidha mazuri na mambo ambayo yanaleta mjadala mpana zaidi. Hasa tunapofanya vile, kile ambacho tunaweza fanya tunaweza kuangalia katika maana hii ni kwamba usawa wa kijinsia ambao unaweza kuzingatiwa ni kuweza kuangalia kuangaziwa sana, hasa ufafanuzi ambao utakuwa maana yake na ule mtazamo utakaochukuliwa na bila kuangalia pengine asili yake kabisa, asili yake ya kitu fulani. Ni jambo ambalo linaweza kuangaliwa ni pengine uwezo uliopo na pengine uwezekano wa kuweza kuiangalia ili kuweza kuisawazisha na kuiwanisha na mtazamo mwingine ambao unaweza saidia ili ule wakati wanapokuwa na ufafanuzi ule unapata kubalika. kuna baadhi ya mambo haya, kuna hadithi ambazo zimekuwa zikielezwa kwa mtazamo wa Sunna, na utagundua kwamba kuna baadhi ambayo yameanza kutolewa katika maendelezo fulani, katika maeneo fulani au pengine jini fulani, ambapo iwapo mambo haya yanaweza kuangaliwa, kwa hivyo utagundua ya kwamba tunapoenda katika ufafanuzi na maana yake, italeta katika ufafanuzi zaidi na maelezo zaidi, utagundua kwamba pengine tunajaribu kuangalia hasa wale kwamba waweza kuzungumzia, utagundua ya kwamba ni ule muendelezo ambao ungekwapo kwa kutegemea ule mwingiliano na mzito ambao upo kwa ajili ya kuweza kuzungumzia katika hali ya uhalisia na uaminifu na imani ambao mtu kujitokeza kwa ile ambayo ameelezea, na ile inafaa uwe kwa kutegemea ule mwingiliano ambao umekwapo na mazungumzo yake, na pia pawepo na swala la kuangalia matukio yatakayotokea. Na pia hiyo inaweza kuwa pengine ule uwezekano wa kuweza kuzungumza, kuleta ule hoja ile ambayo linaloongozea masuala ya ndoa, ni kwamba swala la ndoa linaweza kuwa katika kuangaliwa katika mtazamo, katika ile hali ambapo mume au mke wanapoingia katika ndoa, na pengine ile hali uwezekano ambao unaweza kuwapo, pengine mabadiliko ambayo yanatokea, na yale majukumu ambayo pila watu hawa wanapokuwa katika na mambo haya yanaweza kubadilishana au kubadilisha kwa kutegemea pengine kunapokuwa masuala ya madini, ili kwa minajili ya kuleta ile ufafanuzi au pengine kuweza kubadilishana kwa minajili ya kudhihirishana kingono. Na utagundua vile vile ya kwamba sheria hizi za ndoa ambazo zinatokea huwa katika uingiliano, patakuwapo na uhalisia ya ufafanuzi ambao imeweza kuleta katika matatizo haya, kwamba pengine mwanaume anastahili kujiondoa ama kunafaa kumshughulikia mewe, wanawake wanafaa wawe wanaume, na pengine utapata kwamba pengine Qurani inaponayo inatoa maelezo yake tofauti, na haya yanafanya pengine watu kutaweza kutoa ufafanuzi mwafaka ambao unaweza kubalika. Na pengine panapokuwa na ule ufafanuzi ambao unakuwa na ukweli, unatoa majibu kamili, ufafanuzi ule huenda unatoa maelekezo ambayo siwezi kuelezea jinsi tofauti inayojitokeza kati ya mambo haya mawili, lakini tofauti zake jinsi inavyofafanuliwa katika Qurani kwa minajili ya maendelezo ya hali ya uhalisia. Na tunapoangalia ukweli maana ya maneno haya kamili, inaweza kuwa pengine inaweza kuwa sawa na kusawazishwa vizuri kwa kutegemea pengine mtazamo wa kidini au mtazamo wa Qurani, inaweza kuwa katika hali ya usawa kwa watu wote. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi pinga na lazima, hatuwezi sema kwamba pengine maelezo haya ya Qurani hayakuwa yameingiliana vizuri, au pengine mambo haya yalikuwa yanapata kupinga ule mwingiliano. Kwa hivyo basi kutakuwa na maana yake gani? Maana itakuwa ni gani? Maana yake ni ule ukoloni, kuangalia mtazamo uliopo katika maendelezo na ufafanuzi ambao unakuwa wazi katika maelekezo haya, ambayo pengine maana yake inayokusudiwa ambayo inakuwa katika mwelekezo. Basi utagundua kwamba ule mtazamo ambao upo na zile sheria za kijinsia na yale yanayojulikana ni mambo ambayo yanaweza kutekelezwa, ni mambo ambayo yanaweza kutekelezwa.
Adis, you need to wrap up in a minute or two at the maximum, please.
Nadhani kwamba unahili kumalizia kidogo ili tuko muda dakika 2 basi zimebakia. Kwa hivyo hapana tatizo. kile ambacho najaribu kusema ni kwamba ni muhimu sana katika ile hali ya kuleta ule mwingiliano, kutafuta mbinu ambayo inaweza kuwa mbinu mwafaka, ambayo inaweza kutafuta kwa minajili ni kipi ambacho Qurani inasema, Qurani inasema na katika ule mwingiliano vizuri. Kwa maana hakuna sheria nyingine nzuri ambayo watu wanapata kuizungumzia kuhusu Qurani ama kuhusu maendelezo. Kuna hitaji katika kuiangalia katika mtazamo wa ndani na kuweza kuwata kufikiria, kuweza kuangalia mambo ambayo yamepita kuathiri hali ule maendelezo ambayo yanaweza kutumika katika ile hali ya uwasilishaji. Ile ambayo kuweza kuona kwamba yale mambo ambayo tunayapitia yanaweza kupitia ama kupunguzwa, wapate kuwasiliana, katika mbinu yote, na utafute mbinu gani ya kupata maoni tofauti ambayo yanaweza kuletwa na kuwasilishwa katika hali ya uwazi na katika hali ya uhuru. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Adis. If you can unshare your
Adis, asante sana kama mwenyekiti wa kuweza kuangalia kusikia katika kwenye hali hii.
Professor Adis Dudiraja brought to the table is the Maqasid al-Sharia. That is something that we've been advocating through the reform of the Qadi court system, and that we as human rights organizations, that's the context of Islam that we've been using in order to advance human rights. So that is something that we have not discussed in depth, but that is something that we should all be considering as a utility. Our next presenter is going to be Imam Khalfan from AICNDH from Burundi. Carry on, Imam Khalfan. Adis, can you please return the hosting privileges to us? Professor Adis?
as we wait for the technical side to be ready so that we don't lose track of the conversations that are going on as we allow our tech team to do their magic. I request us to clench our fist. Our brothers and sisters from Tanzania, CCM, this is the sign, right? Chama cha ama wanasemaje, hii ndio ishara kule, sio? Wewe ni Zanzibari, Sheikh, watu wangu wa Tanzania. Sisi hapa Kenya tunasema sisi ndio tuko. Yes, I'm just saying for those of us who don't understand Swahili, we are just saying this sign here in Kenya, it means we are the ones who are here, and because we are the ones attending the AIM conference, I believe we are the people who matter in this conference. Look around and tell your colleague, you matter very much. Look at them, tell them you matter very much. You can add and tell them, I'm glad that you are close to me. Very well. Sheikh Burundi, karibu sana.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My English is not very good. I have to use my Kiswahili from Burundi. Yeah. Presentation yangu ilikuwa imekataa kufungua kwa sababu imetoka mbali. Burundi sio karibu sana. Imezunguka milima hadi Mombasa, ndio maana ilikuwa imekataa kufunguka. Hata na sasa naona ingali na kufunga kala. Okay. Mimi jina langu ni Imam Bukuru Eri Khalfan, natoka Burundi na ni president, founder of Alliance Inclusive Muslim, na ni board member of Muslim community in Burundi as the main advisor of the Mufti. Acha nianzie kuwauliza kwanza, mna ile slide ya kwanza. Mnaona nini kwenye picha? Positive masculinity. Lakini kuna picha nyingine isipokuwa
mti mrembo.
Lakini kuna maua pia. Si kweli? Kuna maua chini na kuna mti mrembo sana. Na hata na mimi sijui maana ya huyo mti. Sijui. Na waachia nyinyi muendelee kujieleza. Ya kufuata sha. Kawaida mimi siamini hivi nikiwauliza wanawake duniani ni asilimia ngapi? Asilimia wanawake duniani ni ngapi? Zaidi? Zaidi ya 60, zaidi ya 50? Nadhani kama ni sio zaidi ya 16, ni baina 16 na 15 na 16. Ni baina. Okay? Nadhani kama ni baina ya 50 na 60. 55, something like that. Sasa tukiangalia mambo ambayo yanatendeka duniani kwa kunyanyasa wanawake, mtu anaweza kajiuliza kama tuko katika dunia ya watu wazima au dunia ya watu labda wamepotea. Sasa ukiacha nyuma hiyo asilimia, tuchukue 55. Ukiacha nyuma asilimia 55, dunia itakuwaje? Dunia itakuwa nzuri au itakuwaje? Itabaki nyuma. Ndio maana sisi nimekuja labda kuwapotezea muda, lakini acha niwaonyeshe kidogo gisi dunia ilikuwepo baada ya miaka kadhaa. Hiyo picha kwa kuona, mnaona nini kwenye picha? Mnaona nini?
Mtoto ameshika mama.
Mama
ameogopa. Na binadamu ana mshipi.
Huyo mwenye huyo Bon, sura bado hatujaiona, lakini siamani kama tutaiona. Lakini ukiangalia mkono na ukiangalia shati na ukiangalia chini, labda amevaa trouser. Okay? Naam, wakina sisi. Hapo umepatia. Ukiangalia huyo mtoto anaoga. Sasa katika maisha yake atakuwa vipi? Atakuwa muoga. Sasa itakuwa rahisi kwake kufanya kazi vilivyo? Haiwezekani. Acha tuangalie na slide nyingine. Ukiangalia dunia ilivyo zamani, acha tuanzie kwa Sumerian na Assyrian na Babylonian civilizations. Wanamama walikuwa wanachukuliwa kama katu kadogo sana. Na hiyo wakati wao rai yao ilikuwa haipokelewi. Walikuwa hawana rai katika community. Na ukiangalia hii ni Code of Hammurabi. Code of Hammurabi ni text law zilikuwepo katika Babylonian civilization. Huyo Hammurabi alikuwa ni mfalme wa Babiloni. Katika kodi yao mbili, nimechukua hizo mbili tu kwa sababu ndo nimeona ni muhimu. Mwanamume alikuwa ni responsible ya act ambayo yeye hakufanya. Matendo mabaya ambayo yeye hakufanya ndo alikuwa yeye ni responsible. Bi maana mwanaume akienda kuiba, mwanamke ndo alikuwa anachapwa vifimbo katika Hammurabi Code. Now while men was not put to death for murder of women. Hata na mwanaume akiua mwanamke ilikuwa haichukuliwe kama kosa. Ilikuwa sio kosa katika hiyo kode ya Hammurabi. Slide nyingine. India, hiyo wakati palikuwa dini ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa Manu. Women alikuwa tu ni kitu cha kujifurahisha. Kwa hiyo wakati wao ilikuwa tu ni mambo ya kujifurahisha. Alikuwa hana ruhusa ya kwenda shule. Yeye kazi yake ilikuwa ni kusaidia wanaume tu. Na jambo la kustisha sana, mume wake akifariki, huyo mama alikuwa nazikwa pamoja na mume wake hata kama ni mzima. Slide nyingine. Hapo rudisha nyuma kidogo. For Greek. Hapana telemsha kidogo. Telemsha kidogo, okay? Hapana hapa tulikuwa tumemaliza. Next, okay. A Chinese civilization. Wa China mtakiwa akizaa mtoto wa kike, yeye alikuwa anaonekana kama kabisa sijui kama hapo naita ni mkosi, ni laana, something like that. Natumia hizo mbili zote. Kazi zake alikuwa anabaki nyumbani, alikuwa haruhusi kutoka nyumbani, Chinese. Na istoshe, hata kama yuko nyumbani alikuwa haruhusiwi kuangalia mume wake usoni. Ilikuwa ni marufuku. Alafu kwenye wa Greek, kule Greece, wanawake walikuwa ni wachafu, ni kama mchafu. Walikuwa wanaona kama mchafu. Hapa huyo Hesiod alikuwa ni kama prime minister huko Greece. Yeye alikuwa anasema kama wanawake wana brain kama ya umbwa. Wana brain kama ya umbwa. Na wana kama cunning ni kama rize kwa Kiswahili, kwa Kifaransa. Bimaana wana ujanja kama umbwa. Yeye ndio alikuwa ni mtazamo wake. Demosthenes yeye alikuwa anasema wanatumiwa prostitute kwa kujifurahisha, alafu wakala mboga kwa kufanya life yako iwe sawa, alafu kwa wanawake ilikuwa tu ni kuzaa tu. Hiyo tu ilikuwa ni muono wao kuhusu akina mama. Endelea. Kule Roma, Roma walikuwa wanaona kama mwanamama ni mnyama mchafu zaidi. Alafu alikuwa haruhusiwi kuingia ndani ya temple, ndani ya kanisa, ndani ya chacha, ndani ya mosque. Alikuwa haruhusiwi wakati. Na kwa mtazamo wao mwanamke alikuwa haruhusiwi kuingia peponi. Hey. Mwanamama alikuwa wanamchukua kama mtu ambaye hajui kufanya chochote, mtu ambaye hana uwezo wa kufanya chochote. Tuendelea slide nyingine. Kwa Waisraelite, according to them, according to Taurat, kuangalia Taurati, wao walikuwa wanasema kwamba ndo mwanzilishi wa mambo mabaya yote hapa duniani. Kwa kutazama Genesis ile chapter 3 verse number 12, wakiwa wanasema, wakiwa wana read hivyo, mke ambaye umenipa ndo amenipa huyo ili tunda, alafu na mimi nikala. Yeye wanaona kama mwanamke ndo mwenye kuleta mabaya hapa duniani. Na Warabu wa kabla ya Uislamu wa Jahilia, wao walikuwa wanafika mbali sana. Mtoto wa kike akiwa anazaliwa walikuwa wanamubari akiwa kabisa live. Hiyo ni na Mwenyezi Mungu kwa wakati wa Mtume Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam aliteremsha hizo aya mbili surah an-Nahl aya ya 58 hadi 59, ikiwa naeleza gisi watu wa Jahilia walikuwa wanazika wanawake wa kike wakiwa hai. Kama nilivyosema hapa, hiyo kabisa ilikuwa ni kitu kibaya zaidi kwao. Kwa sasa Qur'ani imekuja kutatua hayo yote alikuwepo kabla ya Uislamu kuja. Ilikuja kukosoa hayo makosa yote alikuwa amezamia. Bimaana mwanamke amepewa nafasi yake katika dini letu ya Kiislamu. Ndo maana tunakuja kuangalia zaidi inachoendelea. Kwa hapa tunaweza tukatoa mifano mbalimbali. Kuna sura nzima ndani ya Qur'an, Suratul Nisa, imepewa jina la wakina mama, na kuna aya nyingi katika Qur'an ambazo zinazungumza wakina mama. Huyo wakati wa Qur'an, mwanaume, utu wa mwanamke umetambulika. Utu wa mwanamke hapo umetambulika, watu wakajua kama yeye ni mwanamke. Na muda wa Uislamu hawa sio tena chanzo cha mabaya kama walivyozungumza katika Jahilia. Kitu kingine, kutofautisha uumbile au utu wa mwanamke na wa mwanaume na mwanamke ilikuwa kabisa ni sawa mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Alafu huyo wakati mwanamke alikuwa na uwezo, kwa sasa anapaswa kuwa na uwezo wa kumiliki mali yake. Anapaswa kuwa na uwezo wa kurithi. Anakuwa na haki ya kurithi. Alafu istoshe anakuwa na haki ya kuwa katika maisha mazuri katika ndoa yake. Nataka kumaliza. Okay. Acha tuone
We just need your work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We can kwa sababu hiyo tumezungumza mtoto na haki ya kusoma na kutumia. Acha tuendelee na hiyo. Hayo yote tumezungumza hapo ndo amesababisha sisi kama waimamu wa Burundi tuone umuhimu wa kuunda shirika ambalo linakuja kukabiliana na hayo mambo, kwa sababu watu wanatafuta wanajaribu kufanya misinterpretation of Islamic text kwa kupitia sijui maslahi yao mtu, kwa alafu akafika kwa njia ya kunyanyasa wanawake. Hivi kama tulivyoangalia tulivyoona, there is also some Islam honors and values women. Hiyo tulizungumza baadaye, tunaweza tukaendelea. What we do in our Imams for She campaign, kwa sababu tumeona Imams for She campaign, hivi nimepata fursa ya kumpongeza mheshimiwa Chief Grand Mufti wa Uganda. Nadhani kama uko hapa, ukifika kule umesema kwamba Burundi kabisa tunakuhitaji. Labda angekuwa mufti wetu, watu wangeona kabisa umuhimu wa kutumikia dini yao vilivyo. Katika Imams for She campaign, Imams ambayo ni initiative ya Muslim for Progressive Values, ambayo ni ya kuhimiza waimamu wote waone kama swala la mwanamke, swala la women's right ni kitu kizuri zaidi. Kila imamu anapasha kukitumia kwa ajili ya kuleta maendeleo hata katika jamii za Kiislamu au katika nchi mbalimbali ambayo Imams for She iko na inaendelea. Slide. Imams for She initiative iko na approach mbili. Ni social top down approach, transforming societal norms. Ni kwa namna ya kufanya zile society ambayo zina norms mbalimbali za kiugaidi, watafute namna ya kuzitransform. Alafu approach ya pili ni societal bottom up approach, fostering a demand for societal reform. Ni kuangalia ni kwa mfumo mzuri wa kutransform hizo norm of a society. Hii ni slide inaonekana hata kwenye internet, ambayo inaonyesha Imams for She campaign. Iko kwenye internet, inapatikana kwenye internet. Na ukigoogle Imams for She campaign, hiyo slide nadhani kama mtaiona. Kuna watu wanafika mbali kwa kusema eti Imams for She ni wanawake wa kina mama. Sio hivyo. Sio hivyo hata kidogo. Ni waimamu ambayo wana promote women's right. Nyingine, Imams for She initiative, it is to engage Muslim religious culture and community leader to advocate and involve in the holistic support of women and girls' rights, capacity building of stakeholders, to the education of Muslim women and rights through Clubs for She. Clubs for She, it is a summer camp which is organized each summer in Burundi, DRC, and Rwanda, and it unites also young girls from 18 to 25 years old. Technical support toward economic independence of Muslim women. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu sana. Katika Imams for She tumejaribu kufanya mambo mengi, kwa sababu hivi tunachukua wanawake kutoka sehemu mbalimbali ambao wako katika association, watu katika organization. Tunawafundisha entrepreneurship skills kwa ajili yao kujitafutia, kujua namna ya kutafuta hela. Hivi katika hiyo campaign Imams for She, kupitia entrepreneurship skills, tumejaribu kuunda cooperative takriban 23 za wanawake. Cooperative created by women and led by women. They are doing more work, kama kwenda kulima, kufanya biashara, hata kama kufanya transformation za chakula wanafanya. Support ile ya mwisho, rudi nyuma kidogo. Support for female leadership in society, in politics. Kawaida kama mwanamama hana hela, ni vigumu kwenda kupambana ndani ya siasa, kwa sababu kufanya campaign inabidi uwe na hela kwa kufinance your campaign. Ni kweli tumejaribu hivi, hata kama Tanzania nadhani kama wako mbele sana kwa sababu wana rais mwanamke, alhamdulillah. Kwetu tumejaribu katika hizo campaign, baina ya wanawake ambao wameshiriki hizo campaign, tuko na wawili ambao wamejaliwa kuwa viongozi wa madiwani. Wawili wanawake ni viongozi wa madiwani na wanaongoza vizuri kuzidi hata wanaume. Sijui nimetumia picha bila kuomba ruhusa, mwenye atajiona hapa na muomba radhi. Hii ni Clubs for She ambayo ilikuwa ni katika zile summer camp. katika hizo summer camp wanafundisha mambo mbalimbali, hata na kuwashughulisha wanawake wajue kama mambo ya sport. Mambo ya sport sio ya wanaume tu, na wanawake wanaruhusiwa kufanya sport. Kama tunaendelea ukizingatia mazingira ambayo hawezi kumchafua. Kwa hizo overnight camp for young men age, they learn leadership skills, women's rights in the context of Islam, also entrepreneurial skills. Ni kweli kufanya abstract, kufanya summarize ya mambo tumefanya katika miaka 5 kwa hizi dakika 2 ni vigumu, lakini acha tuwaeleze kidogo. Watu milioni 5.9 wametusikia kwenye radio, kwenye program yetu. Ilikuwa ni weekly program wale tunazungumza haki za wakina mama. Alafu na hivi tuko na monthly 30 minutes on TV program in Burundi. In Imam's Forshi Champion bi maana ni wa imam ambao wamepewa hiyo training kupitia hiyo miaka 5 kuanzia mwaka 2016. Wa imam na scholar 988 wa Burundi tuko na 340, Rwanda tuko na 327, DRC tuko na 321. Alafu wale wanawake clubs for she ambassadors ambao wako train ni 2770. Burundi tuko na 870, Rwanda 980, DRC ni 920. Clubs for she networks ambapo ziko bima tukimaliza hiyo night camp wanaunda clubs for she clubs for she ambapo ziko na right now ni 565. Burundi tuko na 267, Rwanda tuko na 152, DRC tuko na 176. Hizo ni community group ambazo ziko set up katika hiyo Imams for She campaign. Nyingine slide nyingine, kupitia economic independence, kwa sababu mtu kimfundisha namna ya kutafuta hela, namna ya kuunda hela, ni vizuri ufanye way auto evaluation, evaluate way, ujiangalie gisi umetokea. Kupitia research ambayo tumefanya ya campaign Imams for She katika hiyo miaka 5 tuko nayo, tumeona watu 1371 kila mwezi wanapata faida ya 1030. Watu 1414 wako na faida baina ya 1030 na 1050. Watu 700 na 98 wako kila mwezi faida baina ya 1050 hadi 100,000. Watu 219 kila mwezi wana faida ya 100,000 na 100,050. Watu 16 wana faida ya 1,050 kuzidi 100,050. Watu 98 hawakuweza kupata faida yote. Kwa hao watu ambao wamefanya faida, watu 630 wamefanya katika hii ambayo tunaita short term. Kwa short term bibana muda mdogo, au watu 385 wamefanya kwa muda mrefu. Lakini au watu 2480 wao hizo franga wanazitumia katika matumizi ya kila siku. Na kumaliza, nataka nimalize sikasilike sana. Yeah. Katika Imams for She campaign tumefanya, hatuwezi kuendelea, hata kama sikuongea kwenye microphone na sauti kubwa. Okay. Katika hii Imams for She campaign tumeona sio vizuri kuendelea kuongelesha watu wazima tu, watu wakubwa. Ni vizuri hata watoto wachanga wakiwa wanajua wakiwa na huyo mfumo wa haki za wanawake. alafu kushirikiana na Muslim for Progressive Values tukisapotiwa na government ya Holland Dutch, tumejaribu kuweka inclusive Islamic curriculum. Hiyo curriculum ni curriculum ambayo itatumiwa katika programu za madrasa Burundi. Iki natumiwa sasa hivi katika programu za madrasa Burundi kwa watoto wa umri kuanzia miaka 7 hadi miaka 12 wa madrasa. Hapo watakuwa wakiwa na malezi ya Moms for She campaign ya kuona women's right ni vipi. Hiyo tulikuwa kwenye launch ya hiyo inclusive curriculum. Na kwa hiyo tumeproduce takriban vitabu 150 na biko binatumiwa kwenye madrasa 63 nchini Burundi. Murakoze cyane. Asante sana.
Bon, merci, Imam Khalfan. Okay, so we are going to go back to a virtual presenter, Eva Jardanin, and she is a French Muslim, a convert to Islam, and she is going to give her presentation about the work that she's been doing as a French Muslim. I invite you, because as you know, when we have presentation from online, the audio in the room is terrible. So I invite you to please log in onto the Zoom, and then you can hear her better. Unfortunately, though, the translation into Swahili will not be available, so you will have to understand her in English. So Eva, please accommodate us with a clear and slow kind of English-French narrative. Okay, thank you. On to you, Eva.
Indeed, many imams in France refuse to celebrate mixed marriage, especially when the woman in the couple is Muslim and the man non-Muslim, for fear of seeing the children not to be Muslims, and supposedly because only the father could transmit Islam. It's necessary to reread the verse on which supporters of this prohibition rely and replace them in their context of revelation. Today, on our social networks, we reach nearly 15,000 people, internet users. We have the ability to influence the web by disseminating our interpretations and our text. Over the past few years, we have had the opportunity to speak at numerous conferences to reach out the general public, Muslim and non-Muslim, including in French government institutions, to make heard the voices of these progressist and humanist Muslims. The French public authorities are aware of our initiative and welcome it, but it's still very difficult to be heard because of the French Muslim institutions, which have great difficulty in changing mentalities. But we also had the opportunity to discuss with the representatives of the Muslim faith in France, and they accept our presence today. The question of the imamate of women has almost become normal in France, which gives us a certain legitimacy. And in 2021, we launched Islamic theology courses. This first year of general introduction allowed about 60 students to be trained in the fundamentals of the history of Islamic theology and the presentation of contemporary questions to continue this reformist thought today. We want in the future create a real institute of progressive and reformist theology in France in order to show the pluralism of theological currents in Islam. The aim is to rethink the method of reading the Quran and the Sunna with principles of humanism and social justice. We have to question our traditions and to continue to constantly interpret our texts in order to continue to bring them to life today. So we try to give much more importance to the Quran than to the Sunnah, to rethink the nature of the Sunnah and the prophetic example for us today, and the importance of history to understand the evolution of interpretations. I also work for another French association whose name is Islam at the 21st Century. We have two main activities: the publication of a quarterly review in which current thinkers offer their different interpretations of the Islam, and the organization every 2 years of an international colloquium at UNESCO in Paris. The second edition will take place on February 2 and 3. It will be an opportunity to hear about 20 speakers and testimonies from Muslims. And the theme will focus on Islam and identities between worship and cultures. The speakers will be divided into 4 roundtables on the following theme: the impasse of an Islam outside culture, Muslim between faith and culture, Muslim with others, and Islam today, Islam in the 21st century. And the objective is to show how Islam is reinventing itself today through the Muslims themselves, committed to human rights and knowing that identity is a very complex thing. So if some of you are interested in participating in this conference, you are, of course, welcome to contact me by email. Thank you for your attention.
So as you can see, our network at AIM is very vast and very diverse. And you have today met some of the members from Malaysia to Burundi to France. And later on after lunch, you will also be getting a chance to meet others as well from Germany and Tanzania and elsewhere. So to wrap up the conversation today for this panel, I'm going to invite Dr. Azza Basarudin. She's a professor at the Long Beach University, and she happens to be Malaysia, but also, like me, living in California. So Azza, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I know we're all hungry, right? So I'm going to keep this brief. My aim is to capture some of the conversations from this morning and this panel, and hopefully we can have a discussion about some of the issues that we've had. We particularly had a robust conversation this morning, right? And so what I just want to talk about are just 3 key points, actually. When we think about, let me backtrack a little bit and say a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Malaysia. I lived in Malaysia until I was about 26, and then I went to the US for graduate school. And I've lived in the United States for over 20 years. Oh, it's too fast for the translator? Sorry. I happen to always want to catch a train, so I'm always too fast. So I was born and raised in Malaysia, right? And then I moved to the United States, and I've lived in the United States for over 20 years. And I teach gender and sexuality studies at a California State University, right? And what I want to talk about is how context matters, right? So in this context, you know, it's a predominantly Muslim context. And so the issues that we discuss, we have a better understanding, right? We can relate to it. But I teach American students who have no conceptions of Islam or Muslims or understand the diversity of Islamic interpretations or the ways in which Muslims practice Islam. Right? And I teach also in the context of increasing anti-Muslim racism and pervasive Islamophobia. Right? And so the conversations that we're having here doesn't usually translate. Right? What my students understand about Islam is what they see in the mainstream media, which is for the most part informed by what Muslims are considered, right, after 9/11, after September 11, right? And so their understanding of Islam is as a violent and backward religion, Muslim men as barbaric, and Muslim women as passive, nameless, right, who walk, say, 5 feet behind their men, and who are subject to abuse, oppression, and violence, right? So these are sort of like the mainstream conception, right? And I'm not saying that everybody subscribe to these types of interpretation, but these are what students are exposed to, right? And to spend 10 or 16 weeks teaching about Islam is a real challenge in that context, right? So what I'm trying to say here is, when I say context matter, is when we think about the interpretation of Islam, it varies in terms of the school of jurisprudence, right? In terms of time, in terms of history, in terms of culture. But I also feel like there's a tendency to romanticize when Islam was revealed in 7th century Arabia, right? That there were so many problems in societies pre-Islamic Arabia that when Islam was revealed, it solved all the problems, right? That's not necessarily the case. Right? The society in pre-Islamic Arabia was incredibly diverse. Yes, it had its problems, just like any other societies, right? When Islam came, it uplifted the status of women, but it also absorbed the subsequent interpretations in the different cultural traditions, right? Meaning the people who were interpreting, the jurists, they were interpreting from the point of view of who they were in their societies. So they were not immune to gender dynamics. They were not immune to misogyny. They were not immune to patriarchy. So all these things were read into the interpretation of Islam. So, and I know that everybody here knows this, are aware of this, right? But I want to caution us against thinking that Islam came to solve all the problems, and therefore why do we still have problems today, right? Because historically, that's not the case. The problem is part of the way in which the revelation comes to be, the way in which jurisprudence is shaped. Right? But we also have the history of colonialism. In Malaysia, for instance, right, the formation of the legal system is part of the British colonial tradition, in which the British common law, sodomy law, for instance, is inherited from the British and is still on the books in Malaysia. right? And so the formulation of Islamic law is not necessarily separated from colonialism, impact of imperialism, the wars that United States have waged since time immemorial, right? So we have all these kinds of moving parts, all these different dynamics that shape how Muslims respond to the issues in terms of women's rights and human rights. Right, so that's the context that matters, right? So for me, when I say context, it matters that we understand Islam, specifically say, what does it look like in Burundi? It does not look like that in Malaysia, right? So our challenges, we know, are separated, but really to not sort of like reduce the differences within this culture, within the ways in which Muslims live Islam, to sort of like this imagined community of Muslims who share sisterhood or brotherhood. Right? That's necessary, but what I want to do is to problematize that a little bit more in terms of our conversation. Right? So when you were mentioning the Code Hammurabi, right, the situation of the Romans, the Greeks and stuff, yes, that's part of history, right? But that's also been interpreted in a certain way. Right? It doesn't mean that Islam came and solved everything and made it all good. Right? I think we have to be self-critical in that we need to be willing to look inwards, right? To turn the mirror towards ourselves and ask ourselves, how do we find ourselves in this situation, right? Why is the question of women's rights in Islam such a fraught question, right? Why is it debated endlessly? Why are we still in the conundrum? Why don't women have rights? Why are women being abused? Why are they being violated, right? But we also have to, within this context, problematize the gender dynamics, right? We can't talk about interpretation of Islam, a more just Qadi court, the courts for the Qadis, the Sharia law, without talking about patriarchy. Right, we can't talk about progressive interpretation without actually dismantling social structures that actually sees women as second-class citizens, right? That actually treat women as inferior, that assume women can't think rationally, right? These are all part of patriarchy, but it's also part of the cultural makeup of so many societies, Muslim or otherwise. Right, so we can't necessarily talk about progressive interpretations without thinking about how to dismantle patriarchy at the same time. Right, these are conversations that need to happen in tandem. We can talk about ethical Islam, right? For the most part, the ways in which women understand Islam is ethical, that Islam is not oppressive. But at the same time, we sometimes don't see it in practice. And why don't we see this in practice? Right, we don't see it in practice because patriarchy is pervasive, right? This is not to assume that all men subscribe to patriarchy, all men want to do violence, right? All men are misogynistic. But these are also things that are taught to boys and men, right? Toxic masculinity, how to behave in a certain way, right? Where do they gain power? They gain power by abusing women, by talking down to women, by thinking of women as a lesser being, right? These are the teachings that need to be dismantled. So the key here is to think about what is revealed and what is practiced as divergent, and there's a reason for that. Right? And not to assume that, well, Islam says this, everything is good in interpretation, everything is good in revelation, but why do we have these problems? Right, we have these problems because we really don't want to talk about patriarchy and power politics. Right? We don't want to talk about why is it that men are afforded the rationality to be judges, right? To be in legislative positions, etc., etc. Right? So my point is these are all intertwined. So for instance, if we talk about training women as Qadi in Sharia courts, if we want more women, we are also working on the assumption that if we have more women as Qadi or Sharia judges, that we would automatically have justice, right? And that's a deeply, deeply problematic assumption to be working with. Just because the Sharia court is staffed with women, it doesn't mean that gender equality is what comes out of it, right? Is the assumption that a woman would be more just is deeply problematic because women can also be patriarchal, right? And the fact that patriarchy is not only about men. Women inherit patriarchy, women practice patriarchy because they benefit from the patriarchal system. This is how women negotiate their own roles, their own status in society. Right? This is not to say that everybody, women jump on the bandwagon of patriarchy because they feel like they want to. It's because they have to, right? This is how they gain power, right? The crumbs from the patriarchal table, that's what they take. And then in that turn, you have the intergenerational dynamics, right? Where the elderly then abuse or oppress the younger women. So we have all these complicated dynamics, right, in terms of gender that I want us to really problematize. And along with that, the concept of femininity and masculinity. right? So when we talk about gender, again, we can't just talk about men and women, right? We have to consider people who do not necessarily subscribe to these ideals, right? We have the LGBTI community, we have queer Muslims, right? Where is the place for all these Muslims? Right? If we talk about acceptance, if we talk about understanding each other across difference, then we also have to make room for those who practice Islam in a different way, have a different relationship to God, right? Think about the divine in a different way. If right, to make sense, to make it work in the local context. And I know all of you, a lot of you are doing that work already, right? And in my role, I teach, I'm a teacher, right? And the work that you do is how I make my students make sense of the diversity of Muslim lives, right? Of the diversity of Islamic interpretations. I always tell my students there's no Islam, but there's Islams, right? In the plural, so that they actually understand that there is no one Muslim, right? There's no sort of like a prototype of a Muslim, right? Because there are different ways in which we exist in relation to Allah. So I'm happy to carry the conversation further, but as I said, I'll be brief, and so I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate. Thank you very much, Dr. Azza. Thank you on the virtuals, Dr. Addis. Thank you, Mr. Aizat. Thank you, our Imam, Imam Khalfan. Thank you very much. So all the way from France, Miss Eva, for that facilitation right there. Honored delegates, we appreciate all the panelists. One more time, let's put a hand for the panelists. One time, taking us through advocacy and activism in the field. And I want to attest, it was an eye-opener, really broad perspective on what is actually happening in matters advocacy and activism. And I believe we are sharing in this wealth of knowledge that we are actually presenting here. We were supposed to break for lunch at exactly 1. Looking at the time, we are behind schedule by approximately 45 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to advise that when we go for lunch, kindly, let's strictly take 1 hour. Let's strictly take 1 hour so that we are back settled for the afternoon session at exactly, that will be, what time? It's now 1:45. So let's agree that we will be here at 2:45. Is that okay? Is that agreeable? Speakers, I want to remind you on the Speaker's Creed. Do you remember the Speaker's Creed? Take the Speaker's Creed after me. Blessed are the brief speakers. Let's say it, please. I'm serious. Blessed are the brief speakers, for they shall be invited to speak once again. So when we come back, speakers, let's be spot on, so that we will be invited to speak one more time. Thank you. Bon appetit. Enjoy the the lunch. 1 hour strictly. Let's be here at 2:45. Thank you. My team from Manyata, we had our guy for the keyboard and also the guitar. We can do that now as we are going for the lunch. Then once we come back, we'll be able to have our presentation for 3-4 minutes. Immediately we come back after lunch. This conference. During the panel discussion, the panel presentation on challenges, perspectives, and successes on the full achievement of women's and girls' economic and social rights, including rights to education, employment, financial independence, and inheritance in Muslim societies and communities. So the afternoon panelists will be allocated as well 15 minutes. We are reducing this now to 13 minutes each to deliver their remarks, followed by an interactive discussion and question segment. We'll have our very own Annie moderating this panel. So, my team, get ready. It's your time. We have strictly 3 minutes for that presentation. Manyata Youth, the floor is yours. Let's do this as delegates are settling in for the afternoon session. Ache! Ache oya! Bado haijashika. Ache! Ache oya! Alouma wo! Alouma wo! Eimo! Eimo! Twende nalo basi. There they are in their attire, ready to present a dramatized dance. Or is this a skit? This is a skit. Sorry, a dramatized skit. Let's do this, Manyata. 3 minutes. Tuchunge waya, tuchunge waya. Tuchunge waya.
Mbona hukuja kutusaidia sisi wakati wale wezi walikuja na tupamia kule ndani? Ama si wewe ambaye ulikimbia na kujificha chini ya kitanda na ukachezea tudhulumu? Ikiwa mimi mwenyewe stari nilinja chini ya kitanda. Mimi ni kina nani aliwaambia mtubeba watu? Kwa hiyo ulikuwa unataka tuende sote kwa sasa. Kitanda chini cha mimi alafu walikuwa hao wafungwa wasio waliposema follow the leader. Ikiwa mimi mwenyewe leader ndio kinafanya. Mimi nafanya nini? Sasa kwa taarifa yako nisikilize. Huyu mtoto mimi simtunda. Hebu uone nimepasa nataka kwenda Katoliki chuo kikuu cha kazi gani? Sasa mumao si shule. Tena badala ya hapo ya kuharibia nyumba yetu humu ndani. Sasa sikiliza. Mimi nenda zangu mkawani na huyu nikija humu ndani sasa kumuona. Blood January February. Hili balaa. Yaani mtoto wetu leo hii adurumiwe tena ndani ya nyumba. Kisha babake aseme kuwa hataki kumuona. Hizi ni shida gani jamani? Video huko. Bila samani msichana. Kuripoti nini wewe?
Nimekuja kuripoti ubakaji.
Ai! Nani amebakwa?
Mimi afande.
Pole sana msichana. Na ulibakwa saa ngapi?
Jana usiku.
Yaani umeenjoy the whole time. Sasa ndio unaona kuja report sio?
Nilikuwa usiku sana.
Kwa Wapi? Unajua nani? Kama ni nani, wamekunini. Ni nini tu ndio imetumika kukunani. Na ni nini tu ndio itakuwa imenani. Au sio nani? Unajua msichana katika umri yetu lazima tuandike najisi yake, stage gani, namna gani. Unajua? Sasa ukija hapo kirudialia ukijeleza hapa kila mtu asodoka haraka. Ondoka wewe. Afande.
Bwana.
Hello. Unaniambia nini wewe? Nini? Mimi habari hizo sitakusikia. Ninachotaka mimi container zangu sipatikane basi. Biashara zangu zende hivyo. Wewe ni wapi?
Ndio mkuu aliniambia kwamba tutapata hapa.
Wewe uliniambia nikija hapa nitamwona. Mbona mpaka sasa sijamuona?
Lakini aliniambia atapitia polisi.
Polisi?
Ndio polisi kwenda kushtakia kesi yake ya ubakaji. Alafu mkuu kama unapojua kulingana na mila desturi zao, mtoto wa kike anapobakwa basi huwa kidogo anatengwa na jamii. Kwa hivyo hata usiko na wasiwasi. Sisi tunajua hivi sasa atakuwa yuko hapa.
Very nice.
Ndio.
Sasa mwambie pesa tutampa.
Ndio.
Alafu pia ajue atakuwa karibu sana na Mungu.
Yes.
Pesa? Pesa gani zinazozungumzia? Alafu utakuwaje karibu na Mungu wangu?
Samira, tafadhali sogea karibu yangu. Samira. Samira, najua una wasiwasi mkubwa sana. Lakini ni kweli kitu kimoja tu. Pesa utapata. Samira, kuna mambo mengi mazuri. Kwa nini utake nini? Kwa nini utake kuuliza maneno mengi? Ina gani yani kina mati ya Mungu? Hebu Samira tafadhali angalia hapa.
Mbele.
Unatakiwa kuondoka kesho asubuhi na ndege saa 1. Tafadhali fika uwanja wa ndege saa 1 kabla wakati maalum. Ndio. Na hii ni amana kidogo utatumia. Sawa Samira? Katika hali yoyote ambayo hujaelewa, tafadhali usisite kunipigia simu. Samira. Tafadhali tuondoke.
Sawa mkuu. Samira.
Sina budi kujiunga na kundi hili, hata likaitwa haramu vipi, kwa sababu ndio kundi pekee linalonisikiliza na kunisaidia. Wazazi wangu na taasisi zote za usalama hazitaki kunisikiliza wala kunisaidia. Mimi Samira nimejitoa mwanga.
Waliuku wenyewe baba.
Karibu.
Baba.
Hayo.
Baba. Murudi nani baba?
Kwa sababu sina hata uso kukutazama.
Halafu baba.
Deposit yako ya mahari umenipatia. Mimi sijui wapi nitatoa baba.
Karibu ndani baba.
Mama.
Habari za utakapo?
Salama kabisa.
Kwema kabisa.
Yaani badala ya kumweleza hali halisi iliyomo humu ndani, wewe wamueleza habari yako. Kwa mfano, itakusaidia na nini? Anakuuliza habari yake itakusaidia na nini?
Kwani kuna nini?
Huyu baba yako huyu ni 76. Ni watu wa huku akipeleka kule. Yeye kule ni aregesha.
Na ndio maana nikakutoa kwenu huko maporomokoni nikakuleta hapa kwangu ili ujue vitabu.
Mimi
wewe tena. Sikiliza baba. Hapa ndani pana habari mbaya.
Habari mbaya?
Na habari mbaya ni mimi mpenzi.
Samira. Mbona mngetumulika habari ya mafumbo na vitendawili sio za kuchagua?
Na ukizidi kuichimba ndio utazidi kuchanganyikiwa.
Wewe, Samira nilisema hapa kwangu sitaki kukuona. Ondoka.
Sawa baba, mimi nitaondoka.
Kwenda.
Kwani kuna nini?
Haya mambo ni mazito mno. Hata nikikuelezea sidhani kama utaweza kuamini. Heri uniache nayo mwenyewe.
Samira, mimi ni askari. Tena askari jeshi. Ni lipi nisoweza kulistahimili? Talk to me dear.
Azza kazi gani na huyu hapo mwelezeni?
Samira anaweza kupoteza hadhi yake ya dini na dunia.
What babu, what? Wala sio ndoto. Hivyo nilivyokuelezea hapa. Walimzaraga zaka. Kwani kuna lipi la kuficha? Wakati unafanya gidi.
Ishia hapo. Na ndiposa niko tayari kuondokea.
Haki ya Mungu mwanangu Samira, wewe wanifurahisha sana. Maana tangu useme uondoka bado nakuona humu. Sasa sijui uondoka kimoyo kama ni ondoka.
Sasa baba, mimi naondoka na wala hautoniona tena na shoni mwako.
Samira. Mama na baba. Ni nani anasema kuwa ubikira ndio shida pekee ya mwanamke? Mbona hizi mila zenu na desturi ndio chanzo kikuu cha chuki? Na pia ndio chanzo kikuu cha watoto wenu kujiunga na makundi haramu.
Wewe koma sana kuingilia hizi mila zetu na desturi zetu. Mbavu.
Sasa maneno yangu.
Ani maneno ya nani?
Hao ndio tunafunzwa jeshini mama.
Jeshi gani? Jeshi gani? Tena kwa taifa yako nisikilize. Mimi enzi hizo za nyuma nilikuwa mwanajeshi, commander chief mwenyewe. Na sijawahi kuona haya wala kufundisha.
Jeshi gani na huwa kila siku tuko humu ndani?
Hivi wewe mke wangu umesahau kwamba mimi nilikuwa mwanajeshi katika jeshi hili la wokovu? Mwacha aende zake baba.
Samira, wewe. Jesus Christ.
Wacha pesa. Wacha Coca-Cola. Shida ni nini?
Samira ndio makundi haramu. Na hii ni visa.
Inna lillahi.
Samira anataka kujitoa manga.
Mama.
Yaani mwanangu bala haya yote unaona kama haitoshi. Ndipo nataka kutulipua mimi na mama. Ndio
Ndio. Ili niweze kujisafisha. Na ili niweze kurudisha heshima yangu mama.
Si kwa njia hii.
Licha hayo mama. Samira. Hijalishi kwa uchafuzi uliofanyika. Uko tayari kuoa Samira.
Nini? Stop. Kwa Mungu mimi najua kama nimepata mwanaume shupavu manga kinoma. Kumbe yebo namna hiyo ya kudamnifu wewe. Wewe ni yebo tena namba ile kupa 47. Hapo ni kwamba huyu watu wamefanya chakula tayari.
Baba, nini? Hata kama umefanya chakula, hata kama umefanya uchafu gani, niko tayari kumuoa. Na hivi sasa tuelekea polisi kumaliza hii kesi. Twende Samira.
Mwenyewe. Alafu wajua nini mke wangu? Mimi nakupenda sana. Alafu wewe ndo my holy bees mkideni. Haki ya Mungu, mimi nakupenda.
Mume wangu, tuyaache haya. Sisi pia tuende kule polisi. Ili tusikilize kesi ya mtoto wetu. Wapi? Polisi mume wangu.
Mke wangu kama ni polisi wewe nenda kasikize utaka wewe nilete nyumbani. Sawa?
Yaani leo hii bado unagopa polisi.
Hawa mabwa mdogo wewe wachukuliaje?
Wewe una wasiwasi gani unajua kwa banki yako ni askari jeshi?
Na ni kweli sana. Sasa nisikilize. Hawa askari polisi hata uogopa hawa askari jeshi. Sasa mimi kufika hapa sasa sina wasiwasi kabisa.
Alafu nataka huyu mtoto wetu arudi skuli hata kama ni ya dini nyingine. Lakini masomo ni muhimu mume wangu.
Ni sawa mke wangu, ni sawa. Tena tuharakishe kabla huyu mtoto wetu hajapata yale mafunzo maana practical yetu tulifanya huko ndani. Na tutakuja kuliposa. Sasa hebu tuanie tuseme. Hebu pita angalau na mimi nisafishe macho bwana.
A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Tupigie makofi. A round of applause, please. A round of applause. Okay.
Skit angalau na sisi tusafishe macho pia. Safi kabisa. Safi sana. Safi sana. Technical team, just confirm for me that all is well right here. That all the wires are set. Thank you for that. Very interesting skit. I think for those of us who are not getting the Swahili lingua, ideally the skit was on parenting. Good parenting will ensure that our girls, our boys are not attracted to extremism groups in whatever sense, and I believe it's boiling down to the session that we want to have right now: women and girls, economic, social rights. We want to welcome the panelists who are going to share with us in this afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Honorable Mwanamkuu Sudi, who is a magistrate of Magistrate Judiciary of Kenya. Tumpigie makofi. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu sana. Take to the panelist table. You want to present from here? Very well. We will also be having, welcome our magistrate, Miss Odette Yilmaz. Okay, you're okay, fine. Our magistrate is comfortable standing. I want to welcome Miss Odette Yilmaz, chairperson of Liberal Islamism in Germany. I think she's joining us online. Miss Odette, all the way in Germany, karibu sana, welcome to the session virtually. We celebrate you and we are glad that you could join us. You'll be able to test your mic in a few for us to be sure that you are audible in the conference. We also have Dr. Mzuri Isa, Director of Tanzania Media Women's Association. Dr. Mzuri, karibu sana. Tumpigie Dr. Mzuri makofi. Karibu sana. We celebrate you coming from Tanzania, mandugu zetu, dada zetu wa Tanzania. Very well. Moderating this session will be one and only Annie, who will be taking us through. Oh, sorry, I've just left one. Ms. Dwi Ruby Halif, Indonesia County Director for Asian Muslim Action Network. Ms. Dwi Ruby, karibu, welcome. We celebrate you as well. Welcome to the session. Our panelists, we can be easy. We can take to the panelists table. Then our moderator will be able to pick it up as we proceed with the presentation. Feel comfortable, feel at home. Welcome. Annie, take it away.
Thank you, Vincent. I'm not sure what's going on here, but...
Of the sound, they are trying to fix the sound for our delegate all the way in German. Okay, we can do that expeditiously.
Well, while they're doing that, I am going to go ahead and frame the discussion for this afternoon. It was very spot on with the discussion with the skit that we had earlier on today, just before the session, in regards to the recruitment of young women into extremist movements. This is an issue that our friends from Indonesia will also be talking about, because that's her expertise. And what is very interesting, this the parenting style that many Muslims parents have is kind of at the root of the problem of many of the recruitment to extremist organizations. We have seen this in Tunisia as well, not just here in Kenya. We see this in many Muslim societies. And how we treat the children, I am a mother myself, and how we raise them is really imperative, and how we teach them to be critical thinkers. If we are going to raise them in an environment where they are not allowed to express themselves, they only have to listen to you without even allowed to ask questions, then you are not raising them in an environment that is critical thinking, that is encouraging of independent thinking,
And so this is an important aspect of the way we raise our children that has not been fulfilling for the children themselves. The children want to do good in society, but if you prevent them from being who they are, then that also is discouraging and disabilitating their ability, their full potential. Imam Khalfan does a lot of work in this area as well, and how when we teach and when we do the Clubs for She training in Burundi and DRC and Rwanda, this is one aspect that we are that we really focus on with the young women is critical thinking. So I am going to invite the first speaker, and that would be the Honorable Mwanamkuru Sudi, the Magistrate Judiciary of Kenya.
I think mwelewa mwanamkuu, not mwanamkuru. Yes, but I'm used to that. I just always go ahead and correct. So utazoea. You can just call me Mwana, you can call me Sudi, whichever is easier, but I prefer it that way. So assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think I was given the topic just the other day, so I did not have the opportunity to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, but I kind of have some notes that I will go through. I usually like very interactive sessions, but in view of the timelines that we've been given to present this, I was a lecturer, so don't worry, I can really lecture for hours. Yeah, but in view of the time, I'll try to shorten it so that I can finish in record time. See him shaking his head like, make sure you do that. Yes, I usually try to do that. So my topic for today is actually on common legal and social challenges faced by Muslim women in accessing their rights within the Kenyan context. I'm also supposed to give the legal framework in terms of the local and international instruments that provide for these rights. So by way of introduction, I just want to say that I think my colleague from Uganda there, Madam Teacher from United States, and quite a number of other speakers in the morning captured most of the issues that I wanted to raise. So I'll try to just gloss over them, just to put them in context, but not so much to discuss them in detail, so that we don't waste so much time. So by way of introduction, there are various rights and fundamental freedoms in various legislation within the Kenyan context. And these rights include the rights to, basic rights to property, we have rights to education, religion, socio-economic and cultural rights. Again, within the Kenyan context, Muslims operate under a dual and legal pluralistic system, which comprise of culture, religion, and mainstream laws. And I think somebody mentioned in the morning that Islam had always accorded women rights equal to those of men, in terms of disposing of property, search for education, work, and other rights. And I think everybody is distinct from the other person. As a Muslim, you have individual rights before Allah. It's not about you as a community. The community rights only come in only when you're actually implementing the provisions as required in the Quran. So in terms of legal frameworks, you have the Quran and Sunna, and I'll not really belabor on that. And according to the hadith that is there, is that we are all supposed to be vigilant in the search of education, isn't it? But are we, as Muslims, right here in Mombasa, are we as vigilant in terms of search for education? And I think the silence means consent. We are not, isn't it? I think within the East African framework, most of us just don't bother. We just have very little basic knowledge, both in terms of Islamic knowledge and even the mainstream secular knowledge. So I'll go straight to the legal frameworks. Internationally, we have the United Declaration of Human Rights, which has several provisions with respect to right to own property in association with others, right to work, and socio-economic rights. And then we also have, somebody mentioned the CEDAW in the morning. We also have ICESR, that is Convention on Economic and Social Cultural Rights. We also have the civil and political rights. I will not go into the details because of time. And most of these international legal instruments give us some reference point in terms of socio-economic rights, rights to education, rights to, all these basic rights that are entrenched in the Constitution. And for Kenya, we are signatories to most of these instruments. And therefore, according to the Constitution, Article 2.6 and Article 2.5 and 2.6, they actually form part of law in Kenya. So they're actually directly part of law within the Kenyan context. Now, coming closer home, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and I usually believe this one sounds a lot like something that can be applied within the Islamic context, because it talks about individual rights, it talks about community rights, it talks about rights to equal protection of the law, right to property, and it also gives you rights and duties. Just like within the Islamic context, there's always something about rights and corresponding duties. So within the African Charter, it really encompasses the way Africans think, and they actually contextualize that specific instrument to assist us in ensuring that we do follow what is right within the continent. Further to this, we also have the Women Protocol, which is commonly referred to as the Maputo Protocol, which seeks to protect women against discrimination. The protocol gives women equal rights to acquire, own, administer, manage their own property. It also provides for equitable sharing of joint property. It provides for the right to education, right to training, economic and social welfare rights, as well as reproductive health rights. Now, for many Muslims, we always believe that these international instruments don't necessarily apply to us. As I say, we operate in a dual legalistic system. So we always tend to shy away from applying most of these principles, unless probably you appear before the court. So what we usually do is that tunasema hiyo si Quran. Kwa hivyo kama si Quran, si. We reject most of these international laws. But I don't know whether most of us actually have heard of the Islamic, Universal Islamic Declaration of Human Rights. Have we ever heard of that? Well, you are a scholar. For the others, have they heard of the Universal Islamic Declaration of Human Rights, 1981? And in this specific declaration, they actually borrowed a lot from the Quran and Sunna, which gives it impetus when it comes to application of God-given laws based on the Holy Quran and Sunnah. Because most of us reject the international instruments, can we at least then try and apply the Islamic Declaration on Human Rights? And in this specific convention, we have several duties and you have several rights that have been provided for in that instrument. And it provides for freedom from discrimination, protection of property, equal standards of living. We have the right to social security, justice, and it also prohibits discrimination. Now, when you're applying these Islamic legal rights, I think it is important that we use legal reasoning, ijtihad, and independent legal reasoning, so that we can be able to yield better results for the people who are appearing before the courts. Having a very strict interpretation of these laws actually makes us fail to achieve the very objectives that these instruments had meant to achieve in the first place. Now, according to that specific text, and even the Quran itself, it does not prohibit women from working or acquiring legitimate property equal to the right of men. So these rights are actually for every individual as they are. It's not about whether there's more rights to a man, regarding to a man or a woman, but all of them have equal rights under these instruments. So I think I'll try and go straight to the Kenyan context. I'm in a hurry because I want to at least gloss over the issues. So on the national legislation, we have the Constitution, Article 26 to 57, which provides for the Bill of Rights, and it comprises of individual and community rights, including rights to property, socio-economic rights, which include rights to health, housing, education, social security, food and water. Those are expressly provided for under Article 26 to 57 of the Kenyan Constitution. And Article 19 of the Constitution provides for social justice and realization and enjoyment of these rights with little impediments expected when you actually file these cases in court. So if your rights have been abrogated or breached by somebody, or maybe the state itself, the system actually allows you to file these cases, either free, without paying anything, and I think right now the Chief Justice in Kenya has promulgated a new order in terms of filing cases in court, where some cases you can actually file a case for free. And the Constitution is one of the areas where if you indicate that I have no money to actually pay filing fees, you are allowed to file these cases for free. And then we also have various laws. Okay, the Constitution itself actually gives impetus to the Qadhi's courts in terms of implementation of the Qadhi's courts in itself in issues relating to marriage, divorce, inheritance, and personal status before the Qadhis. Now, before the Constitution came, we actually had several acts or chapters of the law that dealt with various issues relating to marriage, divorce, matrimonial property, and all that. And therefore, there's a lot of confusion, even in terms of how to choose the forum to file that specific case. So that you'd find people being very confused. Do I go to the Qadhi's court? Do I go to the High Court? Where do I go? Do I go to the lower courts? But with the new constitution, and then it actually enabled passing of fresh legislation with respect to property and marriage. So in 2013 and 2014, we had two separate legal instruments that dealt with the issue of property and marriage. And they were very categorical as to what should be applying to which specific court. So for instance, the Marriage Women Property, the Matrimonial Property Act of 2014 under Section 3, it actually indicates very expressly that for a Muslim who wishes to submit before the Qadhi, you can actually file a matrimonial property case before the Qadhi. Now again, under the Constitution, Article 170, it authorizes the Qadhis to determine questions of Muslim law, as I indicated earlier, on personal status, marriage, divorce, and inheritance, to parties who profess the Muslim religion, and they must submit. So the issue of choice actually comes in there. Where do I choose? Do I wish to submit before the Qadhi, or would I rather just go before the ordinary courts? But I can assure you, even with whether the Qadhi's court are in existence or not, or whether we have the mainstream laws, I think most people still opt not to come to court. And that is where most rights are actually abrogated. They are breached by the public themselves. Munajinyima haki zenu. Because it's very difficult for you to appear before a local imam, for them to actually say that this property or this is my rights, and therefore they give it to you at the time of divorce. How will you enforce that right if you don't appear before the Qadhi or before the mainstream court? So it's easier because the distance is shorter, maybe it's somebody you think you know and you can manipulate a little, but at the end of the day, you still don't get your rights. Because the only person who has capacity to enforce those rights is actually the Qadhi. Why? Because he has extra powers given by the Constitution. He can have your husband or former husband arrested. He can have a court bailiff go and do whatever it is that they need to do to get back what is rightfully yours, if it's your matrimonial property or whatever it is. If it's your children and you want your child to come with you, ukienda kwa huyu Qadhi hapa atakwambia, okay, mtoto ni wako kulingana na dini, sio? But how do you enforce that right for you to actually get that child? Amesema mimi sikupati. Na ashakwambia mtoto ni wako, lakini your husband is saying sikupati. How will they enforce that right if you don't appear before the Qadhi? Right? So I think there's a problem with the community and we need to do a lot more. So I also wanted to recognize that aside from Cap 11, which deals with the Qadhi's courts, we now have, I think I was with my colleague there, and even Abu Jabbar, he was initially in the process, and all these Qadhis that I came with today, we now have the, what do you call it? The legal procedure, the Qadhi's procedure rules, right? Which were promulgated this year. This year? 2020. So a group of steering committee members were tasked with the duties to ensure that we pass a legal procedure rules specifically for the Qadhi's court. And I can assure you, compared to the mainstream laws where I practice, our civil procedure is very, very thick and bulky, all right? But for the Qadhi, they really sought to make it very simple for the Kenyan Muslim, because it's for Muslims, not necessarily women or men. But it's a very thin document so that it can make it easy for you. They even put for you the forms at the back there. It's just a matter of copying, pasting, and filling in those details. So please don't be discouraged. Kuna kesi 500,000 ziko nje hazijafika kotini. It doesn't make any sense. All right? And apart from that, And apart from that, I also sat in the same steering committee with my colleagues here, and their input was taken, and I can assure you, Kadhis are very receptive about many issues that people out here presume cannot happen. I know I had a voice, and what I wanted was always captured. Was it not true? And I'm not even that versed in religious matters. But they still took that into account, the fact that you do your research and they're able to capture that information. Why? Because we want to help the women of this country. So that substantive bench book actually contains most of the chapters or most of the requirements that we need to apply at the Kadhi's court. The bench book is simply a book that contains substantive laws, substantive procedure. So they have compiled all that. It's a very thick book, I think about 200 pages. It captures issues of divorce, marriage, issues of, I insisted on matrimonial property because I told them even if it is not in the Quran, it is still something that we grapple with as Kenyans and even as Muslims. And they were progressive enough to actually adopt that. It's actually captured in the substantive document, that is the Kadhi's bench book. So I want to pacify my brothers here. We are all Waheshimiwa, Kadhi Abdul Jabbar, Tito, and why are you there? That they actually do a lot in terms of ensuring that justice is served for the normal mwananchi and for the woman out there, for the Muslim woman and the Muslim man. Because mostly these are done for us. So that now even when matters go on appeal, they are able to say we have a reference point for most of the information. Because as I think you heard initially that when matters went on appeal, the problem is a Christian woman will actually hear that case. Do you think they will apply the Islamic law if they don't even understand what's going on? So you wanted to have that reference point, and that has been done. The only problem now we have is in terms of adoption by the CJ, but we are finding ways to ensure that the Chief Justice actually has it adopted for our brothers, and for your own benefit, that is. So aside from that, locally we also have the Domestic Violence Act, we have the Penal Code, we have the Sexual Offences Act, which has several issues, dealing with different issues that are more of criminal in nature. I know I heard about LGBTQ. Within the Kenyan context, that is still an offense until further notice. So let's just be clear. For now, LGBTQ issues, if you're arrested, you'll be brought before me. I'm just a mainstream magistrate. I don't do Kadhi's work, although I always tell myself that I'm their only female Kadhi, because they always listen to me. I'm their only female Kadhi. They always listen to me, even including the Chief Justice. I mean the Chief Kadhi. They are very good people. So anyway, there are some issues that are still not allowed within the Kenyan context. So they still remain criminal offenses, whether you like it or not, until things are changed, and that includes the Constitution itself, nothing much can happen. So we must follow the law as is. We are a legal positivist institution. Half the time we follow the law as is, right? We are in a box. Aside from that, Ulfat gave me the opportunity to discuss the challenges faced by women in accessing justice with respect to socioeconomic rights. And I think this is where Toumu comes in. So I'll just gloss over the presentation. And what I wanted to mention is that just because you have all these instruments in place, it doesn't mean that that the legal rights of everybody will be guaranteed. For us to guarantee the legal rights of everybody, as I said, we must have agency. So that now it's for you to come to court and say, mimi nimedhulumiwa, so nisaidie. Ama uende polisi, hata kama utasikia domestic violence, unaambiwa nani amekurepe, those are normal questions. Don't worry about it. We'll just discuss those issues when you come to court. But I'm sure knowing that things have actually changed in terms of, for instance, domestic violence, they must bring that case to court. Whether it's weak or whether it's strong, it's not for them to determine. It's actually for the court to determine. So some of these complexities or challenges include lack of written evidence in hearing of cases. I know that for most women, we don't keep documentary evidence of what we actually do within our families, because I believe families operate under the guise of trust. So that huyu ni mwenzangu, kwa hivyo tufanya vitu pamoja, si ndio? But the day ukiwa mambo yameanza kupamba moto, ndio utajua si mwenzako. My dissertation says chetu si changu. And they always laugh when they hear that story. Because that is the truth. When things break down, yours his is not yours. All right? So we need to be very categorical about if you are making a contribution let's say in a matrimonial property, please keep your evidence, keep your receipts, keep your loan forms, because I know women are all over microfinance, sisi ndio tumejazana huko. Unalipa loan peke yako, but at the end of the day, you get nothing. So keep your, keep your evidentiary documents in check. So some of these problems actually contributed because of our culture. Culture is another problem. Because half the time we don't apply the law as is. We actually apply culture. You even forget the Quran, you forget the mainstream laws. Unarudi nyumbani, mamangu nilimwona akifanya hivi. So at the end of the day you lose because you're not following what needs to be followed. Right? The other challenge is duality of the legal system. I've mentioned that we are governed as well by, 3 types of laws, maybe if not more. Culture, religion, and the mainstream laws. When you appear before me, I will actually just apply the mainstream laws. When you appear before my brothers, they'll have to apply Islamic law. Culture, tafuta mzee mtaani, anakufanyia vile anaona yeye ni sawa. At the end of the day, bado unadhulumiwa vile vile. So you need to be careful as to where you're actually likely to get your rights enforced right. Because within the cultural setup, that is where most people actually manipulated into letting go, mwache tu, wajua, Mungu yuko nini, and then you live with nothing. You don't live with your kids, you don't live with anything. The other one is cumbersome legal procedures and unpredictable court findings. I think even for the lawyers, they find it difficult to appear before the Qadhi's court because initially there was nothing that compiles their judgment. So everybody gives their judgments on the basis of what they believe is right. I think you had my brothers here say kuna wazee, kuna vijana, kuna wakatikati. So it's about how you interpret that law before you, or that provision of the Quran before you. With the High Court as well, the same judgment that is given by the Qadhi goes back to the High Court if somebody goes on appeal. And what happens is that the High Court also goes on sometimes and changes the entire judgment to apply their own things. So they change it even from Islamic to mainstream, suddenly. So it's no longer really, so even with the Qadhi, they've been having a challenge and they've really been pushing for something like an appeal court, specifically for the Qadhi's court, so that they'll be applying just Islamic law. Because they all have, everybody has their own biases when it comes to applying the law. And even with this, I think we shall also, the bench book, once it is adopted, will also solve some of these problems of lack of reference points. And then we also, the fourth one is lack of wide interpretation of Islamic principles and independent reason. So many a times difficulties arise when when their conservative readings of the Quran are intertwined with gender discriminatory customary norms, which are presented as God's immutable word. So most of us don't really read the Quran to understand its context. Hata sengine tuwasoma tu asubuhi, lakini you don't read with the meaning. So half the time you'll appear before a sheikh, akwambia, wajua hii insema hivi. Huwezi kufanya hivyo, manake hii Quran ishasema. So we always wait for the men to translate for us the Quran. And you actually make it difficult for us to get what is rightfully ours. Yeah. So we also have stereotyped roles of genders, such that we believe if it's a man is always the head of the house, isn't it? So even if the woman is the one who is struggling and the sole breadwinner of the family, bado jina natapewa darling hapo mbele. Kwa yeye ndo ametafuta hizi pesa akaleta hapa. And the one ndo uza viazi na leso na kila kitu kunyuma. So we need a lot of awareness in terms of what is actually right and what needs to be told at which point. And I was also saying that my colleagues at the Qadhis need to apply, independent reasoning. They need to forget about the stereotype roles that women are given by society. The society is changing, and we must run with it. I'm not saying that we change the Quran, we cannot do that, but how you apply the issues before you and how you contextualize them, then actually make women have what is rightfully theirs. And then I'll also touch on the socio-economic and cultural complexities in pursuit of rights. We also have the social and cultural factors, which I had mentioned earlier in brief, which gives power and status to men over women. where we see the man as the primary source of authority, even where the woman is the breadwinner. Then the other thing, we also have family and kinship structures. So for instance, here in Mombasa, like in many other communities where the marriage is a community affair, the woman's agency is determined by the relative strength of the respective families and the willingness of the woman's family to support her in her claim. Ukienda pale kwa kadhi ukiwa Mombasa, unashangaa, people come with entourage of people. Divorce tu kidogo, lakini tunakuja watu wengi. The whole family must come, from the uncle, the auntie, the God knows who. Tunakuja wengi kabisa. Koti inajaa. So we have a problem because we do not have self-agency, and unless the family pushes you to actually take action, you do not do it. So mama na watu wako 50,000, you need to do something because the problem starts from there. And then you also have economic and class structures which were mentioned earlier, so that as a result of changing dynamics and globalization, women are taking an active part and performing multiple roles to support their families. As usual, however, these roles or burdens are never recognized. Women enter into businesses and microfinance, raise cash to educate their children, and take care of their household expenses where husbands are unable to. And half the time, women are still exploited when it comes to taking some of these burdens. Wewe unachukua mzigo na bado unadhulumiwa vile vile. I think that is how the society treats us. And then again, there's a lack of awareness of Islamic and legal frameworks which discourage women from pursuit of shares. Hatujui haki zetu ni gani. We have no idea what is contained in these instruments. We'd rather ask somebody, even if you are misguided, you'll take it as the truth. Nafikiri Toumu amesema ameenda pale kwa kadhi, and I'm sure she has not met the kadhi. She must have been told by a clerk right there, wewe enda muite. And that is it, akarudi, and that is it. Now she's just crying, right? But I assure you she has not met the kadhi, because the kadhi cannot do such a thing. But they send you back. After you have filed the case, unajua shida ni nini, tuenda kuongea na mdomo. Please, can we follow the procedure for filing these cases? If your plaint is there and imestampiwa, nobody is going to turn you back, all right? I am finishing, all right? So, in conclusion, in my opinion, we need consciousness or awareness raising, especially in mosques and madrasas, because that's where it all begins. On strategies in Islam for protection such as agreements and transactions. So if people are entering into, they are buying property together, their husband, can there be a sort of agreement which can easily enforce when you appear before the court? We can also look at the example of powerful Muslim women during the Prophet's time. Kina Aisha, Kina Shafa bint Adwiya, you know, all those people. Can we read about them so that you can know that we're actually empowered by the deen? And lastly, we also have the issue of legal reforms, as mentioned earlier. The law of procedure has been codified in the Qadhi's court, and the only remaining issue is the Qadhi's bench book, which needs to be adopted. I think I'll finish there. I'll just finish with these quotes. I think somebody mentioned economies shrink when women are left out. And please learn Islam before you learn Muslims, because I think that's where the problem arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudi. The next speaker is Ms. Odette Yilmaz. She is part of our AIM member organization network, and she's the chairperson of Liberal Islamischen Bund e.V. Germany. Odette, go ahead and speak. One second, we can't hear you. Did you unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted, yes.
Speak, say something.
You hear me now?
Yes. Come closer if you can, speak louder.
Hey.
Thanks.
Yes, so assalamu alaikum again. Thank you for having me here, and I'm so glad we can share this great event together, despite all the technical issues we might be experiencing today. I'm talking from the perspective of a German Muslim woman living in Germany, so of course the struggles and challenges and also the opportunities and chances that we live here are a bit different from many countries with Muslim majority society.
Odette, we just lost your audio for whatever reason. Try again. Are you muted? It's from here. 1 second, Odette. We had you and then we lost you.
Infrastructure, or can the others that are tuned by via Zoom hear me? Can you give me feedback?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay, you can start. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll start over. I hope the connection is stable now. Yes, speaking from the point of view of a German Muslim woman living in Germany, of course, the struggles, the challenges, and also the chances and opportunities that we experience are a bit different from countries with Muslim majorities. You might think that, like, if you have a look at the media or the perception of European countries, and especially Germany, gender equality is somewhat established, but that is not always the case. Like in the society in general, we still are facing issues with a slightly imbalance when it comes to raising kids. Still, women are mostly doing the domestic role, staying at home for the kids, which is totally fine if self-determined, but it's not always self-determined too, because also salaries for women are lower than for men. We still have a significant gender pay gap, and when relationships break up, it's mostly the mothers taking care of the children and being and suffering disadvantages in their economical life and freedom. And single mothers are one of the groups that are most threatened by poverty in Germany. This for the general social situation. When it comes to Muslim communities, things are a bit ambivalent, I would say. Of course, we carry the struggles of the society in general in Muslim communities too, but there are also some other struggles added for women. Despite legally having all freedoms, they're not always granted by families and communities, especially when it comes to the freedom of choice in relationships, like whether they want to marry or do not want to marry, who they want to marry, at which age they want to marry. We still have a significant number of forced child marriages under the radar, which of course do not pass by civil law, but by religious or cultural, ethnical traditions that put pressure on young girls, young women, and can also lead to risking their lives if they want to leave these forced relationships. On the other hand, we are facing issues with when it comes to the self-determination of Muslim women, also from the majority society. Like, for example, when it comes to living their religion freely and expressing their religion freely, for example, by wearing a headscarf or applying a specific dress code or whatever you want to call it, they're often put into disadvantage by the major society, by employers, and often also are victims of attacks, maybe physical or verbal. And that's something that we struggle with a lot. And we as LIB, Liberal Islamische Bund, Liberal Islamic Association Germany, short LIB, which is how I will call it now, we strongly advocate for the self-determination of Muslim women and women in general. And saying this, we mean that whatever decision a woman takes must be respected by all means and by all parts of society, may it be from inside the Muslim communities or the majority society of Germany. So we have some legal issues preventing women from expressing their beliefs and their religion freely. That by law forbid to wear a headscarf or other religious symbols in certain jobs, maybe teachers, lawyers, judges, whatever, like whenever it comes to representing the state, which is actually a diverse and pluralistic state, this diversity is not acknowledged and not tolerated and not accepted. To advocate our goals or visions or for the freedom of women, we engage in several committees that are partially governmental, partially non-profit, non-government organizations. We are very lucky to be engaged with the Ministry for Interior in Germany to be able to take some influence on the side of politics towards religious symbols like the headscarf, and thus protect, or not protect, but empower Muslim women to take steps and find the courage to step up against regulations or laws that are actually against our constitution. That's something that might sound a bit paradox, but it's the case. We have laws here that are against the constitution, and we need a stable basis to step up against them altogether, like not only the progressive and liberal Muslims, but actually all Muslim communities. And of course, we're engaged with the Federal Ministry for Family, Elder People, Women and Youth. You see, like, it's a very widespread ministry. We wish for an own ministry for women, actually, because, well, sometimes they're a bit neglected between the other groups. And we are in several local, federal, and European networks supporting progressive values, and of course, in this context, also women's rights. One of them, or some of them, are the Beyond Network, European Network for Religious Progressives, the European Green Progressive Interfaith Coalition, the Muslim Women Network in Hamburg, where I am residing, and that I'm personally engaged in, and the Network for Women and Islam of the German Green Party, and the Alliance for Action of Muslim Women, which our Imam Rabia Müller has been engaged in since I was able to think basically. She is one of the founders of that Alliance for Action, and they were able to push some influence of progressive values into Muslim communities too when it comes to women. An issue beside all the really critical issues that I will talk about in a bit inside Muslim communities is that women do about 90% of the community work, but are barely publicly acknowledged or found on the boards of the mosques or the communities or associations they founded, which has apparently several reasons, but mostly it's because men won't listen in those organizations, which is a pity, because if they would have a much stronger bond to what happens in their communities. And yeah, sometimes the speeches of the imams in certain mosques just go past what matters for their own community, because they're not truly engaged in it. They're there for Friday prayers, and yeah, basically that's it. Besides that, they're casually spoken, they're engaged in their men's clubs, and don't really see what struggles kids are facing, women are facing in the majority society. And I think that's a big loss for these communities and organizations, because it's a major part of everyday life of Muslims in Germany, and women are not represented as much as they should be. Other challenges for women, or risks or dangers for women in the communities here, as I already stated, is the topic of marriage, but also the communities have a big influence on their ways of education and work life, basically. But there's a huge gap too. Like the better educated parts of the communities strongly motivate and push their daughters to get a good education. But this good education level often stops at a certain point, which often is marriage, whether it is self-determined or not, because they're still expected to give up all their all the work they have done so far and stay at home like forever, because I don't know how it's like in other countries and other societies, but if you stay at home here after being trained and well educated for a certain job, and you stay at home for like 10, 12, 15 years until your community or your family agree that your children are old enough so you can start working again, your education is not acknowledged anymore, and it was paid for nothing. And this too is a big loss that we see here, because these women could have a huge impact not only their own communities, but also on society in general. And they're an essential part of the acceptance of diversity in this society, which we just lose this way because they get this social pressure inside their communities. Education sometimes is an issue. We have compulsory school attendance. Depending on which state you're living in, mostly it's until the age of 18. So it is basically secure that all children or youth, whether boys or girls, receive a decent education and graduate from schools. But when
now, you have to wrap up now, please. 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. All right, so I will skip this because this is a general issue. Maybe just to add on, like from which sides we as progressive and liberals, even when promoting or advocating for women's rights, get attacks from, it's many directions. It's the rightist direction. It's the rightist political part that judges us as religious extremists and something that doesn't belong to this country. And it's also Muslim communities who state that we put dangerous ideas into women's heads just for promoting their self-determination. But maybe I got a bit lost. Annie asked me already to speed up a bit. maybe I'll just finish here and leave the rest for the open discussion, because the field is so vast, and it's really hard to put this into 15 minutes or 10 minutes. And I will just pass to the next speaker, and we'll be looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Odette. Well, the consistent theme that we are hearing, whether you are in Kenya, whether you are in Tanzania, we have seen some messages from viewers in Tanzania, whether it be in Germany,
is even though we don't have muftis in some of the Western states, even though we don't have the Sharia court like you have here, the Qadi court, and in Malaysia, we still somehow fall through the cracks. Women are still being, there are so many muftis in our family, muftis everywhere. There is controlling our thinking, how we dress, etc., etc. So we need to be more liberated from this. So the next speaker is Dr. Mzuri Isa. I welcome you to come and present over here because you have a PowerPoint, yes?
Oh, yeah. Ah, thank you. What a relief. Because even when you go to the restaurant, they ask for your mask. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, thank you. I will go quickly on only 4 issues because a lot have been talked about. Yeah, can you? Yeah, there. Yeah, this slide, the context. Sorry, double T. First of all, I would like to take you up to Zanzibar, because you might wonder, some of you, where is Zanzibar and what that animal is. Yeah. So Zanzibar is part of Tanzania. We have United Republic of Tanzania, which was composed of 2 countries, actually. It's a union of 2 Thai government. We call it Zanzibar, where I come from, and we had the then Tanganyika, where Sheikh Hamis here is coming from. Sisi ni watani wa jadi kisha. So it's very political, actually, Zanzibar. Political when it comes to Zanzibar and Tanganyika, now mainland we call, but also political internally. We have strong opposition party and the ruling party. So it's really interesting. And we stop there in the political theater. Muslims are predominant, actually, in Zanzibar, a majority with 95%. And in that case, I can say it's very traditional and patriarchal, especially in the rural areas. Can you go to another slide, please? Thank you. Quickly, the success that we have seen when it comes to women and girls' socioeconomic rights. We've seen awareness has raised from not reporting, let's say, gender-based violence, rape cases, issue like that, up to reporting these days. It was a taboo, being a traditional Muslim society. I think without overstating, you know what I mean. And also school enrollment. Until 1946, they said they had University Missionary of Central Africa from German, which actually established girls' school, but no girl was enrolled. So, so they were forced to close it until 1946. Yeah. So now women are also engaging in income-generating activities, and we've broken the silence actually on gender-based violence and participation in the leadership position, especially in the mainstream politics, and political participation in general. Our own contribution is Tanzania Media Women Association Zanzibar. We do a lot of media advocacy. We do support women to join in income generating activities, support women to hold leadership posts and political participation in double-pronged approach. We support survivors to access legal remedies. We influence and reviewed policies and laws detrimental to women and girls. I can share a very quick, a case study of a law change. In the beginning, there was a law, very draconian one, of which if a girl falls pregnant out of a wedlock, she's sent to jail for like 2 years and a half. And that law, imagine, it was not even a colonial law. It was enacted in 1985, way after our independence. So how much traditional and patriarchal people are. Yeah, and ironically, that law, they call it protection of women and girls. Yeah, so we did a lot of advocacy around that law, and it was actually amended in 2005. Can we go to another, please? Thank you. Those are some of the pictures of the women we support in income-generated activities, and there they have the soap-making machine. Yeah. Yeah, please. And those are some of the stories that we have claimed in the media. We issue regular press statements, let's say, press conferences. Only like 2 days before I came here, we had a press conference, yeah, about women leadership. So we talk a lot, actually, when it comes to gender issues and equality, governance sometimes, and human rights, yeah. Yeah. So some of the existing challenges, women make over 51%, we've talked about that. And we have commonly, we know, we do house budget survey. After like 5 years, we do also economic surveys. And you find in the government documents that women make like 75% of the people engaged in the agricultural production and offshore economy. Because, you know, Zanzibar is Indian Ocean, yeah, surrounded really by sea all over the place. So the offshore economy and the activities, yeah, are really prominent. Yet women are plunged deeply in the poverty circle, and according to the same documents, men earn 3 times more than women in both urban and rural areas, much as they've been engaged and integrated in income and economic activities. So those are some of the economic opportunities, some pictures of Zanzibar Island. I think you have heard about that. It's beautiful, isn't it? Next time, I think is coming there. Yeah. Economic challenges for women and girls. They lack capital, technology, and now we have a very popular economic policy by the sitting president, who have just voted in last year. He called it blue economy policy. But where are women there? You don't find them. So it's a really big challenge, actually, when it comes to capital, technology for women. And sometimes for those who engage in business, especially girls, if you ask why they are not excelling much as far as their counterparts, boys and men, are concerned, they say maybe because it's our kind nature. Sometimes me, if I sell something and I sell to my auntie or my sister or relative or neighbor at the same price, she comes and tells, you sell at this price even to me? Oh, please, Fatima. So it's like natural. Okay, but the boys and men, it's like, the price. Yes, and people at home, they know that this thing belongs to that guy. We really need to respect that. But for girls, it's really a problem. Yeah. And still we have GBV challenges. Sometimes GBV conducted with impunity due to a culture of secrecy, favoritism, and corruption. We have seen the drama. And early pregnancies and rapes against the girls from 14 and above years are prominent and with limited legal remedies. This is a new challenge which we are facing from 14 and 18. And the courts, DPP, they say the girls do not want it to cooperate with the judiciary system. They say, she was my boyfriend, or I don't know her, I don't know him anymore, he has traveled, it was not this one, it was... So these are the new challenge, but I think we need to find a panacea for that, because I think we have had even in America, it was really nice with the R. Kelly episodes, the way it was recorded and things like that, yeah. So we really need, I don't want to be satisfied with the judiciary position that for them, they say that we should actually reduce the age of consent from 18 up to 14. So it's like, I tell them, that one has been raped since 7 years old or 4 years old and get used to this. So now you are saying that we should, cut the age for consent. No, that's not fair, because they're used to this. So you have to find a way to limit and to punish the perpetrators. So political challenges, women mainly join the law-making organs or decision-making organs through special seats because the political level ground has not been leveled yet. Let's say they earn only around 4 to 50 seats in the mainstream politics. So still we struggle in the mainstream politics. We heavily depend on special seats. Yeah. Due to other things, there are cyberbullying and all those kind of things. And women sometimes, she might come out contesting, but if somebody say, you are what, and then you stop, no, I'm not going to be no. So it's like, it's tough actually. Yeah. The conversation now we have, Honorable Mwanamku talked about it, about matrimonial division of assets. And the monetarization, probably, of the domestic responsibilities. We ask women to keep their receipts, as Judge Mwanamku said. But sometimes in love affair, you get married and you stay for like 20 or 10 years, even 5 years. It's hard, And sometimes you might think like your partner is not trusting you, you don't trust him, so the love can be somehow reduced and what. So it's really difficult, that part. And there was another point. And the issue of about 14 rapes and the pregnancies. I would really like to learn a lot from you about these two issues. Thank you so much. Yeah.
One of the best quotes in this conference is "Keep your receipts, woman." So in case you have to claim your assets. That was so funny. Okay, it is unfortunate on a not so funny note that one of the presentation here is, oh, that's my cat that just died a few weeks. So, yeah, it's so sad. My constant companion. But anyway, one thing that is very sad is that the Quran verse is very specific in that men and women should be paid equally. There is a verse in the Quran about that. And yet, as we saw from Dr. Amzuri's presentation, that is not the case, where men are paid 3 times more. And even when they are trying to conduct businesses, the price for women salespersons are negotiated. So I'm going to now turn to our friend from Indonesia, Ms. Dewi Ruby Khalifa, Indonesian Country Director for the Asian Muslim Action Network. So Ruby, if you want to come here to do your presentation, you can do it here. It's controlled?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but it's controlled there. I can do it from here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Can you help to show my presentation, please?
1 second.
Yeah. Can I start? Assalamualaikum. I hope you wake up already after Dr. Zuri.
Thank you for making audience wake up. So, just call me Ruby is easy. Though some people say that it's not Islamic, but I don't care. Because the name is just name. and I appreciate my mom give me the name Ruby. And I mean, and that has connection with what I am actually would like to share about the Indonesia. No, this presentation over there is not here. Can you show? Yeah. While you see my presentation on the screen, I'm not sure how many of you are aware about Indonesia. Of course, it's located in Southeast Asia. We are diverse in terms of everything. Religion, ethnicity, the culture itself, and the political association, of course, the belief on the gender, and we also have a diverse religious interpretation that exists in Indonesia. So we accepted the four mazhab living and also embraced by the people. Of course, the majority are Shafi'i. Yeah, that one. Okay, the second slide, please. So regarding with Indonesia, we are archipelago, so it's quite long island. If you travel from Aceh to Papua, it takes 8 hours by flight. Wow, costly. In terms of the program, is very costly. And it consists of 17,000 islands, more than 700 local dialects, 85% Muslim. So we have 6 religions recognized by state. That is a problematic because we have 100 local religion exist in Indonesia before the 6 religion recognized by state enter and embraced by the people. So we traditionally believing in the local faith. And what else? Basically, Indonesian people are very tolerant because we get used to live with the diversity. Our neighbors are different and we know about that. So therefore, in the past, people will never correct the way how you dress up or the way how you're speaking or the way how you look like. But recently is getting more, how do you call it, the group that actually very concerned about how you should just dress up and all of that. And that very annoying. And we embrace democracy, but on the other hand, there is a temptation for a particular group promoting Islamic State. So in the history of Indonesia, we experience things about democracy. During Sukarno, we got guided democracy, mean that the democracy not like the Western, the democracy contextualized with the local context. And then we have authoritarian regime during Suharto time. Then we really now exercising full democracy after Reformasi 1998, meaning that it's allowing the group who are on the left, on the right, growing and contesting the ideology and also gaining attention from the people, including recruitment and expanding the ideology. And Indonesia state of Pancasila, and we have Constitution 1945. If you look at, we're not embracing, at the beginning, our founding fathers and mothers agree that it is better for Indonesia remaining as state of Pancasila instead of applying Sharia law. There was a long debate in the history, and I am very happy that Indonesia remain as Pancasila state. We have 5 principles as the foundation, the belief in the one God, just and civilized humanity, Indonesia unity, democracy under the wise guidance of the representative consultation, and social justice for all the peoples of Indonesia. So constitution basically is the highest law, that meaning all the regulations should follow the constitution that guarantee the all human rights and freedom of religion, expression, and all of that. That is ideally. But however, we're facing a lot of challenges. Euphoria of democratic space, and particularly I think we are struggling a lot in managing virtual civic space. We want to maintain the civic space, always be there, and listening to the people, including our president and all the cabinet are very active in Twitter, Instagram, and then the people complain, and then right away they will respond directly. So the communication about the people on the ground and the president is happening in social media. So, can you imagine? There is one governor in Jakarta, used to be Ahok, the Chinese Christian governor, also very active in Twitter, and then once the people complain, it's just sending the staff on the ground and then resolve the problem. And currently it is also happening in Central Java under the governor Ganjar. It's also the same thing, the way they are reacting to the need of the people. That is the beauty of social media, yeah? But on the other hand, we are also getting more and more voices coming from transnational Muslim, that actually promoting the single truth, that they believe that they are the only truth and others are not. They are the group that are going to the heaven, all of you go to the hell. So that is the problematic we are facing now in Indonesia. I don't need to mention here, yeah? You can recognize who they are. We also facing the new development and new challenges on the online gender-based violence. Currently, we are struggling on how to push our parliament passing the bill on ending sexual violence, because the sexual violence has become emergency in Indonesia. We have a problem on the rise of intolerance, radicalism, and also violent extremism. Next. In terms of women's rights in Indonesia, I can share to you that there are a lot of achievement, of course. Legal reforms, for example, taking place very well. For example, the regulation relating how to promote gender equality and women empowerment, all of actually adopted by Indonesia, and from national to the local level, because we apply decentralization political system. Meaning that what we have at the national level as a law need to be implemented right away under the coordination of the Ministry of Home Affairs, that helping the local government to be perform in the implementation of all kind of laws. However, in some of the part of Indonesia, of course, we're facing a lot of gaps in the implementation of law. We have a very vibrant women movement operating at the national and also local until village level. And the national missionaries are also very active. We have the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection. We have 3 national human rights institutions that actually helping a lot and quickly respond gender-based violence and also children violence. So we have a National Human Rights Institution for the Children and Komnas Perempuan for dealing with the violence against women, and the Commission on Human Rights as a whole. So that we also facing the growth of Islamic political parties that also very concerned on the women issue. They are very much active in advocating the women's rights, but of course with the very conservative perspective, in particularly the Islamic party called Prosperous Justice Party, but the rest are very moderate. Therefore, we are facing difficulty in stopping the formulation of religion into law, in particularly when it comes to the local regulation. So currently we're dealing 421 local regulation that discrimination against women and also minority. We have very open culture, but on the other hand, the tribal traditions discriminated to women are still operating, like kawin tangkap. This is the practice happening in Nusa Tenggara Barat, where the guy who wants to get the wife, they just can adopt the girl and then marry. It's unbelievable happening in Indonesia under democracy. And we have a lot of this happening. And the influence, as I mentioned, transnational Islam creating conservatism and all of that. So why me so quickly? And then of course, we are having multi-interpretation axis in our country, and then therefore the progressive religious interpretation gaining a lot of spaces in Indonesia. Next. This is the status of freedom of religion in Indonesia. Under Constitution, we recognize freedom of religion, but some implementation are problematic. However, I give you good news in terms of the newly improvement that the government already approved on having providing identity card for neglected groups such as transgender and also the minority group. There are also reviewing going on about the joint ministerial regulation banning Ahmadiyya in Indonesia. And there is two big movement led by the government. First is moderation in religion in schools and university under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So meaning that you have to be moderate in embracing religion, no matter your religion, Islam, Christian, or whatever. And then movement of eradication, three biggest sin in school led by the Ministry of Education. One is bullying, intolerance, and sexual violence. All of that has connected one another when it's come to violent extremism, because those issues been used by violent extremists to recruit, but at the same time also to delegitimate the government because they accuse the government as non-Islamic, not Islamic enough. Therefore, they're proposing the Islamic state. Next. Just give me another 2 minutes. This is the reality. On 2011, when Shia group attacked by an intolerance in Sampang, East Java, we right away respond the case. And it took like until now, it's still struggling with our government. What I would like to share to you is the layers of discrimination against the Shia women. Individually, they are passive, not like other group, and lack of literacy, lack of leadership, very much depending to husband and male leader. When it comes to the family and also the group, they are unequal in terms of relation. And of course, inside minority, you know, when we deal with minority, you have to deal with the different layers. Now, you deal with the group that they believing that men everything, men in charge and all of that. So therefore you need to have a lot of negotiation and awareness among men and also the leader. When it comes to the community, we have a strong stigmatization, calling them as deviant, not Muslim and all of that. And that because of the social media keeping fueling what's happening with the stigmatization, including against the Ahmadi and Shia in particular. And because people low in terms of literacy, therefore the influence of social media is very easy. So be careful. if you want to stepping into social media, make sure that you're also balancing with the literacy among the people. And temporary marriage and practicing, therefore, it's become more and more stigmatized, the women in the Shia group. And the last part of the layer of discrimination is about the formalization of religion into local regulation. And one is about against the Shia Ahmadi and that minority. Therefore, is politics in Islam very dangerous, and I agree with Aizat before on the previous presentation that we should avoiding the bureaucratization of religion, and we keep our space to be or maintained as democratic. Allow me to share this perspective. When we deal with the freedom of religion, violent extremism, or whatever that you deal with, remember that a woman is not single entity. So when you recognize the diversities among the women, including the gender expression, you may be able to see more specific context. Therefore, I think the intersectional perspective in the context of using gender is very matter. My experience very different with the Zuri experience, including with Ulfat experience, Ani, and all of that. You cannot judge my experience with your eyes or your perspective. So better really understand where she come from, with which family that's actually living with her, and all of that, including, of course, religion and also the ethnicity. Number two, the women experience should use as the basis of policy making and tafsir. Why? Because we're talking about the protection of the women. You should use the women voices. Women victims who the one experience sexual gender-based violence cannot be represented by any kind of you. Therefore, we need to really listen the women victim. Therefore, policy or tafsir should be based on their story. That actually applied already by Indonesia Women Ulama Congress, now introducing one of the methodology in developing fatwa by putting the women voices as one of the important reference. Another one is the instrument human rights that adopted by the country and also international. And the third one is the Islamic reference that promoting protection of women. So that's very important. And number three is the women meaningful participation. Look, women are not just included, but they need to be presented, to be listened and adopted and implemented their aspiration. What we mean by meaningful participation is not just by number, but it's really the aspiration inspire all the policy making. And the last one, women as victim and the agency. So the two sides of women need to be recognized. When you use gender, it is very much you're gonna recognize the sexual gender-based violence in the context of conflict, violent extremism, including what the fragment was about. You can see how the girls was finding a way to get the voice heard by the authority, by the parents, and all of that. If she got frustrated about neglection, then she may return to the group or joining with the violent group. Women agency here, why important? Because the women agency can promote the narrative of life as part of and bounding in our life. With the narrative of life, they can actually promote peace much more stronger. Why? Because women know the exactly narrative to influence the people, because the life is coming from the women womb. And the politic of care need to be used, and women know this. And with the politic of care, I witnessing women could win the mind and heart of our policy maker. So they don't need to be a quarrel with the policymaker, but they can use the narrative that actually gain more attention. I should end now. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ruby. That was some very interesting and poignant points that you made. We're going to open up to a conversation from everyone, because we've been listening to the panelists all day today for the most part, except for the morning session. But before we do that, I'm going to read 2 comments that was posted in the Zoom. One is, this is for the Zanzibar representative, females that are imprisoned due to getting pregnant out of wedlock. How are their conditions in prison, and are they only operated by female guards? The other question or comment was, lack of women at Kadi court, it causes a lot of divorced women not to have access and support from their ex-husband. Women have to raise their children alone in a difficult environment, especially in Zanzibar. Most of women are jobless or lack of income. So these are the 2 of the comments that have come. You can address them, but I would like to really open up the discussion to the floor. So if you want to raise your hand. Either that, you have not been attentive, so you haven't been. Come on now. Muhamad Ali.
I would like to thank the panelists for the wonderful presentation. Council, I admired so much a simple word from you when you are ending your communication. And you stated that learn Islam before you learn Muslims. I liked that one so much. Mostly we are judging Muslims because of the behavior of Muslims, but not because of what Islam says. And that one has been the greatest challenge that we've been. Because if you look at her behavior and you decide to say this is Islam, then definitely there's a problem. So I liked that statement so much. And this one takes me back to the first presenters that our panelists before them. What have the research that I've been doing, because in most cases I've been in comparative, both this conventional law and the Islamic law. I've realized that whatever that is being taught, or whatever law that Islam comes with, is for the good of humanity. If Islam says this is not allowed, and you do your own scientific analysis, you will definitely realize that it is for the good of humanity. And if God accepts something for any human being to do, then it is good for humanity. This one takes me back to some of the acts that we are trying to promote. And sometimes...
Muhamad Ali, sorry, but do you have a question?
In fact, I'm giving my views on what they presented.
Oh, okay. So we wanted to really get into question and answers, to get into an in-depth comment. Yes. Sorry. If you don't mind, if we can move on to a question, or someone has a question, because I wanted to actually ask some poignant questions as well. Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Thank you for all presenters for the insight. I don't have so much of a good background on the topic, but it's good presentation for us to learn and also to see areas of collaboration in future. But my question is there a law or a narrative or any documented aspect of it that bars women from being part of the Qadhi or any other leadership position from respective countries, but I'm also keen to learn more on the Kenyan position? Then is it right then to conclude that the interpretation of Quran is different And why is it different? Is it that it is drafted differently, or it is ambiguous to bring out the difference in application? Thank you so much. I also still insist that I don't have a very clear background. Forgive me.
All right. In addition to that, can you unmute your microphone? In addition to that question, I suppose that one would go to Sudi, but maybe in the context, Dewi, maybe you can also address that in the context of the secular Indonesia. But I actually also have a question to pile on. So, Ruby, when you said that the government has a mandate that all religions, you have to operate moderate, what is the definition of moderate here? What are the values, criterias that defines moderate? And I have a question for Sudi. And that is, when you talked earlier on about the universal Islamic human rights based on Quran and Sunnah, oftentimes these universal Islamic human rights articles have the exception, have this exit clause or a loophole that says, you know, it is universal Islamic human rights law as long as it does not contradict Sharia law. But the problem is Sharia law, or fiqh, is man-made. And so how do you address this, this issue? And if you can answer that question, please. So I open it up for the panelists to answer the questions. Thanks.
Well, as I said earlier, I'm not necessarily an expert on Islamic law. So I think I just said I am a sister to my colleagues here. And I think my colleague in the morning answered the issue of the women Qadi in the morning. That there was nothing express barring a woman from becoming a Qadi, because a Qadi carries out judicial functions and not necessarily religious functions. I'd even mentioned earlier that I'm a woman Qadi. I'm their women Qadi. Why? Because I sit as a judicial officer and I carry out the same duties that they do. It's just that they apply the Quranic principles and I apply the mainstream law. But if I actually have sufficient knowledge, for all these Qadis that are here before us today, none of them would bar us from becoming a female Qadi. But I can tell you one of the challenges that we usually have is actually in an application by the female colleagues themselves. Even for the mainstream positions, many of us just don't apply. So we keep making noise out there that we don't have a women Qadi. We just expect things to happen without really taking action. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the Qadiship for the failure to actually have a woman Qadi. None has applied in the history of this country. I don't think there has been any. So I don't know why we complain in the first place. Can we at least try to apply, and then we see what actually can happen? And if then they apply and they are not probably chosen. Nowadays, we have cases being filed left, right, and center to bar them from taking just necessarily men only into the Qadiship. So there are ways in which you can actually force the JSC, which is the specific body given the powers to employ us, all of us, including the Qadis. You can actually take them to court, right? So there are ways in which you can say the constitutional provisions as provided for under the law, that is the gender mainstreaming of everything that requires the 2/3 gender be enforced, has not been enforced. And therefore you have a basis to actually take them to court. We just don't do it. So I would suggest that first, let's make those applications as female, as women, Muslim women who can apply Islamic Sharia in the Qadis courts. And then if you're not taken, then you go ahead and say, why was I not taken? I need reasons why these things
So I
happen.
think there's a response from Qadi. You want to respond to that? Right. To say, or Shamsa, or yeah. Or Tito, sorry, Shamsa, one second. Tito and then Shamsa, yeah? He had his, sorry.
I think this is something of concern, and in the last, for the greater part of this year, one of the issues, there are many memoranda that was sent to the JSC to make sure that no woman is appointed to be a Qadi. So it's an issue. We cannot even blame the judiciary itself. it starts from the Muslims themselves. The Muslim leaders, they call themselves Muslim scholars, sheikhs or imams. You see, scholarship is something big, and it needs a lot of interrogation. And it's a huge thing within the Muslim community. Even women themselves, they say, Kadhi mwanamume, we don't want. Since when? Tangu lini? Kadhi mwanamke tangu lini? So that's what they say. And if you look at the discussions that came after Honorable Duale said what he said, and I think I documented it in some article. I think if you can Google now, the female Kadhi's controversy, you can read it from there. I published just some five days ago. The issue is there is the interpretive framework that those who call themselves scholars in Kenya use. They say we don't allow, this thing was not there. But they can also think, they also do not want to say that the constitution that we collectively passed as a nation has not expressly ousted the inclusion of women in the Kadhi's court. If you read Article 170 of the Constitution, it doesn't talk of any gender.
Tito,
yeah.
If you can wrap it up. So we don't need a whole process of the legality of it, please.
So it's a subject of debate, but it's also, as Mwanamku says, we are not proactive enough. We've not tested even the courts on that same issue. And the women have not come out clearly on this issue. For the reasons, maybe it's the usual reasons, but I think those are things that need to continue coming out. Thank you.
Shamsa, yes. Put your microphone, please. Yeah.
Actually, it's a notion put in our minds as women that a woman cannot be a Kadhi. From when I started growing up, I knew a woman was not supposed to be a Kadhi. It's only when Amwana made that conference and we called the Kadhis on board is when we knew that that was a judicial appointment. And we know in our religion, a woman cannot make nikah. But Kadhi a Kadhi is not somebody who does nikah only. We can be there, but necessarily not do nikah. We can even advocate for inheritance. We can talk about inheritance. That is allowed. The problem is we don't know what we are supposed to do as women. What is our right as women? And if a legislator like Duale stands up in front of the media saying that over his dead body there will be no woman Kadhi, what does this tell the other Muslims outside? And the problem is the Kadhis themselves in the judicial do not come forward to tell us that this is your post, you can apply. They are gagged. I don't know whether there is a rule which forbids you from talking to the media and telling us openly that this is your right, you are allowed to go and apply for these positions.
Thank you. All right, so can we keep our, I really appeal to you, we're so behind. We have one more panel, which is the slam dunk, that's going to end the day. But I really want to get your feedback. But if it's a repetition of what has already been said, please withdraw. I would like to get the other answers, because we're going to get stuck in this female Kadhi thing for the rest of the evening or until tomorrow. So can we get to the rest of the questions, please, to Ruby and to Mzuri? Thanks.
Sorry, I think she also asked a different question about the interpretation aspects.
Yeah, but that was the morning session. So
No?
we had discussed this extensively in the morning and the different perspective of that from the theological basis.
I think it's from
as
my
well.
presentation, Annie. Yes?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to just answer her in one statement that yes, actually as judicial officers, we don't just give, we speak through our judgments. We don't talk to the media. that's not really within our, we have a DPAC department which is supposed to communicate on our behalf. So we can do this kind of talks, but we cannot keep replying to the media. And we'll have no courts. It will just be a social warfare on social media. Secondly, she asked about the interpretation. Why are they different? And I think I mentioned, I think it's because I spoke in a hurry and I had to, because of the timelines. But interpretations actually come necessarily because of, first of all, which school of thought you are there to. You can also have these different interpretations because of your own culture, cultural biases. So where you come from, you will apply what you think is actually the Islamic principle, whether it applies to that specific context or not. So if you're from Turkana and you believe women should be treated in this manner, then you shall give an interpretation in accordance to your Turkana tribe. So you'll actually marry it to the Quran and make it sound like it's really something that is valid. So cultural backgrounds also determine. And then we also have our own personal biases. If I go to America, I become more exposed to whatever it is I see there. I see everything as easy and whatever, but if I'm in Kenya where things are a bit more closed up, then of course that is the culture, that's the bias that will be applicable in my head. So probably for now, I'll just say those three things in terms of saving time.
Thank you.
You also
Dr. Mzuri? Yeah, I know, but let's get to the other panelists first, right, please. Thank you. Dr. Mzuri?
Yeah, thank you so much. About the girls being imprisoned, yeah, really they were affected, and I think that was the reason for myself which motivated me to leave my government post and join the civil society organizations, because by then I was just a mere journalist and I went to the prisons. I was a girl, so I knew really, I put myself in the girls' shoes. So really, it made a lot of impact. The girls, the child, they also suffer. There are so many issues. And actually, it was a right away dismissal from school when you get pregnant, the protection thing. So, so yeah, good thing it was amended. But quickly, I would like to argue my fellow women and activists in Kenya not to give up about this issue of women kadhi. It's a process and it's a transformation. I think a good thing you have a good system of advertising for this post. So if this time it didn't pass through, please gear yourself, create more awareness actually about the issue, because it's not about not only women taking action, but the pioneers, the advocacy, the male, the whole community understand the issue. Because even when we are advocating for this draconian law, in the beginning, it was me, my first story, actually, I remember, it was a government newspaper. They refused to publish the story, which I wrote against that law. They said this is a government newspaper and it is a government law. There's no way we were going to publish it. So I referred to the Director General and I asked, and I was really, before I even went to college, and I said, I want you to tell me why you are not publishing this story. So I think it takes time, but eventually you will succeed. So far you are in the right track. Yeah. Don't be disappointed. Yeah. And another thing, I think, if maybe we can have kind of this conversation, even virtually, if something happens regionally, beyond this, AIM meeting, because this we do only annually, but there are a lot of issues actually around. Me, I've had Chief Kadhi of Kenya one time saying that they are going to receive whatever application about the Kadhi's post. So he encouraged actually women to apply as well, but I think they didn't show up. So yeah, I think if we keep on communicating among ourselves, if there's an issue on the table, I think we will move forward and far together. Yeah, thank you.
When I mentioned that Indonesia is Pancasila state, does mean that we don't care about religion. Our country are very care about religion. So why we have specific Ministry of Religious Affairs, and that's accumulated like managing 6 religion and also the traditional belief. Also currently the government support almost 1 million Islamic boarding school across the country. And then Islamic University, it's Islamic State University and madrasah. They are all exist and supported by the government. Therefore, when the single truth introduced by transnational group, Islam should be like this, that actually problematic because we used to understand that we have a different school of thoughts. We believe that people practicing Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, and we accept them as part of diversity. But then somebody came and then said that all are wrong. This is the correct one. The correct one is that if a jihad is going to the battle, yeah, and the women should not, of course, in charge in public, and the women should be able to accept the polygamous marriage because the polygamy is obligation, not sunnah anymore. They actually increase the degree obligation because by having polygamous marriage, they can multiply the supporters for the jihad. So that kind of group that actually we are fighting for. And lastly, I want to bring you to the reflection what happened in Aceh. During the war in Aceh, many men actually ran and went to the jungle. And many villages were empty. And women took in charge for every single position in the village, including protection, caring, and all of that. When after Helsinki agreement, and people come back to the village, right? And then somebody saying that, okay, we go back to the normality, meaning that the women go back to the origin in the house and men in charge in public. And that starting the election in Aceh using the verses of the Quran saying that prohibition for women in charge in the politics. Let's think about it. Thank you.
All right, with that strong word, I'm going to wrap up this panel because we're going to go to the next one, which is going to be a very invigorating conversation. When Mzuri was talking about how we need to have this discussion and how we need to continue to have the discussion to empower each other in order to advance, in this particular case, women Qadi for this particular region, this is the purpose of our conference. What we're doing today on day one is just opening up the conversation, having the debates, having the experts talk about it. On day two, we are going to strategize how to do it, how to affect change on the ground. So we need everyone to be fresh and to come with your best ideas, because no idea is a bad idea, and we will hash it out. And so tomorrow, I'm just going to jump to it real quickly before I invite my sister Ulfat to come and chair the next panel. But Dr. Azza Basarudin, she is going to frame the day's conversation and the strategy that we're going to lay out, and we're going to discuss how we're going to strategize and implement it in the next 3 years to better our societies. So I'm going to ask Ulfat to step up and take over the chairmanship.
Yeah, good afternoon again. Are we happy? Did we enjoy our meal? Sorry. Thank you for the presentations. The panelists were excellent. The issues were well covered, although we had limited time. We have to accept the situation that we don't have enough time. This is a wonderful session. Hello. In Kenya, we have a saying when we see people are not active, we say women hi, but we say in our language, women, we say wamama hi. So I will say it so that everybody gets the energy. And then I say wababa eh. They'll do the voice. So let me do in English and Swahili. Let me say Swahili so that we learn. Wamama hi. Wamama hi. Wababa oh. Yeah, I want to give you a short story as I welcome my panelists before I introduce the topic of the session. My panelists are Honorable Tito Konyuk, Principal Qadi, Kisumu Courts. Mr. Muhamad Ali Alouma, please, when I mention your name, you can kindly come forward to the panel and take a seat. This is a very beautiful panel because we have locals and West Africa and East Africa too. We have Kenya, Burundi, and Mali. So let us hear from them. Honorable Tito Konyuk, Honorable Muhamad Ali Alouma is also honorable because of the capacity he has in his country. Imam Bukuru Eli Khalfan, who has been here before, but this is the area of his sector. And we have our guest who came in late because he had some issues with the flight while coming from Mali. He's basically going to introduce himself. Kasum, I'll mention his name very carefully because it's very difficult. Koulibaly. Welcome on the panel. Then in our coast region, we have legends. We call them legends who have been in the CSO world for almost 2 decades. We have 2 in the house today. We have Suraya Hersi and we have Shamsa Fadil. Mama Shamsa Fadil, welcome to the panel. Let me add you one more seat. Vincent is giving. So this is a wonderful panel, but there's no gender equality. We are very sorry. Only one woman. Oh. We call Mama Shamsa in Mombasa Mama de Mama. Naima, you remember how we call Mama Shamsa? Karibu Mama, welcome Mama Shamsa. First lady, in the middle of young imams. This is a very interesting topic. I'd love to give a short story of what we faced here during the early days of gender equality in Mombasa when I came in, not early. When I joined, I had an organization called SUPKEM, Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, and I was the only woman by that time who was attending forums of interfaith and gender equality and so forth. So there's a time I attended a meeting full of imams and sheikhs. I happened to be the only lady in hijab, only woman. So when I tried to discuss the matters of women's rights, this is the topic we're discussing, it is in connection. I tried to discuss the topic of gender equality. The men stood up. Half of the room. They told the organizers, next time if you call this lady to our meeting, we'll never attend your meeting. Yes, that is how Amwan was born. That is why I decided let us have our own platforms as Muslim women. I won't waste more time. There's this hatred that I faced, which is there. There's always an assumption that women cannot do, women cannot say, women cannot, misogyny, women cannot, women can never, women will never, and that is brought out of hate from our men to our women. In fact, if there's a quorum where men are mixed with women, men will feel the authority more than even the women themselves, but the narrative is changing nowadays. So we also have abuses of perpetrated and committed abuses in the name of Islam. Like in the morning, Annie mentioned about the marriages of illegal child marriages, you know. That is human abuse for girl child. So we do them in the name of Islam, subconsciously and consciously. So this panelist, it's a great discussion we're going to have let's start from Imam Ali Bukuru. Imam Ali Bukuru, what are the common challenges that you face in Burundi as a Muslim religious leader when you are confronting narratives of extremism? As an Imam, as a Muslim male scholar, Muslim leader, please welcome. You have 10 minutes to give us your challenges. 10 minutes. Oh, conversation amongst us all. Okay. Okay, interesting. Not 10 minutes.
No. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, alaikum salam.
Kama alivyosema dada yetu Ulfat, ni kweli mimi kama Imam wa Burundi na tena mwanamemba wa board katika Muslim Community of Burundi, tuko na challenge kubwa kwa Burundi, kwa sababu jambo la kwanza, waimamu wetu sio waimamu ambayo walikuwa wamesoma hata secondary school au primary school, wanasoma kwenye madrasa na kuelewa vilivyo Qur'ani na kuelewa vilivyo dunia inakwenda kwenda wapi, ni kitu ambacho kabisa ni kinaleta matatizo kwao, na kuelewa zaidi gisi mambo yanaenda katika on ground, hususan ukizungumza kuhusu haki za wanawake, ni vigumu sana mtu kuelewa. Nakumbuka siku moja tulienda workshop, ilikuwa ni mkutano wa imamu takriban 60 kutoka kaskazini ya jijini la Bujumbura. Baadhi yao, wengi wao wamesimama kusema mwanamke hawezi kwenda shule, na akienda ni kwa dharura. Sasa hilo ukisikia ukasema huyu ni imamu wa karne 21 huyu au sio imamu. Alafu nikaenda kwa mufti wa sasa, nikamwambia inabidi waimamu tuwarudishe kusoma, kwa sababu tunaona hivi mtu akisema mwanamke haruhusi kwenda kusoma. Sasa unataka katika Muslim community uishaje? Unataka Waislamu waendelee kivipi? Unadhani kama tukiendelea kuwa na hutuba kama hizo katika misikiti yetu, sasa Waislamu tutabaki nyuma? Na kwa jambo lingine, Burundi Uislamu ndo dini limekuja kwa ni la kwanza kufika Burundi takriban miaka 200 na kitu, kwa sababu Muislamu wa kwanza amefika Burundi mwaka 1771. Wakristo wa Katoliki wakafika mwaka 1886. Sasa lakini ukiangalia tungali nyuma kulinganisha na dini zingine. Tumejifungania ndani ya kata mbalimbali ambazo zinaitwa kata za Uswahili. Waislamu ndo tuko pale, na ukiangalia katika hizo kata hakuna hata shule moja ambayo liko. Unaweza ukakuta kama kata moja ya watu takriban 1500 wana misikiti takriban 20, lakini hawana hata shule moja, hawana hata zahanati moja. Sasa ni changamoto kubwa, sisi tunakabiliana na hilo, kwa sababu kuongea na watu ambao wao hakusoma na kuwaelewesha gisi dunia iko inatembea ni vigumu sana kwa kuelewa. Ndio maana watu wengi wanaona mtu akiwa unatoa hoja katika Qur'ani au katika sunna za Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, wakuona wewe kama ni mwenda wazimu, kwa sababu kuelewa kwao ni tofauti na wewe. Ni tofauti na wewe kama unaelewa vilivyo. Na jambo lingine ni watu ambao hawaelewa, hususan ukizungumza mambo ya haki za wanawake, ima kwenda kangazi za juu katika siasa au kwenda katika jeshi, ilo wanasema ni haramu, ni marufuku. Lakini mimi tunaona tukilinganisha gisi Qur'ani ilivyo na tukiangalia sira ya Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, mwanamke anaruhusiwa kwenda katika jeshi, hata kwenda katika polisi anaruhusiwa. Ni changamoto namna hizo za kutoelewa na za misinterpretation za Islamic text ambao tunakabiliana na hizo. Lakini nadhani kwamba hivi tuko on ground takriban miaka 5, watu wameanza kuelewa kidogo kidogo, lakini ni vigumu kuchange mambo ambayo yamezamia katika vichwa vya watu takriban miaka 200 iliyopita, kuichange kwa muda wa miaka 5 tu. Ni kazi ambayo sio kuwa rahisi sana, tena sio kuma ngumu kwa mtu ambaye anaelewa. Nadhani kwa miaka 5, miaka 10, miaka 15 iko mbele, nadhani kama tutakuwa tumefika kwa ngazi kabisa ya kufurahisha au kwa level ambayo ni ya kujisifia inshallah.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
I thought there was a question for me, so the issues we are being asked to discuss are issues which are, I think I'll just take it from the perspective of what I do as a Qadi and what normally happens in our courts. First, there is this question of whether the Qadi is a religious leader or a judicial officer. It's a problematic question on the issues to do with the rights of women, for example. Someone comes to court and says, Qadi, mi nataka talaka yangu. Yani, Qadi, I want my divorce. And this person who is asking for these things does not have anything on paper. It's just verbal. So where do you start? You know, before the 2010 Constitution or before 2010, Qadis used to work within the communities. And they were looked as people who had very tight connection with the community. Anyone can access them. But you see, when there is a lot of, when the 2010 Constitution came, the Qadi's role as a person within the community was somehow diminished. And his role as a judicial officer now took center stage. In the sense that people started being litigious, coming to court, everyone started coming to court, and the procedures also within the court started to tighten. There was no that casual interaction between the judicial officer and the litigants. So that is where the human rights question starts. When people don't know the procedures of court, when people don't know how to approach the court, it is problematic, especially in these days where anyone can ask you to recuse yourself because you are seen talking to someone. So Qadis now are fearful. They don't want to have free interactions with people because maybe that one will be used as a base for someone seeking recusal in the court. Another thing I would want to point out is all these different religious authorities that are speaking for Muslims. It is also a problem for the human rights of women. In the sense that when an imam stands in the mosque and says, the religion says this and this about women, without contextualizing it, without making explanation as to how that applies. So those general statements is what is rife within the community, and it makes women not come out when they have all these problems. And you find that these are the people who are the first point of reference when maybe they face domestic violence at home. And when they go to the imams tell them, you just be patient. The Quran tells you to be patient. The Prophet says, no man should ask a man a divorce. If you ask, all these are the discussions that are in our local communities. And it becomes a problem, even when they want now to approach the court, because they think the same person who is in court is the same person, is like the same imam I have approached in my locality. So many women are not coming to court not because they don't have problems, but the issue is that they see a pattern of how they are being treated by the religious leaders within their own locality. There's also a problem with, I think let this be my last point on this. There's also a problem with how Qadis are trained. You see, as Qadis, we are different. There are those who joined in the 80s and the 90s, and there are those who joined in 2000, and there are those who joined in 2010 up to 2016. You see, that gap and the kind of training the Qadis went through. For example, those who joined in early stages, the ones who are going to retire now, some of them did not have even the degrees. They were picked from being teachers or madrasa teachers, and they were brought into the judiciary. Another thing pertaining to the training of Qadis is that some of the Qadis were trained outside Kenya. For example, some of them are trained in Sudan, some of them in Pakistan, some of them in Saudi Arabia. So when they come back, the training they got from there influences even how they think through the cases, and how even they interpret the law, and how they make their judgments. So these are before we even start talking about women's rights, these are structural issues within the Qadis courts that maybe need a lot of attention also, even within ourselves, even before we start talking about human rights of women. So I think maybe I can stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. Next one is Mama Shamsa. As a woman, are the challenges different, or you have your own challenges?
They are not different, but we have more.
Okay.
Thank you. They are not different, but we have more as women. A woman is first a girl. Somebody is answering for the girl. The woman becomes a wife. Somebody is answering for the wife. The woman becomes a mother. Somebody is still answering for the woman as a mother. The woman becomes a grandmother. There is somebody answering for the woman as a grandmother. But for men, it's different. Men have it easy, from family to society to religion. As a man, they can stand on their own. As a woman, a young boy who's 18 years can give consent for me to get married. I can be married, divorced, but I still need my brother or my father to give consent for me. So it's different. The other challenges we are facing is the generational gap. I call ourselves the blessed generation. We were there and we are here. But our children were never there, and they do not want to go where we came from. There is that gap, which is, I don't know whether it's systematic or we call it the millennium generation, on how we can bridge the gap from the older generation to the new generation. We have media online now, where the extremists use the hashtag Telegram. How many of us as mothers know how to use Instagram, how to go into Twitter? If I'm supposed to take care of my child, I should also know how to use the apps which are there. And in the Qadhi's court, a lot of blame was given to us as women. This is not personal, but we are talking of the true reality of what is on the ground. The Qadhi's court are full when you go in the Kadhi's court, maybe the Kadhi can handle only 10 cases per day. And that day you're being told to go with witnesses. Witnesses of any marital case are relatives. I come with 6 of my relatives. The husband comes with 6 of his relatives to be witnesses. And we have 10 cases. That is 12 witnesses for one person. What about 10 cases? How many are there? And then you are telling us the Kadhi's court is crowded. The Kadhi's court has outdated systems, as he pointed it out. The systems being used in the Kadhi's court were only meant for maybe 80 to 100,000 people. Maybe in Mombasa. Now we are talking of 2 million, and the systems are the same. We are in another generation. Somebody goes to court and the file is not there. 10 times, nobody is thinking of the fare of that woman who wants to seek justice. You go, you find it crowded, you don't even have chance to see the reception. You stay the whole day, you listen to your case, it's not mentioned. When you go and ask, you are being told your file is missing. When is it going to be found? Nobody knows. Why don't we have a call center where we can get answers? If you want to know if your case is due, you just call, is my case due tomorrow? So that you can go and try and get justice. We just go to the Kadhi's court blindly, not knowing whether the case will take place or it won't take place. The third one is societal norms and the Western influence in bringing up our youths. That is a very big challenge for us as women. Our youths are strictly on media. They imitate a lot of things on media, which we as mothers, we are not aware of. The teachings of the Quran does not give spiritual nourishment to our youth. Our children learn the Quran as a lullaby. They just sing, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahmanir Rahim, Malik Yawmiddin. If you ask the youth of today the meaning of the ayah or the verse, nobody knows. They have no ahlak. We don't train our youth with ahlak. That's why we are in all this mess. The other thing, there are new trends emerging which have not been tapped into. No solutions have been got. The other issue is there is no political goodwill. No political goodwill from our policymakers, especially in the judiciary system, especially in the Kadhi's court. I think an example was given here. With extremism, women are affected both ways. It's either the husband who has joined or the child who has joined. Now, is this woman a victim or a culprit? The other issue, the amnesty policy is not yet clear in Kenya on how to handle the violent extremism victims and the families. There have been a lot of disappearances. We have seen a lot of people being abducted on roadsides here in Mombasa. People don't know whether those are police. The families are going up and down. Mothers are looking for their children. I think right now we have almost 8 children who are missing, and nobody knows where they are. Only to see in the media, the government has put pictures, these are wanted criminals, they are part of terror groups. As I move forward, we don't have adequate resource centers for Muslim youths to seek marital counseling before, during, and after marriage. We need these resource centers. Our children marry in Facebook, divorce in Facebook, give birth in Facebook. Yeah, that is what is happening. That is the reality, which is on the ground. The Kadhi's court should make access to justice conducive, available, and approachable. Please, I hope there is somebody who's taking notes.
Yes.
A lot of our women, as Muslims women, go to the children's court because of delayed justice in the Kadhi's court.
Thank you so much.
When you go to Tononoka, 500 women, Muslim women, because there is delayed justice in them getting access to their children. They need income for their children from the husbands. Another thing, marital contribution does not entail of receipts. Please, to you magistrates, There is a lot of indirect contribution. The efforts, the sleepless nights. How do we gauge that? You should tell us how to gauge that. I'm happy for him. I think you ruled. There was a case you ruled, Kazi, about indirect contribution. Vile tunagawanya mali. It doesn't mean that I have to have a receipt. I wake up saa 9 usiku kuhakikisha ameoga, kuhakikisha amekula, kuhakikisha ameondoka ana furaha. Na mstarehesha kitandani alfajiri ameenda na niacha nafua. Na muangalilia watoto wake. That is contribution in marriage. Another thing, the president has just signed the Succession Amendment Bill. How is it affecting us as Muslims? Now most of our Muslim women go to Tononoka to seek justice for their children. The succession bill has been signed. About 3 hours ago, when I was here, a message was sent. The Succession Amendment Bill. Ambayo inasema spouses na lovers sijui hawawezi, watoto ambao wanazaliwa nje ya wedlock sijui hawawezi kurithi. As Muslim women, sisi tutapata justice kwa children's court.
Wind up, Mama Shamsa. I'm
winding up. Kadhi Scott, najua hii ni kesi nimeiongelea. When women want to get justice, akifika kule anaambiwa alipe pesa ndo afungue file. Hiyo ni kawaida kila mahali. But there are policies. Ikiwa Raila juzi amesema anaweza kupeana 6,000 kwa kila ninio, kwa kila youth ambaye atakuwa hana kazi. Hiyo 6,000 siende kwa Kadhi Scott ya kufungulia watu mafaili.
Thank you so
much.
Let
us put our priorities right. Thank you very
so
much.
Mama Shamsa. Thank you so much, Mama Shamsa.
Mama the mama.
Sorry, we have our next speaker. Mama Shamsa, thank you so much. Those are sentiments from the ground, the reality on the ground. So from a woman perspective, let's proceed to Muhamad Ali Alouma, Uganda. Tell us about Uganda. Supreme Council of Uganda. The challenges as yourself, as the council, as the mufti, and so forth. 10 minutes, please.
Yes, as Uganda, the first major challenge that we have faced that affected or is affecting implementation or the rights of women or extremism has rightly been discussed by one of the panelists. Number one on spot is the issue of the different ideological orientations from these different sheikhs that we get all over the world. Because if you are getting someone from Saudi Arabia who comes with that ideology, another one from Pakistan with a different ideology, another one from another country, so whenever they come back, there is that bit of, everyone comes with his or her own perspective on how they look at these aspects. So it has generally affected such kind of implementation of the rights. Another point has been that lack of knowledge for seeking justice. Many of the women that we have don't know where to go and how to handle their matters. For example, the GBV cases. Why should you go to Sheikh? This is beyond our constitutional rights. Because the Constitution of Uganda has given us or has clearly stated the mandates of the Kadhi courts, specifically to handle issues of marriage, divorce, inheritance, and guardianship. Now, any other issue, now we are talking of a criminal matter, whereby this sheikh is going to sit and handle a criminal matter, which would be in police or the other courts of law. You are injured, your teeth has been broken, your arm is, but they don't know where to go. And that one affected so much, or is affecting so much the process of attaining their rights. Of lately, we have realized one important issue, that over 20 years, we have been empowering all programs, all donations, and everything that comes from abroad looks at empowering women. We reached an extent. We have a television in Uganda. There's a program in that television for men and women seeking for either husband or wife for marriage. Now, when you hear for this boy or the man talking about the woman, I want a woman who is very beautiful, a woman who is working, who is wealthy, who has money, who is this and that. And then they ask, now what is your responsibility as the man? No, I will just impregnate her and that is all. Now, this has caused a lot of gender-based violence. These men that we are having now, they lack being responsible. They no longer have that. Their role is very simple, just come impregnate a woman and that's all. They don't want to know about the food, who is providing, who is doing what. So that one has greatly affected the rights of women, extremism in the society, and the like. Another challenge that we've realized, like our sister presented today about her case, women, there are things that you must have with you, as rightly stated, the evidence. We have been promoting that women should have marriage certificates. But it has been, they don't bother about it. Carry out marriage and that's all. You only look for marriage certificate when your husband is dead. That's when you want to come, and you already find that there's challenges between the families. They are fighting. Say, no, this one is not our wife, and what? Now, you find a very big challenge in line with that. Maybe when we come to solutions, I will give you what solutions or approaches have we come up with as Uganda Muslim Supreme Council to handle some of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muhamad Alouma, for the insights about Uganda. Next speaker is from Mali, Mr. Kasum Kolilibali. Pardon me if I pronounce your name very wrongly. Kolibali. Pardon me. Mr. Kasum, we understand from your biography that most of your programs involve women economic empowerment. As a Muslim from West Africa with such an organization, how do you find it? Is it favorable? We are really eager to know what happens in Mali.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Good afternoon. My first language is French, okay? And I will be very good to speak French, but today I think that the only two languages that accommodate to a participant are English and Swahili, okay? So I will do my best. My English is not an academic English, but it's coming from my journey around the world. So I'll just learn English when I'm talking to people who speak English. So apologize for my mistakes and try to understand if I do some mistakes. Thank you very much, Ulfat and Annie and all the team of AIM for having me today during this conference, which is very important to have not only in Kenya and East Africa, but all Africa, especially in West Africa. I am coming from Mali, as she said, but I was born in Cote d'Ivoire. You know, Cote d'Ivoire is a country neighbor to Mali, where I spent 22 years before coming back to my hometown, on my home country is Mali. And when I was young, I got the privilege to be educated by Protestants as Christians. Okay, I spent 6 years with the Protestants to be during my education system, but being Muslim at the same time. But remember that also I am coming from a cultural side that we call Bambara. I am not just I mean, a carrefour of different cultures and religions. This is something interesting for me to explain you something in the history, in the context of what we are living now, right now, in Mali, in the Sahel region in general. Because when we see the evolution, the history of Islam in our context, Islam came in Mali, in Sahel region, around the 7th of 8th century, just the beginning of Islam. Okay? And the Christians came in Mali and the Western countries in Africa around the 15th century. So between the two religions, we have 8th century. But when the Islam came first, we were over cultures, over faith. I don't know if we can call, how we can call it a religion of different faith. So we are in a space now where we have 3 kinds of faith who are cohabiting. I can also even say cohabiting, okay, who are living side by side in the same place. So I want to ask you, which kind of Islam are we using? See, this is the issue we always use. Is like Al-Pular Islam, Bambara Islam, or over-cultural Islam are we using? Some people said to this morning, and also because I was following you where I was in an airport in Addis Ababa. And now people said that there is a different ideology, and my neighbor said it right now. When you come to Mali, we said that we are Malikite Muslim. Because the people who bring Muslim in the western side came from Morocco. Okay? And after we have some people who has been studying, Islam in Egypt, in Al-Azhar, in Saudi Arabia, and they came late with the Salafism ideology. The first challenge we have, I can mention, but people are not mentioning that, is about the poverty of the communities and the power of the money coming from abroad. Then we need to have this balance in mind. I always ask myself, we are 55% of Muslim in Mali, and we are 55 people poor. And you imagine, we are Muslim and we are still poor. There is something wrong. You ask me, why you talk about the women empowerment? I want to just remember something very simple. I am talking and I am founding the Global Institute for Women Empowerment because I am a Muslim. Because my name is Kasum. Kasum is one of the sons of the Prophet Muhammad. Remember it. So I am in a mission to say that my mother, Khadija, was an entrepreneur. People maybe forget that. Okay? So for me, I say that if Islam is that place now, a woman has been the first who supports the Prophet, who gave the Prophet his first job, make him an entrepreneur, and also bring him support the prophecy and so on and so on. I consider if you are a good Muslim, you need to empower a woman or support a woman entrepreneur first. If you are not able to do that, you are not following the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and you are not a Muslim. Right? So this is the first principle we have in mind, and I have in my mind to do what I am doing as a man. And you said that about bringing men on board. You know, I was born trained by religious, by Christians. Before marriage, Christians bring 2 weeks of training for the new marriage, what is the family, how to do that, how to do that, how to do that. But in Muslim side, no program, no education program to train the next people who need to get in marriage. This is one challenge we have. Another challenge, I said that in our context now.
Is it last challenge?
Not yet. We have a lot to say, but I want to... Tomorrow, but I want to say that now, Islam is becoming a political thing. You know that how some people can come in another side, I don't know where they are coming from, and they said that the people who knows Muslim since the 7th century, to say that they are not Muslim now, you need to wear hijab, you need to have short trousers, you know, to something like that, and they are bringing jihadism and killing over Muslim and say that this is Muslim. Okay, so you see, the reputation that Islam is as now on the ground in our side, and how we can overcome it. The political leader in our country now, the most influenced political, is Imam Mahmoud Diko. Maybe you knows him about the news. Is the one in 2009, something like that. Is that? Okay. When the government has decided to adopt a new law, family law, the MPs has agreed on the law, and the law is on the table of the president to sign it, okay, definitely, and to be adopted, to have the new human rights on board, to facilitate marriage, to facilitate divorce, and so a lot of things that, you know, bring women, you know, on the table to have a good life. And this Imam, the government gave him the draft of the law, and before giving his feedback, he bring the Muslim, Salafist Muslim, in a stadium. 50,000 people, they crowd the stadium, and they say that they don't want this law anymore in the country because this law is against Islam. Which kind of Islam it's against? If Muslim is here for le bonheur, okay, sorry, the goodness, le bonheur c'est quoi? Goodness, yeah, for the goodness of all of the people, women and men, I find that this is something wrong. So I want to thank you. I want to stop here and say that we have a lot to share. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. If you are not an entrepreneur, you are not a Muslim enough. Are you? That's a nice dialogue question. You can open the... I suggest we have a situation. The coffee is being closed at 5:45. Now I like my audience to give me opinion. Do we do Q&A very fast, or we do Q&A tomorrow morning first thing? Right here, very fast. Azza, you want to start? Oh, no. Who is ready? Very briefly, please. Kevin, please. Kevin is our head of everything concerning this, and this is nice interest. Please, Kevin, go ahead. Very briefly. It's on. Is yours on?
Not yet. Can you guys hear me? My name is Kelvin. I'm an artist. I create photographs around social issues. So, my name is Kelvin. I'm a photographer based here in Mombasa, and also do some other work. So I create photographs around social issues, so it's very interesting to hear your point of views. So, an insight when you talk about in regards to what our Mali brother said, and when the whole divorce issue comes on board, there's a quick fix for that, yeah. So when you get to the holy matrimony marriage, register a liability company and have all the property under that, and both of you are directors. So in a scenario where he's divorced, it now becomes it goes to the mainstream law, so the process becomes more fast. Maybe. Then the other thing I wanted to ask is, we realize there's a mismatch or complication between religion, culture, and civilization. So where do we find the balance?
Due to time, I'll only take 2 more questions. 2 more only. Aizat? Briefly?
Okay.
Thank you very much for this conversation. It's very interesting. I'm very interested in knowing in the importation of ideology from abroad. You know how Qadi and also judges and Imams are trained abroad, and then they're coming back with these ideologies, and they sit in the office and they use these interpretations, different interpretations. So we have the same problem. We used to send our students, judges, to study Islam in Al-Azhar. And nowadays, because of the geopolitical issue, we see the rise of Saudi Arabia, so on and so forth. I don't want to explain about it further, we'll get into trouble. But then more and more students go to Qura and Medina University to study Islam, and then they come back. And then now they're taking over the authority, slowly in the judiciary as well, and try to interpret the law according, like rigid, so on and so forth. And then, for example, Keynote during Subuh. So we used to be okay with pray Keynote during Subuh prayer, but when these religious leaders or imams came back, they said that this is haram. You cannot pray you cannot pray together after congregation, so on and so forth, because they think this is bid'ah, not part of Islam. So what is your suggestion then? Because I think this is something that we can discuss tomorrow during strategy. Maybe we can list down universities, good universities, especially I think Indonesia has very good Islamic studies, and also in Tunisia, in Morocco probably, and also in Kenya, or like in other African countries that I don't know. So maybe we can do something about this, and I just want to know what's your strategy.
Thank you. Last question, Honorable Manamku, briefly.
For me, I wanted Honorable Kunyuk to actually expound on what my sister there was presenting. Sorry, I'm saying I want Honorable Kunyuk to expound on the issues that my sister there was talking about, on the issues of costs at the Qadi's court, and as in the issue of filing fees at the Qadi's court, and the issue of children's rights at the Qadi's court. And I also wanted him to also expound on jurisdictional aspects on children matters at the Qadi's court, because she seems to have a very skewed, but I want him to do the explanation.
Okay. Now, reaching at this point, the tea is going to be closed. We have to close up the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow morning, first thing, let's answer all those questions. Write them down. Give your panelists to sleep on them, over them. When you wake up in the morning, you answer each and every question, and I'll add one more question from another participant, so that we can go to our coffee. It's paid for, and you cannot just leave it like that. So let me hand over to our MC to close the meeting, and go enjoy yourself. We have the beach, we have a swimming pool, we have tea, we have coffee and dinner from 7:30 to 10:30. Thank you for today.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for our panelists. Tuwapigie makofi. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciated. It's been a great pleasure to have this first day rolling.